Chapter 1. The First Rebel of the Tang Dynasty. Zhengwen 7 years, Princess Li Lizzie of Cheng'el got married. Li Shimin pardoned the world, and the world was happy. But no one in Chang'an City's Ji Palace was happy. Above the hall, the civil and military officials stood on the left and right, and they did not dare to move, let alone speak. Tang Taizong Li Shimin sat on the dragon chair with a solemn expression. Then, he pointed to the princely minutes below and said, "Tana, you know what's wrong." Li Minutes, the sixth son of Li Shimin, looks 13 or 14 years old. Faced with questions, he straightened his back, put his hands behind his back, and looked like a veteran carder. "Father, my son is not wrong." "That's right. Look, what did you make of Gaina and Chonga?" "That's right." Li Shimin pointed to Li Chenqian and Jiang Sunchong who were beside Li Minutes and said, "The crown prince Li Chenqian was beaten so his nose was blue and his face was swollen, but the attached horse Jiang Sunchong was not much better." The two looked very embarrassed. On the other hand, he had nothing at all, which made people a little puzzled. "They are not as good as others." "Do you blame me?" "You? Are you going to be mad at me?" "Then you say, why beat them? Don't you know that there is harmony between brothers? And Jiang Sunchong will also be your brother-in-law." "How can you be so rude?" Back then, when Li Shimin launched the Xuanwu sect and killed his brother and brother, he has been feeling guilty ever since. For his own children, he often educates his brothers to be harmonious and not to repeat his mistakes. "I don't want this to happen today." And the crime of beating the prince is not small. No matter who it is, if you beat the prince, I'm afraid it won't end well. Li Minutes was not afraid at all. Everything is within his grasp. Because of Princess Cheng'el. "Princess Cheng'el? What's the matter with her? She was not involved in this fight." Li Shimin was shocked. Then the volume was lowered. "Are there still some hidden secrets?" "Why, father, my son thinks that it was a mistake to marry Princess Cheng'el to Jiang Sunchong, and my son will not allow the royal princess to marry such a mediocre person. For the happiness of Princess Cheng'el, this son can't stand it. This marriage cannot be concluded!" So, he hit two people. "About the marriage of Princess Cheng'el, it's what I mean. Do you want to resist the decree?" Li Shimin was furious. It was his own decision to marry Princess Cheng'el. How dare this kid question himself? Li Chenqian on the side stepped forward, inarticulate. "Royal father, the sixth brother did it on purpose. He has always coveted the throne of Virgin's crown prince, that's why this is the case." And just now, his fists were fatal. If it wasn't for his son's fate, he would have died a long time ago. He also asked the emperor to punish him and beat him 50 big boards before handing it over to Zongxing Temple for disposal. "Take good care of his sins." Li Chenqian said this, clearly intending to amplify the situation. "Big brother, I am a martial artist in the Tang dynasty. Think back to the time when your father, the emperor, fought in the north and south, and practiced martial arts, but you were not as good as others, but you were unhappy when you lost to me. Deliberately said in front of the father that I coveted your crown prince. Let me tell you, what kind of bullshit the prince is. I don't care about it." Li Minutes was stunned. What does it mean to be a prince? It would be better to be a king. As for the concubine Jiang Sunchong, he was too scared to speak. Just now, Jiang Sunchong and Princess Jiangsun were about to enter the bridal chamber. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes appeared from the side. As soon as they came, they pressed him and beat him. The other party was the prince, and he didn't dare to fight back, so he could only let him fight. But Li Chenqian took action to stop it, and mocked Li Minutes, saying that his blood was not pure, and he was not a direct descendant, so he even dared to make trouble. So Li Minutes and Li Chenqian fought together. "I don't want them to be weak enough to be beaten like this in 3 or 2 strokes." Speaking of Li Minutes, he was unruly by nature. His mother was concubine Yang, a princess from the previous dynasty. She had blood from 2 dynasties. Especially Li Chenqian looked down on himself very much. Therefore, if he didn't do anything, he shot Li Chengqian. This beating made him feel better. He had had enough of a life that was indifferent to everyone. Enough. I'm still here. Li Shimin interrupted the conversation between the two, then asked, Mingjia, do you know that by doing this, the entire royal family will be embarrassed, and the whole world will be ridiculed? How will Princess Cheng'e stand in the future? Royal father, I am against it. Even if I am not a prince today, I am against it. Princess Cheng'e can marry anyone, but she can't marry Cheng Chong. Why do you object? I am the emperor, or are you the emperor? Since Li Shimin became emperor, he has not been questioned. But today it is being questioned by his own son, due to the fact that the Tang dynasty has not had a good time in the past few years. It is said that what happened that day in the alliance of Shui and Qiao, did the royal father forget? Why does that happen? Because of what? Because Tang's financial resources are not enough. Its strength is not enough. Only then will foreigners be bullied into our door. Now is the time when a large amount of national and financial resources need to be improved, but the father emperor is engaged in marriages and extravagance. Does the royal father know how much this big wedding will cost Tang? How long does it take for Tang to ease up? Do you know, Nizai? I don't need you to teach me a lesson. I naturally have an opinion. Li Shimin was very unhappy, and he was so embarrassed by what Li Minutes said to him. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes did not intend to stop. If you let Urjin come, Urjin will definitely do better than you. You don't need to do anything like marrying a princess. You can also let the people live and work in peace and contentment, and the Tang dynasty is prosperous. Bold. I am still alive. How can you be so presumptuous? Do you want to replace me? What I do, I don't need you to point. You, Li Shimin was completely angry, and you reading www.uukanzu.com also said heavy words. But Li Minutes was happy. All of this seems to be under his control. Sure enough, it entered the main quest. Ding. Detected that the host entered the main task, run away from home. Please complete it in time. As long as you work harder, the task of running away from home will definitely be completed. At that time, he will have golden fingers, and he will be able to live unrestrainedly in the Tang dynasty. At this time, the entire Tji palace was extremely quiet, and the civil and military officials and all the palace maids and eunuchs didn't even dare to breathe. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did the sixth prince eat the guts of a leopard? On the other side, Li Chengqian and Cheng Chong were sneering. No one in the entire Tang dynasty dared to say that about Li Shimin, but Li Minutes did. For a while, I don't know how to die. Royal father, sixth brother had this idea long ago. He even dared to challenge Danwei. Such behavior must be severely punished. Li Chengqian thought that the matter was not big enough, and said while supporting his swollen face, Your Majesty, please decide for Chonga. Cheng Chong on the side also stepped forward and pleaded. Li Shimin was embarrassed. On one side is his 6 sons, and on the other side is his brother's eldest grandson Yuji's son and future son-in-law. The so-called state affairs are easy to discuss, but family affairs are difficult to break. Someone send Li Minutes to Zongxing Temple. Wait for the release. Finally, Li Shimin made a decision. No, this time I must be kicked out by Li Shimin, not Zongxing Temple. Li Minutes was about to say something, but at the moment, there was a wonderful female voice. Your Majesty, calm down. The civil and military officials turned around and saw that it was her. Chapter 2 Super Browser. Li Minutes also turned his head to look. Why is she here? You are clearly about to complete the mission. But she appeared. No, she had to work harder. Then, the woman entered the Taikai Palace. She bowed to Li Shimin. My concubine greets His Majesty. Yang, why are you here? The person who came was concubine Yang, Li Minutes' biological mother. My concubine came here this time to beg His Majesty to open up to the internet, and Sua is still young and ignorant. It turned out that concubine Yang came for herself. Hearing this, Li Minutes was actually moved. Your Majesty, the Son of Heaven breaks the law and commits the same crime as the common people. If you don't punish it, I'm afraid it will damage the face of the royal family. Then another male voice sounded. Lee Minutes saw that it was the eldest grandson Wuji. How could he not be angry when he hit his child by himself? When he saw concubine Yang coming to intercede, he couldn't sit still. Wuji, do you want me to be punished? The minister said that the emperor breaks the law and the common people are the same. No matter who it is, whoever makes a mistake must be punished. Tana, just say a few words less and leave everything to me. Concubine Yang looked at Lee Minutes in distress and said, Mother concubine, let the son-in-law come. These people wish we had a bad time. How can I do what they want? This Lee Minutes must be crazy. Li Shimin's heart is still soft. Mingjia, I'll give you another chance. You apologize now. Everything is easy to say. Otherwise, don't blame me for being welcome. Lee Minutes is always his own child, so there is no need to amplify the situation. Therefore, Li Shimin said so. Father, my son is not wrong. Li Shimin was furious. His breath became very heavy. Presumptuous. If you go your way, I will deprive you of your status as a prince and expel you from the royal family. I will demote you as a citizen. When Lee Minutes heard this, he suddenly laughed. People thought he must be crazy. Come on then. Anyway, I don't care about the identity of this prince. Yena, you are. Concubine Yang was about to cry. Okay, how can this be done? He was too impulsive, and if there was something he couldn't bring up and explain clearly, that would be fine. Li Shimin's eyes became blood red, and he gasped. Get out. Get out of here for Lao Tzu. I don't want to see you. After finishing, he turned around, not wanting to see Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes was straight. Then I will not accompany you. Farewell. He was about to leave, but was stopped by Li Chenqian. Wait, take off your robe before you can go. Who cares? Lee Minutes took off his robe and threw it to the ground. Your Majesty, let Ronga say one more thing. Yesterday, I was watching the sky at night, and there will be a flood in Shandong and Henan. Be sure to prepare. Farewell. Lee Minutes then left the Taikai Palace. The furious Li Shimin frowned. Flood? Over the past few years, the number of floods in Tang has been increasing, and the flood control officials have changed batch after batch, but it is still useless. Regarding these news, since a year ago, Lee Minutes had guessed disasters several times, and they all came true. He also made preparations in advance, and Tang did not lose too much. So when he mentioned this time again, he believed it a little bit, wondering how he knew. But now, he is in a fit of rage, and there is not a single step to go down. It's not good to ask too much. Moreover, not only did he not keep Lee Minutes, but he refuted his words. If you leave this palace, don't come back. If you don't come back, you won't come back. Do you think I'm rare? Mother, take care. Baby is gone. Lee Minutes said goodbye to concubine Yang again. After that, he walked out in great strides. This time, Li Shimin completely exploded. He kicked the table with a violent kick. This kick was very brutal, and it shattered the table directly, causing his face to flush with pain. Watching Lee Minutes leave, concubine Yang was still a little unbearable. He stepped forward to persuade. Your Majesty, go to concubine to persuade more again. He is still a child. How can he live after leaving the palace? What if he starves to death outside? He is your child. She burst into tears. No one can understand her current mood. A prince who knows nothing has gone out. Can he come back alive? Basically impossible. Come back. You stay here well, and no one is allowed to have anything to do with that evil son, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Concubine Yang's whole face changed color. Although she really wanted to be with Lee Minutes, she still had a child, Leek, who was her only hope. As soon as Li Shimin's words came out, Li Chenqian, Qingsun Chong, Qingsun Wuji and others all sneered. Lee Minutes found everything by himself. Who is to blame? It's better to die outside, that's what everyone wants to see. Now that Lee Minutes left, everyone's ears were quiet. Your Majesty, the child's marriage? As soon as Lee Minutes left, Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and asked, marriage? We will discuss it on another day. Li Shimin's anger is not in the same place. It's all this time, What are you talking about marriage? In this way, the marriage between Chesun Chong and Princess Chengel may not be possible in a short period of time. That night, Li Minutes packed his bags, left a note to concubine Yang. However, he was visited by Li Chengqian, sixth brother. If you can apologize to me, maybe I will intercede with the emperor and let you come back. Stop there, the cat is crying, the mouse is fake, you are full of bad water. Don't think I don't know. Since I am leaving the palace, I won't come back. I've had enough of the palace, it's been a rough day here. His words made Li Chengqian speechless for a while. That's right. The whole Tang industry is waiting to be done. Everyone can't wait to split a penny in half. Even for the Crown Prince of the East Palace, his monthly salary is only 12 taels of silver. At this level, in previous dynasties, it couldn't be more shabby. You can live a hard life in the palace, I'm leaving. After that, Li Minutes walked out of the palace under the watchful eyes of Li Chengqian, many royal relatives, and a group of officials and second-generation friends. When leaving, he did not forget to scold the crowd. What's the matter? Haven't you seen running away from home? They are all going back to Lao Tzu. What to see? Believe it or not, Lao Tzu kicked you so that you couldn't find. That arrogance is prohibitive. Immediately, the surrounding people scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to say a word. They all know that this person dares to fight the concubine and the prince, and dare to challenge Li Shimin in the Ji Palace, and Li Shimin is still helpless. It is only to demote him to the public, and he may be brought back one day. Based on the principle that more is worse than less, people dare not get too close to it. Can't be provoked, can't you hide? As for Li Minutes' good mood, which makes people who see him feel distressed, this child is 80% crazy. He went all the way smoothly, exiting the Suzaku gate, and heading west. He arrived at the West Market. At this time, the sky was already bright, and he looked around to see that there was no one. Only then did he get into the bottom of the bridge. Some excitedly said, "Super Browser is coming soon." Chapter 310 When Rebellious Ding detected that the host completed the task, ran away from home. Super Browser is connected to the network. Super Browser network connection complete. Then a light curtain appeared in front of him. The browser we were using, and an omnipotent search engine. Li Minutes was extremely excited. A year ago, he traveled to the sixth prince of the Tang dynasty and found that the super browser resided in his mind. At first, he thought he was poisoned. It was only later that I found out that it was his golden finger. This thing is very powerful. As far as he knows, it can check everything he wants to check. As long as the conditions are ripe, nuclear bombs can be built. That's just a godsend. But there has been no network function, so he has not been able to use it. In the end, he found that the only condition for getting internet access was to run away from home. Therefore, he did everything possible to run away from home, but could not do so due to various reasons. It was not until Princess Chengel got married that he found an opportunity, taking the opportunity to beat Li Chengqian and Chesun Chong fiercely. So the above situation happened. Now that there is an internet, it is not too late. Li Minutes quickly went online. Sure enough, the above information is dazzling. Everything. With this thing, no matter what, he can create it and earn $1 million a month, so that's not a problem at all. It is also a good choice to be a rich man in Tang. If it is an ordinary person, too rich, it will definitely attract the attention of Li Shimin, but he is a prince. No matter what Li Shimin does, he will not start with his son. In his opinion, Tang can be stronger. I believe that I can lead Tang to the top of the world. Let the countries of the world tremble at the feet of the Tang dynasty. If you are in the palace, then some things can't be too blatant, but now it is different. This time running away from home, it was only Li Shimin's angry words, not his original intention. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that in the days to come, he can make a fortune on the super browser. I wonder if my introduction has changed since I left home. He was a little curious, so he typed his name on the super browser. This input directly jumped out an entry. One of them says, Li Minutes, the sixth son of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, and his mother, concubine Yang, the daughter of Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. At the beginning, he was appointed king of Liang and granted the governor of Xiangsu. When the feudal system was established in Guangxi, the title was changed to the king of Xu, and he was transferred to the governor of Yizhou. In the 7th year of Zhengwen, he was demoted as a citizen because he contradicted Taizong. Later, Taizong sent people to invite him into the palace several times, and he admitted his mistakes, but he declined. But he failed to restore his heart. Interestingly, Li Shimin finally confessed to himself. After knowing this, can't you do whatever you want? Make a fortune. In his capacity, even though he is a citizen now, he has the blood of the royal family, and whoever wants to provoke him has to weigh it. Thinking of this, he smiled. Unexpectedly, it is not a prince, and there is something so intimidating. Suddenly, he felt that his stomach was empty. Only then did I realize that I hadn't eaten all night, and it was dawn. It seems that we have to find something to eat first. So out of the bridge hole, went to the street. He touched him. Oops. I walked in such a hurry that I was penniless. This is the end of the calf. No, I have to find a way to fill my stomach first. Unconsciously, he came to a library. While thinking about it, a big hand suddenly reached out to him. A man pushed him into the library, and it said, "What are you still doing? Take Hu Bing and hurry up to the library to organize the manuscript." Then he handed him a cookie. Without thinking, he took the cake. He took a few bites. "Mom, it's so delicious." This is interesting. He was still thinking about how to fill his stomach, and someone brought the cake. But what's the point of organizing a manuscript? When he looked up, he saw many people present. All of them were teenagers the same size as him. Someone said, "Hurry up and tidy up. I heard that Li Chunfing and Li Zhenren will come to our library later to teach the 9 chapters of arithmetic." That's a golden opportunity. Li Chunfing is a famous figure in the Tang dynasty. He is a Taoist priest, but also an astronomer, mathematician, and Yi scholar. He is proficient in astronomy, calendar calculation, yin and yang, and Taoism. Such a person, who came to this library, must be greeted well. Really? That's great. Our probability of passing the Ming-Suan section has increased again this year. In the Tang dynasty, the regular subjects of the Imperial examination mainly included 6 major subjects, namely Xukai, Mingjing, Jinshai, Mingfa, Mingxiu, and Mingxiu. Which subject is very important? The ancients did not have many textbooks on arithmetic, and they were good at 9 chapters on arithmetic. If you can solve the problem, then obviously it's a no-brainer. But the problems in the 9 chapters of arithmetic are extremely difficult, and there are very few people in the world who can solve them. It turns out that Li Chunfing is coming to this bookstore, which is a good thing for everyone. No wonder they were preparing books early in the morning. And Li Minutes happened to meet. While he was thinking, someone suddenly pointed at him. "You, go to the school and sort out the manuscripts. Others will dry the scrolls and distribute them uniformly. Don't neglect Li Zhenren." Yes. Before he could finish biting the cake, he was pushed into the school again. In this entrance hall, people in Yu reading www.uukanzu.com were very busy, and no one looked at him. He went behind a screen with a volume of 9 chapters of arithmetic spread out on it. He looked at the title above and smiled. This ancient man is still not smart enough to solve such a simple problem. Hey, I saw some topics written on the scroll in front of him. There is one in particular that says so. There is a pool of 1 Jiang square, and there is a newly born reed in the pond, 1 Kai above the water surface. If it is led to the shore, it is just flush with the shore. How deep is the water, and how long is the reed? He laughed. Then he picked up the pen and began to write the answer on the scroll. The base of the triangle is 5 feet, the height is the depth of the pool x feet, and the hypotenuse is the length of the gill x plus 1 feet. 25 plus x2 equals x plus 1. 2 equals x2 plus 2x plus 1. 2x equals 251. 2x equals 24. X equals 12. So, water depth. The reed is 3 feet long. Then, I looked at other topics. These subjects could not be simpler. He wrote down the answers one by one with his brush strokes. and also accompanied the steps to solve the problem. When he finished solving the problem, he looked up and looked around. People were still busy there. In the end, he also learned how people organize manuscripts at will. Unexpectedly, the man gave him 10 pennies. This money is really unrealistic. When others are rich, they may take the money to eat, drink and have fun. But he is different. He wants to make a big one. Although there are only 10 papers, it is possible for him to win billions of dollars with 10 papers. Chapter 4: A Little Regret. Life is nothing more than clothing, food, shelter and transportation. He has no shortage of clothes for the time being, but there is no food or shelter. Lee Minutes only had 10 cents in his arms. In the early Tang dynasty, the purchasing power of 1 cent was quite limited. Some scholars believe that a painted fine porcelain plate is about 10 cents, 5 cents a night in an inn, and 25 cents a day for board and lodging. Therefore, Lee Minutes' 10 pennies were only enough to stay in the inn for 2 days, without food. How can I make more money with gold fingers? He instantly thought of a solution. Sell poetry. He can instantly search for classics from various dynasties. Write it down and sell it. But where to sell it? Outside the Imperial prison. There are more nobles and more rich people there. In this way, you are not afraid of losing sales, and you can maximize your benefits. Selling poetry requires pen, ink and paper. Paper is too expensive for him to buy, but pen and ink can. As for paper, think otherwise. So, he went to the place where the writing and ink pen books were sold. He didn't know that just after he left, there were hundreds of people on the back, surrounded by a middle-aged man, and came to the bookstore, which was very lively. After they entered the library, the man saluted the crowd. Everyone loves you so much, and I, Lee Chunfing, are indebted. It is His Majesty's hope to teach you how to be a good seedling. You must study hard. It turned out that this person was Lee Chunfing, who was born with a Dogxianfing, and looked full of energy. He sits above the podium, and the previous screen has also been removed. There are a lot of people sitting down there. Lee Zenran is admirable for the people and the country. The speaker is the master of the bookstore, called Chen Hong. Lee Chunfing said, why don't we start now? When everyone said yes, they became quiet. Lee Chunfing was treated like the stars holding the moon, which made him smile. Facing the hundreds of students below, he opened the 9 chapters on arithmetic. I don't know if I don't see it. I was startled when I saw it. His eyes did not change, and he kept staring at the booklet. And the more I looked at it, the more shocked I became. He muttered, "This. Who did this?" Everyone was puzzled, and Chen Hong seemed to sense something was wrong. He stepped forward and asked, "Really, what's wrong? Isn't this booklet with 9 chapters on arithmetic wrong? Should I have someone change it?" Then I saw the writing on the tablet. Write the entire booklet to the fullest. Could not help but get angry. Who did it? Who wrote on the tablet? Who? As soon as these words came out, everyone panicked. After all, it was they who sorted it out just now, and no one can get rid of it. And the only ones who can enter the classroom are these children. It might be a kid who made a prank. That's when Chen Hong was about to get angry. Lee Chunfing said, "A genius, really a genius." He was able to solve all the answers to all the questions, and he also provided such a novel way to solve them. I have lived for so long, and I didn't know there was such a method in this world. It really makes me ashamed. This is what everyone said in a fog. What happened? Could it be that someone touched the tablet and solved the problem above? So Lee Chunfing was surprised. What kind of genius is that? Then, he said, "Chen Hong, are you playing tricks on me on purpose? Are you embarrassing me on purpose?" This scared Chen Hong and said quickly, "Lee Zenran, how dare we?" "Then how do you explain that?" "This, I don't know either. I don't know who wrote the answer on it. I can swear to God, this is not what we did." His expression is sincere, nothing like a liar. That being said, it wasn't intentional. When Lee Chunfing heard this, his eyes were full of fire. "Whoever can answer this must be a genius. You must find out who did it. I'll go meet your majesty right now," Lee Chunfing said excitedly. The students below were all stunned. "What about today's class? Didn't he say he wanted to teach you 9 chapters of arithmetic? Why does this happen? Chen Hong stepped forward and said, Li Zhenren, this student is still here, why don't you go after class first? Everyone also looked at him, hoping that he could finish the lecture before leaving. However, he said, no, it's no small matter at this time. I must meet your majesty, but I can't afford to lose such a talent. I'm sorry. As for the class, I will teach it another day. Farewell. After finishing, Li Chunfing took the booklet directly out of the library, leaving 100 people sluggish there. Hey! Who the hell is this? And why do you have to answer at this time? Chen Hong sighed. And that Li Chunfing went directly to the Ji Palace. He was walking with wind, and was very eager to tell Li Shimin the news. Li Shimin is still depressed because of what happened to Li Minutes yesterday. Seeing Li Chunfing so flustered, he couldn't help but get nervous. Couldn't be what happened? You know, Li Chunfing is an astronomer, and some celestial phenomena have to be observed by him. Once there is any bad omen, he will definitely come to him as soon as possible. Is it? I see, your majesty. Why is aching so flustered? Your majesty, all the topics in the 9 chapters of arithmetic have been figured out. Isn't the topic of chapter 9 arithmetic figured out long ago? What's the panic? Your majesty, this minister is wrong. The algorithm of chapter 9 arithmetic has been improved. It only takes 3 or 4 steps to completely solve the problem. With regard to Meng Suan, that is very important. Because it is very important, it will be used in marching and fighting, and the astrology will also be used. The key point is that it is even more important for the development of science and technology. Therefore, in the imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty, it was regarded as a separate discipline. What did you say? Li Shimin was very surprised. He has also learned to calculate, and he knows that the problem of Jujian arithmetic can't be written with a piece of paper 2 feet long. Sometimes it even takes 10 feet long to write the answer. Look, your majesty. Li Chunfing was so excited that he presented the booklet. The eunuch on the side quickly put away the things and handed them over to Li Shimin. After Li Shimin watched it, the whole person was fixed there. This. What text is this? Your majesty, this is the text of Dashi. As far as I know, it was introduced to the Central Plains as early as the Three Kingdoms period. The so-called Great Food is the ancient name of the Arab country. Arabic numerals were invented early, and they were introduced into the Central Plains earlier, but they did not develop. Li Chunfing actually understands these numbers, which is a very deep research. Can you understand the relationship? Li Chunfing behaved a little unnaturally. I still don't know a lot about some symbols, but this person is able to simplify the complexities. This kind of realm is not a result of 30 years. If you can find this person, it will definitely make the Tang dynasty's Ming dynasty to a higher level. The power of the Tang dynasty, it will speed up again. If he knew that the other party was only a teenager, his expression must be very interesting. This handwriting. Li Shimin seemed to see that the handwriting was somewhat familiar. Li Chunfing added, this person's handwriting is vigorous, and he must have 10 years of skill. You don't have to look for it, I know who this person is, Li Shimin said firmly. This made Li Chunfing a little shocked. You are reading www.uukansu.com. Your Majesty really knows who it is? This is Yaina's handwriting. Li Minutes' calligraphy was taught by him. The child's writing was very distinctive, and he could see it at a glance. What do you mean, Your Majesty? This handwriting is the handwriting of my 6th son, Li Yin. How could this be so? Then can I ask the 6th prince to come out and solve the puzzle? Li Chunfing was overjoyed. If you want Li Minutes to come out, that will be good for the future of Datang. Don't mention it. You go down and study his solution carefully. As for finding him, let's talk about it later. Why can't you just ask directly? Still going in such a big circle? Obviously, he doesn't know what happened last night. Your Majesty, why? Don't ask why, just do your research. Seeing that Li Shimin seemed angry, Li Chunfing didn't dare to ask any more. Only yes. Li Shimin's face became very strange. Just after Li Minutes was kicked out, He did such a shocking thing. Is everything as he said? Shouldn't he marry Princess Chengel? I don't understand. I don't understand. I can't. You go down. Yes. Li Chunfeng withdrew with doubts. He said in his heart that he must find the sixth prince to help him solve his doubts. No matter what, they all require methods, even if they worship him as a teacher. As for Li Shimin, he remembered what Li Minutes had said when he left. Is called, come on, quickly send someone to Shandong and Henan to check the river, and report immediately if there is any situation. Yes. Chapter 5. My mind has been decided. After a night of fermentation last night, the news that Li Minutes was demoted to a citizen spread throughout Chainan. It can be said that no one knows. No one knows. But people just know that there is such a prince living in the people. But I don't know what he looks like. Ancient times are not as good as modern times, but anyone with a head and face will be known by others. Li Minutes has always been alone in the palace, and he is growing up. He is the same every day, and not many people know him. But in turn, like Li Shimin's loyal ministers, he only knows about 70% to 80% of them. As for the children of loyal ministers, most of them did not know each other. That being said, let alone anywhere else. Therefore, he is among the people, and no one knows his existence. But those who knew him were shocked when they heard the news that he had left home. In Hongfu Temple, Queen Qingsun put down the beads and stopped chanting. Her face became a little ugly. What? Yaina was demoted to a commoner by His Majesty? Why did his father and son quarrel again? Saying these words again, it can be seen that Li Mingguai makes people feel uneasy. It is no wonder that Li Shimin will be called a rebel. I heard that the sixth prince severely injured His Royal Highness and the concubine. A palace maid said, oh, so what's wrong with them? My servant dared to say something. Although His Royal Highness and the concubine were seriously injured, their spirits were very good. The two of them were talking and laughing this morning. Looking at the situation, the two were seriously injured and it was a bit of a pretense. But the hurt is real, just not particularly serious. Empress Zhangsun thought for a while and said, in this case, Yaina's force is really high. But it's normal for children to fight. I think back then, His Majesty also learned martial arts with his brother, and he was injured. In the end, the brothers were not together. As before, she thought it was normal, then thought again. There must be people who are interfering with this, instigating Gaina and Chonga, deliberately want to destroy the royal relationship and drive away the scorpion. This will not work. I have to go back and see. It has only been out for so long, and it's messed up like this. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she was. Go back. Ben Gong will go back now. Swing back to the palace. But Queen, you are ill now and need to rest in the temple. A palace maid responded. It turned out that Empress Qingsun was recuperating in the temple due to illness and did not attend Princess Chengel's wedding. She wanted to participate, but Li Shimin kept asking her to rest. But she didn't go. I don't want such a big thing to happen because of her absence. If she was there, it wouldn't be like this. At least she will persuade Li Shimin. Li Minxing also found out that she was not there, otherwise it would be a long way to go out of the palace. How can I calm down? Such a big thing happened. Although Yaina was not born to me, he is still a child. The blood in his body is the blood of the royal family. How can it be left to the people? What kind of pedigree? Sure enough, for a generation of virtuous queens, all they think about are Li Shimin and the majesty of the royal family. Even if Li Minutes was not her own child, she would still care. The family is harmonious and everything is prosperous, the small family is harmonious, and the country is strong. But your majesty said you can't leave here. We dare not refuse. Hurry up and drive back to the palace. This palace is going back to the palace. I persuade your majesty to take it back. Empress Zhangsun ignored so much and said directly, no matter where the maids dared to disobey, they had to do what she wanted. The group of people waited, and they headed for the palace in a mighty manner. At the same time, in Chainan City, Fang Xuanling jumped up from the bed. What? After the wedding last night, I came back early. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Did the sixth prince really run away from home because he beat up his royal highness and consort? Yes. Xinguogong, news from the palace this morning. If I were there, I wouldn't let this happen. He thought, and then said, no. The sixth prince is still His Majesty's own son no matter what, plus the blood relationship of the previous dynasty. If he is expelled from the royal family, it will definitely make the people think more, thinking that the palace is not in harmony. I have to go back and ask your majesty to take it back! The more he thought about it, the more wrong he was. Come here, prepare the car, enter the palace. As for Cheng Mansion, Cheng Yojin was more than half awake. Last night, everyone was happy and drank too much. Many people were drunk and slept until noon before waking up. When they woke up, the first news was that Li Minutes had been kicked out of the palace. Cheng Yojin immediately woke up when he heard that Li Minutes was demoted. The sixth prince is really daring. There are not many people in my old Chengfu, and that kid suits me very well. For this, I have to mention it to your majesty when I enter the palace. Such a talent can't be regarded as a legacy. Your majesty, I must have been deluded by my mind. This can't be done. I have to go back and persuade me. Come here, prepare a horse. I want to enter the palace. Not only that, but many officials who went back earlier yesterday were alarmed, and they all went for the same purpose. That is the Taikai Palace. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin grimaced. Seeing that Fang Xuanling, Cheng Yojin, Qin Kaiang and others were all there. What are you doing? Pleading for that renegade son? Get out of here. I have made up my mind. No one wants to change my decision. Everyone is helpless. Is this really the only way? They were scolded by Li Shimin's nose, but they didn't dare to say a word. It was originally a kind heart, but he didn't want to but hit Li Shimin, who was angry. Everyone suffers. You are reading www.uukansu.com until a female voice rang out. Li Shimin's eyes softened a little. Your Majesty, Yaina is still a child. Just let him go. How about letting him come back and apologize to you? Empress Zhangsun appeared, and she also persuaded her. For this woman, Li Shimin didn't have time to love her, so how could she blame her? But the tone was still bad. Queen, you are not resting in the temple. How are you coming back? Your Majesty, why didn't you tell me what happened in the palace? Concubine AI, you don't know something. Yesterday, that renegade contradicted me. Very arrogant. Let me ask, in this world, which child dares to talk back to his father? Where does my majesty go? You don't care about this. Okay. His Majesty's concubine thought that he would always be in the royal bloodline, and if he lived in the people, if there were 3 long and 2 short ones, even someone would say that your majesty can't even protect his own children. Li Shimin bonded. He said yesterday that he doesn't care about the position of the prince. I'm afraid that he is determined to leave this royal family. Concubine AI, don't say it anymore. You should go and rest. I've been tired all the way, and I feel distressed. Someone, send the queen to the harem to rest. Make no mistake, this will let Empress Changsun go to rest. How could Empress Changsun agree? Just as he was about to say something, he heard a soldier entering the palace in a panic. Your Majesty, there is news from Shandong and Henan. After finishing, the soldier presented 2 pieces of letter paper. The eunuch took it and presented it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin was shocked when he saw it. This. Chapter 6 Divine Calculation. Empress Zhangsun hasn't left yet, but she stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, what's the matter? Shandong has been raining heavily in the past few days, and Henan has caused flooding. If it is not treated in time, there will be serious problems. At this time, an official exclaimed, Yesterday, the 6th prince mentioned this matter. Can he count it? That's a godsend. Fang Xuanling and others were puzzled. What did Li Minutes say yesterday? The official just repeated what he said yesterday. Empress Changsun was too surprised to speak. This man can really predict the future and let His Majesty pay attention to Shandong and Henan? The more he said this, the more shocked he became. Li Shimin refused to believe it. HMPH, That's not just a coincidence. The area around Shandong and Henan has been flooded since ancient times. Li Minutes just guessed it by chance. Nothing to be surprised about. But being able to predict the time so accurately is also very powerful. Knowing in advance, we can prepare in advance. Queen Chengsun said. Li Shimin didn't want to say more on Li Minutes' issue. Just changed the subject. Now that we don't talk about the Nizai, who has a way to deal with the floods in Shandong and Henan. As soon as the question came out, the officials were quiet until Cheng Yojin opened his mouth. Your Majesty, since the sixth prince can predict, why not let him go to govern? It will be regarded as a merit. How about it? Li Shimin was silent. Why bring him up again? If Li Minutes was asked to do this at this time, Li Shimin himself would be very embarrassed. Fang Xuanling followed Cheng Yojin's words and said, yes, Your Majesty, why not let him try? Maybe he can save the people of Shandong and Henan from fire and water. More and more people are interceding for Li Minutes. But Li Shimin does not eat this set. He can save the Tang dynasty from the water and fire. So what do I do? He doesn't care about being a prince. I'm still used to him. And since ancient times, there is no joke. Since I have expelled him from the royal family, then it is necessary to take him out again. Has he recalled? If so, who would dare to listen to what I have to say in the future? Huh? Do you talk about it? He was determined not to listen. No one said it was useless. This made everyone quiet down. We don't talk about it. In fact, Li Shimin loves face very much. And still on top, Li Minutes was recalled because of one thing, which he couldn't do. More will not do. At the same time, concubine Yang appeared. People wondered why she appeared. Is it also because of Li Minutes? Li Minutes caused the entire palace to be disturbed. This seems to have never happened before. My concubine pays homage to your majesty and empress. When she came, it was a salute. Li Shimin was puzzled. He said again, concubine Yang, if you persuade me because of Li Minutes, then you should go back early. I have made up my mind. Persuasion is useless. Everyone also thought that she was here for Li Minutes' business. Unexpectedly, she said, no, Your Majesty. The concubine will not influence His Majesty's decision. It's just that when the concubine passed outside the palace just now, I heard that there was a flood in Shandong and Henan. Such a big event cannot be ignored. And I thought that someone could come forward to deal with it. He couldn't be more suitable. Oh, who? The Duke of Qi can do it. Duke Qi is the title of the eldest grandson Wu Ji. As soon as these words were said, everyone took a deep breath. After all, at this juncture, concubine Yang dared to say so. Why? Because Li Minutes was forced to leave before. The eldest grandson Wu Ji also contributed. In addition, Chengsun Wuji is the elder brother of Empress Chengsun. This kind of water control is a thankless task, and letting him go is undoubtedly making others suffer. Therefore, Empress Chengsun's face also became strange. Yang, what do you mean? This made Empress Chengsun a little puzzled. She kindly pleaded for Li Minutes' matter, but concubine Yang wanted to embarrass Chengsun Wuji. Queen, the meaning of the concubine body is that the Duke of Qi can bring the eldest grandson Chong with him, and let the eldest grandson Chong get some credit. If it is successful in controlling the water, then the name of this concubine must be unbreakable, and it can also convince people. Being able to live up to the name. And the people know that Duke Qi's status is outstanding, and he went to visit as His Majesty. The people are more at ease. Li Shimin agreed with her words. It was really good. If it is really managed and people are convinced, Li Minutes will be convinced. This is what Li Shimin thought of. There was some truth to what Li Minutes said last night, but Li Shimin didn't want to admit that if he could get the credit for Chengsun Chong and marry Princess Le Chang, then he could say in front of Li Minutes, look, I'm still right. Lao Tzu's vision is not wrong. But others thought that concubine Yang was going to take revenge. Next is His Royal Highness the Prince. She must take revenge on the father and son of the eldest grandson Wu Ji because of Li Minutes. This kind of thankless thing, whoever goes to it is basically nothing. Of course, if Li Minutes was really allowed to go, the result would definitely be different. I don't want to, She said so, and even got Cheng Yojin's approval. I think this is very good. Being a concubine naturally has to solve problems for your majesty. Otherwise this concubine will not be satisfactory. Wu Ji is also very talented. It's a pity not to play. As a royal person, it is natural to contribute to the royal family. Cheng Yojin's words expressed everyone's feelings. For a while, there were more than a dozen people who actually said the same thing as him. Xu Anling, what do you think? Li Shimin was undecided, so I asked Fang Xu Anling. I thought that the sixth prince might be able to. Enough. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Don't say anything. I have decided. I will let Wu Ji and Chonga go to Shandong and Henan areas, and let them treat the flood. When will they be cured? And when will they come back and get married? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately obeyed the imperial edict. This is fast, otherwise there will be a real flood and everything will be too late. Your Majesty is wise. Concubine Yang said again immediately. It gave people the illusion that she really did it on purpose. This is how the same thing? Everyone was puzzled that Li Shimin's explanation was that the position of the ruler of the country was not easy to hold, and he was embarrassed to give Zhang Sun Wuji the title of first credit if he didn't make some achievements. In addition to what happened to Princess Cheng'el some time ago, she brought Cheng Sun Chong along by the way, hoping it would be of some use. Zhang Sun Wuji and his son still don't know that they are arranged. As a result, Cheng Sun Chong's marriage will be delayed again. Okay, you all go down, I'm tired. Finally, Li Shimin told everyone to leave. Yang walked out of the room. He murmured, Mingjia, you are really clever. The mother and concubine also talked about this matter with your majesty as you wished, and asked their father and son to take care of the flood, but it would be no good to go. Besides, just in time. Move them away in case they're against you. She sighed. It was also last night that Li Minutes left concubine Yang a note on which to teach her how to do it. Today, she came to Tji Palace as he intended, and let the two fathers and sons, Cheng Sun Wuji, be transferred away. Really useful. As revenge. Li Minutes, who was outside, had no way of knowing what happened in the palace. At this time, he was outside the Imperial prison and set up a big sign, ready to fight. Chapter 7. Guo Zijian is located in the west of Wabenfang, occupying half of Wabenfang. It was the highest university in the Tang dynasty, with 300 students, and all the students were children of nobles, so Li Minutes directly set his sights on it. Only here is the fastest place to get money. And he has a super browser, if he wants. There is no poetry he can't get. Poetry or something, for him, it's just as simple as copying. In addition, he has studied poetry, and sometimes only small changes are needed. It is more suitable for the situation, it is more shocking, and it is easy to get money. Of course, this time, there is some inconvenience in coming here, that is, there may be acquaintances. So he put makeup on himself. Become not like yourself. When he arrived, he walked outside the door of a restaurant, which was located directly opposite the door of the Imperial College, and the location was excellent. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man, and when he saw him, he approached enthusiastically. This waiter, what would you like to eat? The shopkeeper, can I borrow a table to use outside your door? The shopkeeper looked him up and down. Li Minutes was dressed in ordinary clothes and had fair skin. What does this child do with the table if he doesn't eat? I was puzzled. Guessed, I'm the one who opens the door to do business. If I lose a table, I will make a lot less money. And you occupy my door. How can I do business? It seemed he would not. This door to do business. Every moment is a cost. There's no benefit in borrowing your desk, so why do it? Everyone is open to business. There is no reason to be a philanthropist to help you. But Li Minutes was not in a hurry. The shopkeeper, if I lend you a table and put it outside the door, your business will be more than 10 times what it used to be. Is this kid stupid? Business will be better if the table is placed outside the door. Not to mention that Marquis Wu came to drive him away. But it is true that the table will be damaged by the wind and the sun outside the door. Guest, don't say anything stupid. How is this possible? If this is the case, How can there be so much difficult business in the world? There was a look of disbelief on his face. Tang's various businesses are waiting to be developed, and nothing can be done well. As for the guy next to him, he looked at Lee Minutes with a slightly mocking look. The world is full of wonders. Today, it is strange that someone borrowed a table. The shopkeeper, I think he's here to make trouble. Why not drive him out? A guy said so. No, this person must be crazy. Don't eat. What table do you borrow? Go away. I think he has no money, doesn't eat, and wants to find a place to sit. Lee Minutes ignored these people because they didn't understand. Can't be the master again. He went on to say, the shopkeeper, do you dare to gamble? Don't gamble. Don't gamble. It's not good for me if you win the gamble. Let's go. This was the order of expulsion. Well, the time limit for half a stick of incense is limited. If it fails to make your business better, how about I pay 10 cents to rent your desk? You have nothing to lose. Lee Minutes said so. In fact, after he bought something just now, he was penniless, so he had to mention 10 more. It's just that the shopkeeper is willing to give him the table, otherwise he won't be able to sell poems faster. 10 when? 2 days of accommodation. Half a stick of incense seems to be worth it. As for those guys, they kept their mouths shut. The person who said he had no money was beaten in the face. But I still think, is there something wrong with this young man? He rents a table for 10 pennies. The shopkeeper thought for a while and said, okay, only half a stick of incense. Grateful. Don't be grateful. I'm also looking at money's sake. The shopkeeper is also a sincere person, and he has something to say. After that, he greeted the man to move the table outside the door. As for Lee Minutes, he erected a striking billboard. The billboard stands tall and can be seen from afar. He sat down and saw his pen and inkstone in front of him, but there was no paper. But that doesn't matter. His advertisement has attracted the attention of many people. People began to crowd around, and more people came. These people have never seen this form of advertising and find it very novel. What made everyone more curious and stopped was the words written on his billboard. Poetry in the world. Who else is mine? 5 words and 7 laws, charge according to the words. As soon as these 16 characters came out, everyone didn't care. Are people crazy like this now? People started talking and pointing. Some people say that he is not self-sufficient and dares to call himself number 1 at a young age. Others said he was crazy about money. When did literati sell poetry based on words? When did poetry become so valuable? Really young and frivolous. Lee Minutes ignored everyone, but closed his eyes and rested. He just wants to create some sensation in order to attract tourists, especially those from Guozijian. The more these people pay attention, the more he likes them. According to his query on the browser, this Guozijian will assign exercises every time, no matter who it is. They must submit it, otherwise they will be punished. And it is precisely these aristocratic children, many of which are just messing around. How can they know what poetry and literature are? Therefore, they need poetry to deal with. So these people are their own customers. Accurate customer groups can increase conversion rates. Simply put, it's a quick buck with them. It's 100 times faster than making money in the ghetto. Over time, more and more people here. Soon his booth was filled with water. Even some shrewd small traders sold food and toys on the side. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. It has become a market here. However, no one took the initiative to buy poetry, because it was too expensive, and they all waited and watched. At the same time, the shopkeeper of the restaurant was stunned when he looked at Lee Minutes. When the flow of people rises, it means that your business has improved. It seems that the 10 texts can't be obtained by themselves. But it was a business explosion. The restaurant is busy. Made him smile. Those guys were even more ashamed. Are all the kids so awesome these days? A table can achieve this effect. Who is this seemingly ordinary person? A lot of questions flashed through their minds, until the shopkeeper shouted, "What are you still doing? Come and help." "Dude is very busy," the shopkeeper said. "Bring that person a cup of tea and snacks." His attitude changed 180 degrees. 10 articles are no longer important. and now his business has increased more than 10 times. But the guys couldn't squeeze in because there were too many people. After a long time, Lee Minutes looked at the sky. "It's almost time," he murmured, and the people next to him heard it. "What about the time?" As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of Gyozijin opened wide, and hundreds of noble students walked out from it. They swarmed towards the street. It was discovered that he was waiting for these people. This boy is very purposeful. What is he trying to do? Chapter 8. I'm about to flip the table. The gate of the Imperial College opened. The noble children inside began to flock out, like birds out of cages. The outside world is wonderful, and they don't want to be locked in that corner. These people were quickly attracted by the excitement ahead. Everyone likes to be lively, and there are already more than a dozen disciples heading towards Lee Minutes. At this time, Lee Minutes still closed his eyes, looking like an expert outside the world. The more he is like this, the more he can arouse people's curiosity. Is this young man so interesting? At this time, he heard two voices. Cheng Chubai, look, someone seems to be selling poetry ahead. Wait for me. Fang Yi's love. Isn't that Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi's love? Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling's sons were about the same age as him at this time. He immediately searched for information about the two men. All information at a glance. The corners of his mouth rose and he sneered. It turned out that these two were dudes. If you don't think about making progress, you will actually do some ridiculous things. The ink of the two is limited, and their reading scores are even worse. It's really good to make money for such a person. Seeing the two coming, everyone gave way. The two were terrifying. After all, what they are backing is the existence of the two great powers. As for Lee Minutes, he was very arrogant when he saw the two of them coming with some servants. He still closed his eyes. Some people, the more you give him face, the more he goes up against the wall. At this time, Fang Yi made his family members squeeze out of the crowd. He went to Lee Minutes first and saw the signboard. He muttered, "Selling poems, still billed by words. This person is probably poor and crazy, right?" Cheng Chubai followed behind and also saw him. "Look at this guy who is about the same age as us. How much literary talent can he have? He even sells poems. Isn't he a liar? How about we play him?" Fang Yi I said in a low voice. Cheng Chubai showed your understanding eyes. The two walked directly in front of Lee Minutes. "Hey, how much do you sell for each word of this poem? If you don't buy it, don't ask the price." Lee Minutes still didn't see the two of them in his eyes directly. This attitude makes people angry. "This kid is looking down on us," Cheng Chubai said on the side. "Boy, what do you mean? You sell poems without saying a price. What is this? Even if we don't buy it, there must be a price, right? Don't buy, don't ask. Poems are only sold to those who understand." "You, Fang Yisu, we can do this." Cheng Chubai approached Fang Yi's ear and spoke. Fang Yi sneered. Then he said, "I will buy it, but if you don't do it, well, I will not give you a cent of the money, and I will set up your stall." As soon as these words came out, it looked like a dandy. Where would ordinary people do this? Lee Minutes didn't think too much of a direct response. "Then do you want 5 words or 7 rules?" "What's the difference?" "The 7 laws are more favorable." "What's the price?" Everyone is also curious. 1 word cross. When Lee Minutes said the price, everyone was in an uproar. This is really crazy about money. Even if you read a novel in modern times, 1,000 words are only a dime, but Lee Minutes wants a dozen words. Many had disdainful expressions on their faces, because his price is really too high. Fang Yi's eyes didn't blink. 10 words were really nothing to him. "But it depends on how you spend it." "Several words." "Why don't you go grab it?" Cheng Chubai said on the side. "Cheng Chubai, let me come." Fang Yi said. Then he asked, 1 word and 10 words. "How much does that poem cost?" "How much is each word after the discount?" "What about such a simple math question?" Everyone scratching their heads. "How much is that?" Some people started to break their fingers and count. "Are you testing me? You obviously can't, right?" "Ha ha ha." 5 words, 4 sentences, 20 words, a total of 200 characters. 8 sentences and 400 characters. 7 rules, 4 sentences, 28 characters, a total of 280 characters, 8 sentences and 56 characters. You can get a better discount, and you can count as 500 characters. About 89 characters per cross. It turns out that this is the so-called discount. If you count it like this, each word is indeed a little less. There was no decimal point in ancient times, so Lee Minutes responded like this. Now everyone is a little convinced. I was thinking in my heart, this kid is very unexpected. Having said that, the number of poems is not too many, and the fewer the poems, the more difficult it is to write. Are you coming to Yuan or Kilu? I guess you will choose Kilu. After all, I think you are dressed up, so you should be good at money. It's just a few hundred words, and you don't even blink your eyes. As soon as this question came up, how could the good-faced Fang Yi AI choose Wu Yan? But Cheng Chubai would. Legacy, we don't have to listen to him, we just choose 5 words. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Yi hesitated. I choose 7 laws. It seems that your differences are 5 words or 7 laws. 5 words. 7 laws. Huh? Tell me after you've unified. I don't have time to talk to you in vain. This is probably the most arrogant selling poet. The money I spend, listen to me. It's just 7 rules. 4 sentences. I don't want discounts. Fang Yi AI finally added. Okay. Hand over the money first. What? I haven't seen the poem yet, but you want me to pay. Why are you like this? Fang Yi AI was very puzzled. That's my rule. If you don't want to spend money, get out. The more Lee Minutes was like this, the more rebellious he became. Come here, take out the 280 pennies. Finally he gave in. But the money is not good. He put the money on the table, and he said fiercely, you better do well, otherwise, you won't get a penny, and you will be beaten. Whether I'm doing well or not, I can let everyone see it together and ask everyone to comment. Folks, it's time to work. Some people say yes. Among these people are some literati. This young man, my apprentice, is Li Cheng. His writing is not very good, but his appreciation is okay. Me too. I have taught books for a few years. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. These people came out one after another. The shopkeeper of the restaurant also joined in to watch the excitement. He said, little brother, I have also read books for a few years, and dare to participate in the comments. So, thank you all. Lee Minutes saluted everyone. People also reciprocated. The so-called courtesy is not surprising, even if some people disdain him. But how they see themselves is their business. He doesn't interfere. Okay, very good. You can write poetry. What's the subject? The topic is summer. How about the appearance of tanchai, flowers and leaves, etc.? When this question came out, everyone was shocked. It's too difficult, isn't it? They all broke into a cold sweat for Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes suddenly said, wait. Everyone wonders, what is he doing? Why wait again? Is it really impossible to do it? Or is the title of Fang Yi too figurative? What's wrong? Is it too difficult? If it's too difficult, I'm going to overturn the table. Fang Yi AI threatened. Cheng Chubai rolled up his sleeves. Let's just say he's a liar. Now he's showing his true colors, right? Come on. Don't let him run away. As soon as he shouted, the family members gathered around. Everyone also broke into a cold sweat for Lee Minutes. What will he do next? P.S. Update instructions. The book is signed. Starting tomorrow, the first update at 12 o'clock noon, and the second update at 2000 hours. When there are more manuscripts, it will explode in time, and ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 9 Unremarkable. Is there a blank sheet of paper? Everyone is down. You are a poetry seller, and you don't even have a blank sheet of paper ready? It feels like a no-brainer business. As everyone knows, white paper is precious now. How can he buy so many things with 10 pennies? Cheng Chubai was about to hit him, and immediately took his hand back. That's it. I said you sell poetry but don't buy paper. Is there any business you do? If it weren't for the situation, I would sell my words here. As soon as he said that, Everyone nodded and said yes. Yeah, who would do business in a place like this if they were rich? Cheng Chubai couldn't take it any longer. Isn't it just paper? I just happened to be prepared. Come and give him 50 pieces of white paper. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. 50 blank sheets of paper, that's a lot of money. Sure enough, he was a son of a nobleman who could afford to read Guo Zijian. Rich. If he did this, if Cheng Yojin knew, he would definitely be beaten. Although he has wealth, he is not so defeated. Completely a loser. Cheng Chubai was very proud of everyone's performance. There was a word written on his face. Cool. Soon, someone put the paper on Li Minut's table. He looked. Although the paper is white, the texture is not very good. If you make it yourself, you will definitely make it better. But this kind of thing is too laborious, and I dare not do it without money. Right now, let's talk about earning him 10 taels of silver first. Sure enough, he's a child of a rich family. If you buy poetry in a while, he'll give you a little cheaper, he said. Of course, my father is Guo Gong. As soon as this statement came out, it attracted the envy of everyone. People respect Cheng Yojin, and he can be regarded as a great hero. Unexpectedly, his son turned out to be him. But sometimes it was a little sigh. The second generation of the official seemed to be a playboy. As for Fang Yi, they probably guessed who his father was. But he is the son of the prince. What is that? Li Minutes didn't even want to be a prince, so would he still envy them? They also don't know where the superiority comes from. Hey, why don't you write soon? Did you delay the time on purpose? Fang Yi I was a little anxious. The money was spent, but not a single word was seen. What's the hurry? I haven't polished the ink yet. Just wait. This. Nothing to prepare, but also out to make money. People are puzzled. Watching Li Minutes slowly rubbing ink. Someone is upset. You are too slow. I'll grind it. Cheng Chubai took Li Minutes' inkstone and began to grind it. The speed of this thing grinding ink is really fast. That strength is also very good, just like his father Cheng Yojin. Take advantage of this gap. Li Minutes had already started searching on the topic of summer to appear Tanchai, flowers and other things. Powerful search engines give him many poems about summer directly. He saw Yang Wanless song after all, West Lake in the middle of June. But there is no place named Tanchai. This Tanchai is a lake around Chainan. Li Shimin often went there to escape the summer. And it is a lake, which just fits with the West Lake. If it is interchanged, the meaning is also there. Therefore, Li Minutes wanted to change, so he asked with a smile, have you polished the ink? Don't make everyone wait too long. Cheng Chubai had the heart to kill. I'm really helping you grind ink? You think it's as simple as drinking water, and urging me again? What is this? Thank you very much. Cheng Chubai, hurry up. I can't wait. Even Fang Yi I followed suit. Cheng Chubai thought, why is it always me who gets hurt? I knew I wasn't so proactive. It's coming soon. What a hurry. But the mouth still said. Finally, he was done. And Li Minutes picked up the pen even more unhurriedly, pretending to be contemplative. Then, he wrote the first verse on a blank sheet of paper. Chain and Tanchai in the middle of June. When everyone saw this poem, the straightforward way of describing it seemed unremarkable. More people came to see the fun. As for the love of the housewife, it is a laugh. Such a simple poem. I can do it too. Going to be charged 70 for these 7 words. It's a joke. The shopkeeper still understands. What's the hurry? If you don't look at the back, you jump to conclusions. This is not what the literati did. He is on Li Minutes' side. After all, he has brought good business to himself. No, it's not too late to look at the next 3 sentences. Someone else said, I think this boy's handwriting is good. If it is framed, it seems that it is not a loss. As for Li Minutes' handwriting, it is obvious to all. Although it is not as good as the master's work, it is also very distinctive. Look. He wrote the second sentence. The scenery is not the same as the 4 seasons. As soon as the second sentence came out, everyone began to be slightly shocked. The unadorned and unadorned verses depict the beautiful scenery that makes people nostalgic. A few people even recited it over and over again. This poem looks ordinary, but it actually has a profound meaning. Others even started urging to write the last two sentences. At this time, Fang Yi didn't dare to question it anymore. "What about the last two sentences?" he said. "No hurry." And it seems Lee Minutes tried his best to grasp the rhythm. "After all, if you don't want to write it out directly, it's too much, and it will make people think it's memorized." So, he slowed down as much as he could. No matter how slow it is, it will kill everyone in this era in seconds. Legacy. He seems to have two brushes. Cheng Chubai on the side also said, although he didn't have any ink in his stomach, he also knew some poems. "Don't be noisy, let's take a look." Lee Minutes smiled. You read www.uukanzu.com and then picked up the pen again. "Write the last two sentences. The lotus leaves in the sky are infinitely green, and the lotus flowers in the sun are different." As soon as these two sentences came out, the crowd applauded. Meow meow meow. Well, others said, such a masterpiece is not only worth 280 words. Tentals of silver are possible. This house is considered a treasure. Such a poem is really a masterpiece, a master of the world. The shopkeeper said, "Little brother, it's really disrespectful that you are so talented." The ancients respected those who did literature from the bottom of their hearts. Needless to say, this poem is beyond people's imagination. That housewife will not say anything more. In other words, the ancient scholar who sells characters has half of his creativity, and he will not starve some people to death, nor will he become a poor scholar. Don't look at it. This poem is mine. The crowd read the poem over and over again. Fang Yi suddenly stepped forward and rolled up the paper, for fear of being carried off. This behavior made everyone laugh. Cheng Chubai came over and said to Fang Yi, just as Confucius said, each person has to hand in a poem. Why don't I buy it from him too? It's up to you. Anyway, I have poems to hand in tomorrow. Fang Yi said so. Lee Minutes collected the money, and this second pot of gold has begun to be harvested. He is not greedy either. If you also want to buy poetry, I will only charge you 250. The love of the housewife is unhappy. Why does he want 208? He's 205? It's not fair. Chapter 10 Confucius and Mencius. The paper in your hand belongs to Cheng Chubai. He gave me so many pieces of paper, and I gave him a little cheaper. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Lee Minutes' approach made everyone give a thumbs up, gained a wave of goodwill from people. To be so knowledgeable about the world at such a young age will be incredible in the future. Cheng Chubai imitated the appearance of an adult. A salute with Lee Minutes. Thank you. For nothing else, get him a poem that is cheaper than Fang Yi's love. Friends always like to compare. He is on this level, a level higher than Fang Yi's love. Don't be too polite. Come, hand over the money first. He doesn't play tricks. I respect you, but you still have to hand over your money. Pay first, then write poetry. It is only right and proper. Yes, you guys, don't hurry up and send the money. Cheng Chubai shouted. In a panic, the family members brought the money up. What kind of poetry are you going to write? Lee Minutes asked, the money in his arms. It's still summer. There will be tanchai, flowers and leaves. Cheng Chubai couldn't think of anything to write. So it's the same as Fang Yi's love. Those who didn't know thought he was doing it on purpose. Anyone who has written poetry knows that it is enough to write the same topic once, but twice is simply testing people, so this time is difficult. Some people also started to practice. Fang Yi smiled, a little gloating. HMPH, have you been in trouble this time? The worst thing about writing a poem is that you can write two poems in a short period of time with the same things but different moods, and everyone is satisfied. Although Lee Minutes wrote a poem just now, but Fang Yi was upset because he didn't give him a favor. That's it? Yes. As you wish. How could Lee Minutes be in trouble? He immediately started searching. When he found Sushai's poems, he smiled. Take it directly and change it, and it can still be used for the occasion. So, I picked up the pen again. Everyone was shocked. Don't think about it again. The shopkeepers shout. Do you have inspiration so soon? The little brother is really a genius. Someone else said. This seems impossible, right? We didn't even have a clue. And he actually picked up the pen again. Some people even said, looking at the past, I am afraid that only Confucius and Mencius can do this. They even compared him to Confucius and Mencius, which is a very high evaluation. Regarding everyone's comments, Lee Minutes was very indifferent. After all, these praises cannot be eaten as meals. It can't be realized. He wants money now. And any false name is all the past and nothingness. Nothing works to make money faster. He penned, it's good when the water is clear, and the mountains are full of leaves and rain. The first half of this sentence is still unremarkable, but it is still unsatisfactory. At this time, people didn't dare to say bad things, and no one came out to make irresponsible remarks. They all want to know what kind of existence the next two sentences are. People's eyes became very urgent. But he was unhurried. How about two more sentences? Someone asked, what's the hurry? Just look at it. Someone responded. Lee Minutes slowly wrote the last two sentences. If you want to compare Tanchituxisi, light makeup and heavy makeup are always appropriate. When he wrote, nearly 100 people were in an uproar. It is a good sentence to compare Tanchituxisi. Meow meow meow. The metaphor is anthropomorphic, and the artistic conception is striking. The people who looked down on Lee Minutes just now are all convinced now. It must be a genius to be able to write two suitable poems in a very short period of time. However, Lee Minutes thought, a few capitals are fine. What's wrong with my big country? The most poetry. People give him the highest rating. The rhythm of this poem is very beautiful. Another masterpiece, like the previous one. It's all work by God, powerful. God-man, reaching the pinnacle of attainments. Who would have thought that these two articles are written the same thing? Why is it so well written? That is the work of a great writer. Even if only a small change is made, it is still a masterpiece. Lee Minutes didn't know, but at this time there was one more introduction about him. In the early Tang dynasty, a great writer created the era of selling gold with words, so that the paid text can be circulated in Tang, bringing changes to the income of literati and poets. From then on, there are countless literati in the Tang dynasty. If you search, the number of poems will skyrocket tenfold. Of course, this is something. These people started to riot. At the same time, it attracted some attention, and an old man walked out of the Imperial prison. He came to the lively place. Cheng Chubai was overjoyed when he saw such a masterpiece. He quickly took this poem into his arms. He said happily, tomorrow there is a poem to hand in. It's great. As for other aristocratic students, they took the money out of their arms and said, I want to buy one. 5 words. I'll order 1 too. 5 words too. I want a 7 laws. You can write whatever you want. And me, I want to. For a while, the whole scene became chaotic. The noble children are very enthusiastic. Some literati even joined in. They only reacted later. Some people didn't want their faces anymore, and shouted directly, Sir, if you can make a song for me, I can also pay for it. Some people directly call Lee Minutes a gentleman. The word sir in ancient Chinese is an honorific title for a learned person. This shows that people's respect for Lee Minutes has risen to a certain level. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. I want one, no matter how much it costs. I'm going to frame it. Check it out every day before going to bed. Looking at Mr. S handwriting, you can read it all the time. The poetry is well written, and the writing is even better. By the way, what's the name of Mr. Sir, and me? People are too enthusiastic. It made Lee Minutes a little confused. This was something he didn't expect. The money came so fast. Makes people uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is a treasurer. He instructed the juniors and said, everyone line up, come one by one, don't make any confusion. Although this person was a little annoying at first, at this time, he was a little liked. Giving money is a good person, of course, because he brought him business. This is what he should do. These people actually lined up obediently. It's good for everyone. Lee Minutes was very satisfied with everyone's performance. At this time, of course, the more demand, the better. No one has too much money. So he started writing. In an instant, there was 1,000 pennies in the account. After all, he also has more than 1,500 pennies. Cough cough. At this moment, someone suddenly coughed twice. This sudden sound made some noble disciples go straight to the ground. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi also felt bad, and they both left without saying goodbye and fled in a panic. This made Li Minutes a little unhappy. He finally started to make a lot of money. Who is it? This is not a glorious thing to block people's way of money. It wasn't until he saw the old face that he muttered, it was him. Chapter 11. Don't buy it. Seeing the visitors, Li Yan understood why Cheng Chubai, Fang Yi and the noble children left here because their master's teacher Kong Yingde appeared. That's an amazing thing. Confucian scholar Kong Yingde, one of the 18 scholars of the Tang dynasty, is now the Prince Shi, the 31st descendant of Confucius. It was said just now that Li was equal to Confucius and Mencius, and now the 31st descendant of Confucius has appeared. People are curious. What happened to these noble children? Why are they all gone? Someone gave money, but she did not take it. Little do they know that Kong Yingde, as the prince and the master, is even closer to Li Shimin's existence. If he finds out that they bought poems and tells the master directly, it will be difficult for him in the future. As soon as they left, these literati were even happier. No one was competing, so they squeezed in. Sir, they are gone. Why don't you write for us first? Yeah, sir, I want to. Can you give me a discount? Those who have no money directly stare at the text on the desktop and silently memorize it. Now is a good opportunity to learn. People's focus is on Li Minutes, but they don't care about Kong Yingde's appearance at all. Until someone found him and came over. No one recognized him. Isn't that the great scholar Kong Yingde? How did he come? It is said that he is the prince and the master. If he can be the prince's teacher, he is definitely a master. What's he doing here? He's not buying poetry, is he? These literati did not know that the princely Chenkian could not stand being tossed by him, because he likes obedient students. But Li Chenkian is not. Whenever there is anything that doesn't suit him, he will go directly to Li Shimin to complain. The so-called strict teacher produces high-level apprentices, but this is not the case here in Li Chenkian. In the end, he broke his back, much to the disappointment of Li Shimin. This is something. Everyone was surprised by his arrival. Do scholars also like to join in the fun? Want to buy one too? Or, he has no air and likes to have fun with the people? Everyone guessed. At the same time, he watched him walk towards Li Minutes. Everyone made way. They stopped talking. After all, he is special. Li Minutes also discovered him. He had met with Kong Yingde several times, but that was a year ago. Later, he lived in the palace and rarely showed up, so he rarely met with Kong Yingde. Kong Yingde may not recognize herself. Now that he's grown up a bit, and he's easy to change, Kong Yingde couldn't even recognize him. The world's poetry. Who else is mine? 5 words and 7 laws, charging by word. Young man, you are a little frivolous. You dare to say such things. Obviously, Kong Yingde looked down on what Li Minutes did. Old man, what do I have to do with you by selling money with words? The literati have always been lofty. How can they use patina to write essays? And no matter how I can be regarded as a bachelor appointed by your majesty, how can I be so rude? I do. You can't control it. Hey, Motu child, you are so snobbish. Where will the Tang dynasty go in the future? The Tang dynasty will let you all lose. Kong Yingde said it in a teaching tone. It was very unpleasant to hear. Sure enough, there was still resistance from the literati. Scholar Confucius, this is a good word. I think the poems written by Mr. are unique, and the artistic conception of the works is far away. If you read it 10 times, you will have different feelings, and it is not his intention to sell your words for money. If you have to, who will do it? This kind of thing? What's wrong with raising people with poetry? I think Mr. set an example for us literati, and in the future, no one with talent will starve to death. Yes, Master Kong, don't preach. No one is easy. You are now in such a high position. You know that there are still many people who are still hungry and have no money to spend. There are problems in life. Where is the time to dance and write? It's better to farm. Kong Yingda was astonished. No matter what, he was also a person with a head and face. When I questioned the posthumous students, I was even scolded by the common people and literati. This made his face a little embarrassed. Then I want to see how you write poems and sell them for money. I want 10. This is clearly going to make trouble. Lee Minutes thought to himself. 10 songs? Then use 8 sentences and 7 rules, so that you can make more money. So, he said, okay. Pay 5 pls of silver first. 5 pls of silver is equivalent to 5 pls of money. What kind of poetry is so expensive, and it costs 50 pls for 10? Kong Yingda was puzzled and a little regretful. Why didn't he ask the price first? 5 pls. Why don't you go grab it? Robbery? No, 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 that's a crime. You can ask the people here. Is there anything wrong with my charges? Lee Minutes asked the question. Many literati are on his side. Someone did the math and said, Sir, I've given you a bargain. Originally, a poem with 7 rules and 8 lines would cost 560 wen, and 10 poems would cost at least 5,600 wen, which is 600 wen less than yours. No, don't be ashamed. If you think it's too expensive, please let it go. We want to buy it. Yes, if it's not because you are an old man, you have to queue up. In this way, Kong Yingda is making trouble unreasonably. Public opinion has never been like this, and Kong Yingda has never encountered such a situation. He was respected wherever he went, but it's different here today. Because of this boy, the most unbearable thing is that Lee Minutes added, it doesn't matter, if you can't afford it. I won't force it. You let the people behind you buy it first. This is simply an insult to Kong Yingda. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. He said it out. If he said he couldn't afford it, he would inevitably lead to people's contempt. In Chainan City, there is even such a legend. The prince and the master had no money to buy poems, but they deliberately made things difficult for the 14-year-old boy. Ridiculously generous. Joke. I buy it. After finishing, he took out 5 pls of silver from his arms and put it on the table. Lee Minutes was welcome and went to get it directly, etc. Kong Yingda shouted, How? What the hell is this old man going to do? If you haven't done it yet, you have to take the money into your arms. What is this? Are you afraid that I will go back on it? He felt that this was an insult to him, and there was no precedent for collecting money before trading. You think too much. This is my rule of thumb. If I'm not satisfied, can I go back? What, are you kidding me? The money has come, and you want to get it back. What do you think I am, Lee Minutes? I won't give you a chance to retire either. After all, the poems copied are ancient masterpieces. But he also said, make no return, because you will be satisfied. This is very full of words. Kong Yingda smiled. Well, I'd like to see what kind of poetry you can make. Then, Lee Minutes raised his head, and Kong Yingda couldn't help but glance. He was startled. Boy, I see your face is very familiar. Everyone was shocked, and not many people could make Kong Yingda familiar. What kind of existence is this person they call Mr. in front of him? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lee Minutes. I want to know how he responds. At this time, Lee Minutes spoke up. Chapter 12. Take a step to speak. Lee Minutes thought to himself, no way. When he saw Kong Yingda, he was only 12 years old, and he hadn't grown yet. This year, he has grown so fast. How could Kong Yingda recognize him? Old man, don't think that you can give less money like this. I see through your thoughts, he said lightly. Everyone also condemned Kong Yingda. They are already old, and they have to bully the teenagers. Such a close-up method is not very clever. If you don't have money, you can pretend to be a big-tailed wolf! No, that's not what I meant. I think you look like someone I know. It's not like, it's just him. Don't do this. Not the first person to say that. Lee Minutes didn't want to get involved too much on this issue. Then he said, tell me, what kind of poetry do you need? Or is it up to me to decide? That being the case, there is no need to dwell on one issue for too long. Young man, of course it's at my request. Kong Yingda was very sophisticated, so he naturally wanted to ask Lee Minutes to retreat. Today's 10 poems, one cannot be missing. Moreover, the most difficult questions have to be asked, and each capital is different. Speak, I'm listening. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, plum orchid, chrysanthemum, bamboo, Tang Chainan, 10 pieces and 10 pieces. How about it? What's up with Xia? Is it the occasion? Could it be that this is an exercise they gave to the children of the nobles? Not to mention, he has a strong reserve, and he can make 100 or so of 10 things, which is not a problem at all. Kong Yingde looked at Lee Minutes and seemed to be lost in thought, but he looked proud. How is it? Is it difficult? That's normal. I usually do this for a long time. I will give you an hour to write these 10 poems, lest people say that I am bullying the young. Even scholar Confucius thought it was not easy. People thought, what should Lee Minutes do? 1 hour? Then I'm at a loss. For such a simple poem, I think it takes a lot of time for a cup of tea. A cup of tea takes about 15 minutes. The crowd was amazed and delighted. Surprised that it takes time just to write it down. The good news is that they don't like Kong Yingde and hope he will leave soon. HMPH. Shameless. Let's have a cup of tea. If I can't make it, I can get the money back. I'll leave you nowhere to stay. If I could write faster, maybe not. Everyone was shocked. Just reviewing the questions will take everyone a while. Some people started scratching their heads and trying to write poetry. But it's always because there is too little ink, and sometimes it can't be used for the occasion. The more anxious you are, the less you can think of it. Some have come up with it, but they are also hard-boiled. The old man wants to see how you write poetry. Okay, I'll start with the topic of spring. Let's see. Lee Minutes began to write down his verses on white paper. It is thought, it is better to say is to copy poetry. He waved it down, and black words were constantly written on the white paper. Before people could see the last sentence clearly, he wrote the next sentence. In an instant, a poem is completed. The crowd read aloud emotionally. 3 or 2 beach blossoms outside the bamboo. The spring river plumbing duck prophet. Artemisia anew is all over the ground with short reed buds. Just when the pufferfish is about to go up, 2 or 2 gihong want to break the group, but Yi seems to be returning from the north. Knowing that there are many winds and snows in Shuamo from a distance, we will wait for the spring in the south of the Yangtze River. The crowd is talking nonsense. Good poetry, good poetry. Sure enough, it's a masterpiece. This poem is even better than the previous one. It's amazing to come up with such a verse in just a moment. I can't carry it so smoothly. Sir, please give us a bow. We are already in the ground. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Lee Minutes just waved his hand, showing everyone's demeanor. Everyone is polite, and they came out to eat, but it was just Banman getting an axe. His modesty made everyone feel ashamed. His name is Banman Axe. All of these literatus books were read in vain. Master Kong, what do you think of this poem? Kong Yingde watched it for a while. Her expression was excited, but she said, not bad. There are still 9 songs. Come on. It seemed that he would not let Lee Minutes go. Lee Minutes was not afraid of him at all. Is it just poetry? As many as you want. Next, he copied Lu Yao's secluded residence in early summer and Doofus 8 songs of autumn Hing Part 1 inch. When each song came out, everyone clapped and applauded. These are masterpieces. Too strong. Kong Yingde became more and more frightened as he looked at it. In less than 10 minutes, he composed 9 songs. If it goes on like this, it's really like what Lee Minutes said. You can complete 10 poems without the effort of a cup of tea. If you deduct the time for writing, it will be easy. So amazing, so amazing. Finally, Kong Yingde's tone began to change, become a little more polite. But he still said, there is one last song, writing Chainan. I want to see how you will do it. He doesn't give up. That's not easy. Let's see. Lee Minutes moved his pen again. The Emperor's spirit and Emperor's aura is full of air, and auspicious clouds are everywhere in the palace. Lady Uhangsing wears hand tiles, and the wind and rain are wrapped in the Tang wind. The majestic castle looks like the old one, and this all-new district looks like a rainbow. Shengshui is surrounded by famous mountains for thousands of years, and craftsmen are no match for natural craftsmanship. Although this poem is a little praising, but Li Shimin did not do wrong in terms of rule. At least the people live and work in peace and contentment, not like a war. But economically, he has not done enough. These have to be done by themselves. He is a matter-of-fact person, and he scolded Li Shimin at the beginning because he could not do well. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. But it was very cool. Few of the ancient kings survived, but he survived. When the poem came out, Kong Yingde directly rolled up the paper, failed to be seen by others. Judging from his hand, it was already trembling. He was excited and burst into tears. He shouted, "Good poetry! Good poetry!" This old man has lived for decades and has seen countless poems, but he has never seen such a poem. It is really shocking. From the disdain at the beginning to the excitement now, this old man also has principles. It is also about the matter, regardless of the person. At the same time, he felt sorry for his rudeness. "Sir, please allow me to call you Mr. In the world, only you can be called Mr. No one else deserves it." This may be Kong Yingde's highest evaluation for Li Yin. It made Li Minutes a little confused. "I just copied a few poems and changed some words violently to make the meaning more consistent. What about you, sir? Can I have dinner? Can it be used for money?" All of them are impossible. They have a false name, and they are useless. "Okay, your poem is ready. Take your poem and go. Don't waste my time." This. Few dare to do this to Kong Yingde, and Li Minutes is definitely the first. Kong Yingde wasn't even angry. On the contrary, she was full of smiles. "I don't know what's going on in my head." He came over in a good voice. "Sir, can I take a step to speak?" What is this old man going to do? If there is no one step, if there are hundreds of thousands of copies, you may find it by yourself. You can also give one vote to readers who vote a recommendation vote. Chapter 13, Zili is self-reliant. Kong Yingde's performance today has given him a new evaluation in history. Studious, modest, studying with a 13-year-old boy, and respecting him as a gentleman. Literature is not about age. A role model for a generation. This is reflected in the entry about Kong Yingde. "What do you want to say?" "I don't know what to call Mr." Kong Yingde seemed to have doubts about her identity, so she asked this question. Many literati and writers are even more curious. "Yeah, after so long, we don't even know Mr.'s name. How can today's grand occasion be passed on to future generations? Please tell us the name, Mr. Mr.'s literary talent is truly unprecedented, and no one has come since. It can be said that he is the #1 talent in Chainan. No, it should be the #1 talent of the Tang dynasty. It's the #1 talent in ancient and modern times. There is such an article in the Future Legend about the great Confucian Kong Yingde, the 31st descendant of Confucius who made trouble with the first talented person in ancient and modern times. The entire solved. After that, the story of asking for advice with a good voice and humility. And the ancient poems have also been handed down. The original author even praised the well-written poem. Also pick up the notes to study, can't sleep at night. The shopkeeper also said, "Yeah, thanks to the presence of Mr. here today, if I don't know the name, I'm so sorry for myself. In the future, Mr. can come to my shop to eat and entertain for free." In the face of these people's questions, Li Minutes said casually, "Just call me Zili. I wanted to be named Li. After thinking about it, I don't want to have anything to do with the surname Li anymore." Then take the plum. As for the vertical character, it is the upper left part of the character. In his words, Zili became independent. This Tang dynasty always has its own place. When his name came out, everyone called out in unison, "I just saw Mr. Zili before." Don't dare. At this time, Kong Yingde came over again. "Mr. Zili, the old man has an unkind request. If you don't ask, then don't say it." "I'm not free," Li Minutes replied. Kong Yingde was embarrassed. This is a polite remark, but I don't want him to say it. "Mr. Zili, Why don't you listen to him? He is a great scholar after all. Someone advised. Yeah, listen to what he has to say, no matter how you say it. Master Kong is also a celebrity in front of His Majesty, and so is the Crown Prince. The identity is there. Then I will reluctantly listen to it. The crowd almost fell. Did you say that? If it was just now, it would definitely be beaten for a while. But now his absolute strength convinces people. No one dared to confront him. These literati. That's it. Mr. Xi for listening. Kong Yingda was not angry, but thanked him instead. No need to thank you. Just say something. Don't get in the way of my business. Now no one says he is utilitarian, and no one says he is snobbish. On the contrary, he has a personality. Kong Yingda touched his nose and said, I see that Mr. has such a great talent. Why don't you dedicate to the court, teach and educate people, to strengthen my Tang dynasty? When he said this, many people directly agreed. If Mr. can teach someone, I will be the first to sign up. No matter how much money I want, I'll sign up too. It must be very rewarding to listen to Mr.'s class. Lee Minutes said, let me give a lecture. Are you rich? No, don't talk. Everyone thought that Kong Yingda would say something, but they didn't expect to say everyone's heart. But what Kong Yingda said next dispelled everyone's cognition. There is still a lack of masters in the Imperial College. Why would it be better for Mr. It turned out to be teaching for the nobles? That would be boring, someone said. Sir is doing well. Why do you want to teach the children of nobles? No, it's better to sell poetry here and live a simple and free life. You have to be bound by them. They are right. I'm not here. Lee Minutes also said. Is that so? Why don't you do it like this? Ask your Majesty. How about you being exempted from the exam and being able to become an official? You can even be granted a champion. Maybe you can even be a concubine, and you can reach the top of your life. This Kong Yingda can really speak. In his heart, he was thinking of attracting talents for Li Shimin. People were shocked. It was an opportunity to rise to the fore. A good thing to shade future generations. Such a good thing. Hurry up and promise it. In Lee Minutes' opinion, Lozi and the prince are no longer appropriate, and still care about your official joke. Isn't it good to make money? Why bind yourself? No, I don't have that intention yet. Kong Yingda did not give up. Where does the gentleman live? Come visit another day. It all found out where he lived. The old man is so annoying. I'm home from all over the world. Why don't you stay at my house? I have a granddaughter, who is also very fond of literature on 28 this year. When young people get together, maybe they can collide with something new. Kong Yingda said so. Someone said it. Kong Yingda's family has a granddaughter named Kong Shouking, who was born with the appearance of a flower and a moon, and is very lovely. She is a great talented woman from near and far generations, and she is also a great beauty. And she has not yet betrothed to others. Such an obvious act meant to tire Lee Minutes. How could Lee Minutes get what he wanted? No, I'm used to being free, and literature is not what I'm after. In the future, he will not be able to sell poetry all the time, and he will have to do something that can make money faster. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. How much money can you make from selling poetry? It's better than doing business. Kong Yingda sighed when he saw that this would not work, and that would not work either. So talented. If you don't build the Tang dynasty, it will be a loss for the Tang dynasty. What do you lose? Can literature save the Tang dynasty? Can Tang's economy prosper? In literature alone, can his own power be able to change all this? Cannot. But he can rely on his own strength to change Tang's economy. Old man, our transaction is just a transaction. If you don't want to buy poetry, why don't you take your place and leave the opportunity to others? It was getting late. He has to make some more money, find a place to stay at night, and think about the rest. Because Kong Yingda was too long-winded, he completely changed his career of making money. Therefore, his tone also became bad. Unexpectedly, Kong Yingda said, today, if you don't agree to me, I will go to meet your Majesty now, and His Majesty will decree. What must alarm the Emperor? People looked at Lee Minutes and felt that the gap between people was too great. How wonderful to be like him one day. After finishing these poems, his hands trembled a little, and his old face flushed. It was the excitement that made him like this. What he likes has nothing to do with himself. Anyway, the name he used is also fake. Want to find himself? No way. Slow walk without sending. Kong Yingda then left and went directly to the Taikai Palace. As for Li Minutes, he shouted, "Who else wants to buy poetry? Line up and come one by one." Chapter 14. Deliberately angry with me. In the Hall of Lising. This is the palace of Empress Chengsun. Li Shimin was also in the palace. Empress, didn't I tell you? Why do you want to go back to the palace after taking a good rest in Hongfu Temple? Your body is important. Your Majesty, I can't let go of my concubine. After all, the matter of this prince being demoted involves too many aspects. Back then, the elder brother and the third younger brother. When Empress Chengsun mentioned this, Li Shimin's face became very ugly. The change in Xuanyuan was something he didn't expect. 2 brothers were killed by him that year. His emperor's position was obtained by events. Although he later told the world with his own abilities, he was the born emperor. But it was still a pain in his heart. Enough, don't mention them anymore. I'm tired and want to rest. Empress Chengsun sighed. Although she is the woman he loves the most, sometimes she is also terrified. Companion is like a tiger, no one is comfortable. Right now, she has to worry about the power struggle between the princes. At least she thought so. She is also for the future of Tang. But Li Shimin didn't listen. The concubine will wait for you to change your clothes. No need, you have a good rest. Don't damage your body. Tonight I'm going to spend the night at Wang Gaifi's place. Li Shimin got up and was about to go out. But I heard a eunuch shout, "Your Majesty, Kong Yingda asks to see you." What is he doing at this time? Li Shimin muttered. Xuan. The eunuch went down to announce, and Kong Yingda entered the palace in a panic. When he saw the 2 of them, he bowed. "I pay respects to your Majesty, the Queen." "No gift." "What's the matter with aching so late?" "Yes, your Majesty, I found a great writer at the entrance of Guozijin in the afternoon. So I came directly into the palace." As soon as these words came out, Li Shimin was not very interested. Literature is good, it's normal. People with good literary talent. I am everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Do you need to enter the palace to talk about such a trivial matter? In his opinion, this kind of thing is really no big deal. Your Majesty, let the old minister finish. Kong Yingda was anxious. "Oh, tell me then." "That's a young man, selling poems at the entrance of the Imperial College in the afternoon. 1 character by 1. "Oh, there are so many things in the world. The person who buys this word must be a fool, right? And what kind of poetry can be sold for a high price of 10 words? Li Shimin asked. This made Kong Yingda a little embarrassed. After all, he bought it too. Many literati also bought it. Then they are the fools in Li Shimin's mouth. He held back for a long time. Only then did he say, "Your Majesty also bought it." "I bought it for 5 pls of silver." "Aching, I didn't mean that." Li Shimin never thought that someone would actually buy it, and it was right in front of him, and he even bought 5 pls of silver. "You don't need to explain this, it's what you think in your heart." "Your Majesty, I didn't think much about it." "All right then. Let's talk about what happened next." Only then did Li Shimin become interested. "At the same time, I also want to know what kind of poetry can make a scholar pay a high price for it." "Yes, I thought it was a liar, so I tried his literary talent." "I didn't think that the young man's literary talent would surprise me." "He wrote 10 poems in a row in less than a cup of tea. The first one was amazing." "Call it a masterpiece." Kong Yingda's remarks made Li Shimin take it seriously. "Oh, let me see what that poem is about." Kong Yingda quickly presented the poem. This is presented, let Li Shimin quite shocked. First, the demeanor of the text shocked him. Sure enough. But why is this handwriting so familiar? His handwriting is very unique. He is the only one, with agile and quick brushwork, thin handwriting, and thin without losing his flesh. Regardless of his calligraphy, his literary talent is better than many others, and he is only 10 years old. There are all kinds of possibilities in the future. If you can get this person, then the literature of the Tang dynasty will be able to rise to a higher level. Li Shimin said, So, I know who he is. Your Majesty, he said his name is Zilly. He is called Mr. by the people, and people respect him very much. Li Shimin paused. This child really wants to be independent, but it seems that he doesn't want to come back. Very good. Your Majesty, this. Empress Chengsun came over and looked at the handwriting. Said, this is the handwriting written by the sixth prince, Li Minutes. His handwriting is distinctive, and he even chose a name for himself. It is for the thin gold body. What? He turned out to be the sixth prince, but how could the sixth prince be living in the people? Kong Yingde was shocked and at the same time very puzzled. Empress Chengsun probably told him the reason. He exclaimed again. No wonder I look familiar to him. Scholars are all like this, and they are arrogant and assertive. I also ask your Majesty to open up, don't lose such a talent. The sixth prince can lead the culture of the Tang dynasty to prosperity with his ability. This is Kong Yingde's best evaluation of Li Minutes. About this, don't talk about it, I don't want to talk about him on this issue. Li Shimin said so. No one dared to control him. Kong Yingde did not dare to speak. Then he added, Empress, you say, is this rebel on purpose, intentionally mad at me? Named Zilly, it means he can stand on his own. I'm so mad at me. Although the last poem is praise, in Li Shimin's view, it is more like satire. After all, he still remembered the words of that day. Your Majesty, perhaps Chua will admit his mistake after a while. And maybe that's not the case. Empress Chengsun also gave up persuasion. Just follow Li Shimin's words and deeds. Will he admit his mistake? I don't believe it. This kid has this kind of virtue since he was a child. Why didn't he learn from his brother? Look at Leek, how well behaved. How could he be so presumptuous? In front of the minister going against me. What's my face? I'm so angry. You read www.uukanzu.com. Kong Yingde was terrified, and his hands were trembling. How so? Let a prince in the folk. But he looked down on him. Finally got slapped in the face. He looked at the poems on the table and felt that if these things were abandoned, it would be a loss for the Tang dynasty. So at the risk of asking, Your Majesty, what should I do with such poems? Such poems must not be buried. I thought Li Shimin would be angry, but he didn't. Poetry. How many people have bought it? When I left, about 30 people bought it. Even more. I want you to get poems from those people, not a single one can be lost. Your Majesty, this. What is this for? In the future, these poems will be known to scholars, and the Imperial examination will be required. They will also be placed in the Hongwin Museum. Let the princes study the poems well. Hongwin Hall is for the Royal Library. This is the greatest affirmation of Li Minutes' literary talent. Yes, Your Majesty, that signature. Don't sign. What? The author of this poem is Li Minutes but can't get a signature. Your Majesty, is this okay? Li Shimin is really shameless. Not only did Li Minutes' poems be used as teaching materials, but he also did not sign. What's the difference between that and a robber? That's it. Don't say more. I'm tired. You go down. Kong Yingde wanted to take credit, but he didn't expect to find a job for himself in the end. Yes, he had to back out. He didn't know that at this time, the existence that shocked him was watching movies and listening to songs very leisurely. Chapter 15. Watch movies and listen to songs. Hey, I actually forgot the time. The time to make money is always short. The sky gradually turned dark, and there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Eventually it tends to none. Why? Because the Tang dynasty imposed a curfew at the end of the year. In addition to several important festivals, there are also the emperor's birthday, or when the world is amnesty. People will revel until dawn. The most recent time was when the princess got married 2 days ago, but Li Minutes was upset. On weekdays, as soon as it got dark, Marquis Wu started patrolling to prevent people from wandering on the streets. In light cases, he was warned. In serious cases, he was sent to prison for trial. Therefore, Li Minutes also closed the booth and prepared to leave. Find a place to stay at night. But he was stopped by the shopkeeper of the restaurant. Mr. Zilly, please stay. I have already instructed my subordinates to prepare a table of dishes, and please go upstairs to enjoy it. Oh, how can there be such a good thing in this world? This person must have something to ask for, otherwise he will not be so close to himself. He touched his stomach, and was indeed a little hungry. Someone brought food, but it's silly not to eat it. Then there will be shopkeeper Lau. Mr. Zilly, my surname is Zhu, and the single character is Shan. You can call me by my name from now on. After Zhu Shan introduced himself, he made a gesture of invitation. This way please. In the store, the three little girls stood on the side, hunched over their waists, and they completely lost their previous arrogance. You know, Lee Minutes' performance just now was really awesome. Plus people make big bucks in just one afternoon. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to make that much money in a month. Wouldn't his business be better if he was here more often? People are completely money-making machines. Lee Minutes walked straight inside. Since people want to be so hospitable, then he will not be polite. If he doesn't eat anything, he will be very sorry for himself. Zhu Shan had a pleasing expression. He led Lee Minutes into his seat. Then it was serving tea and pouring wine. So busy. In fact, the three guys were even more busy, for fear of not taking good care of Lee Minutes. Delicious and delicious food is served. There are 7 or 8 meat dishes alone, and 2 or 3 vegetarian dishes. As for the drinks, it's a bit sweet, not really tasty. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Zhu Shan still spoke. Mr. Zilly, it's going to be night, it's not safe to be outside, so I've prepared for you to go to the room. You can go to the room to rest later. Oh, Zhu Shan, why are you doing this? Zhu Shan smiled. It's like this, thanks to you today, my business has become better. So I should repay it well. Oh, we're just making fun of each other. Not worth mentioning. Indeed, this Zhu Shan earns more. But people also pay a lot. All kinds of costs for artificial house materials. Unlike Lee Minutes, you can do business with just 10 letters. I have an unsolicited request. May I? Tell me, as long as it's not too much, I can consider it. In the future, can you stay at the door of my shop? And I'm going to build a pavilion there for you to sell poetry and write. It was a businessman. He only thinks of himself in his heart, which is the human heart. Of course, it is also good for Lee Minutes, but it is not very good for himself. He won't keep selling poems, because how much can he sell in a day? His ambition is more than that. He is to make Tang stronger. Let yourself become the richest person in Tang. Let's talk about this. He is eating. As for Zhu Shan, he laughed. Okay, think about this. As long as you need it, you can ask it at any time. Okay, you eat too. Please, let me toast you. The two came and went, and finally Lee Minutes said, I'm stuffed. He didn't know how long he had eaten, but he was a little sleepy. This Zhu Shan thought very thoughtfully, and even made a bath water for himself. After a busy day, it's time to take a good rest. Finally, when he lay in bed, looking at the ceiling, calculate how much money you make today. Unexpectedly, there are 32. It turned out that Li Chengqian's salary for more than 4 months was what made the most of the day. If you meet him another day, you can laugh at him to your heart's content and hold on to the crown prince's position. Standing in the center of power, people are most likely to get lost, no matter how much. When bored, he opened the super browser. I just searched for a question. What should I do if I travel to ancient times and become a prince? Like this kind of question, there is no answer. So he casually asked a question. I'm transmigrating for the prince, what should I do? Online waiting. It was only a moment's effort, and a ding sound was heard. Here comes the voice prompt. Someone replied. It was a reply from someone called Kuni. May I Fukai? Are there still people who haven't woken up yet? That's just the plot of the novel. Have you read too many novels, Prince? Are you afraid that you've watched too many court dramas? It was embarrassing that someone responded. That being said, he is not alone, because he can communicate with modern people. In this case, this browser is really interesting. He thought about taking a photo and replying to that, But the browser doesn't have this feature. Had to answer a few key points at will, like the current cultural customs, utensils and so on. Unexpectedly, it was not easy to be saved again. You are an archaeologist. What do you mean by coming here to brush your sense of existence? He shook his head, and neither did I. I've really traveled, and you don't believe me if I say it. Forget it. Talking to him is a waste of time. He quit the question, thinking, browsers can watch movies, I don't know if this is possible. So he searched for the latest movies. Be nice. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. This search yielded results. 1. The Feast of Cold Blood, released December 4th. 2. The Red Fox Scholar, released December 4th. 3. King of the Bath, in theaters, December 11th. 4. The Hotel Where the Sun Never Sets, theatrical release, December 12th. 5. Wonder Woman 1984, released December 18th. 6. Avatar 2, in theaters, December 18th. A lot of results all at once. He casually jumped to Avatar 2, which was played directly. It was like being there in person. This browser is really powerful. It feels like VR. So exciting. So cool. Then his leisure life will not be boring. In your spare time, you can watch movies, listen to songs, and cultivate your sentiments. Even though he is in ancient times, he has not deviated from the times. Finally, he clicked pause because this browser has many features for him to explore. Then he did some more research. What a browser can do, he can do. But it can't download program software, which is a bit of a pity. Otherwise, a large game or something would be very interesting. Until the next morning. Zushan's voice came from outside the door. Can Mr. Zilli get up? I'm ready for breakfast, so I can come down to eat. He stretched. Today will be another good day to make money. As everyone knows, a major event happened in the Tji Palace at this time, and someone was eyeing him. Chapter 16 Showing Off. In the Taikai Palace, face forward early. Civil and military officials are chatting. Cheng Yojin was overjoyed, holding a piece of white paper dangling in his hand. He also said, "Look, everyone, this is a poem written by my family Chubai. The poem is very beautiful, and my old Cheng family is afraid that next year will be the champion." After that, the poems were revealed. It was the poem Lee Minutes wrote yesterday. Seeing his proud appearance, the civil and military officials were a little puzzled. As for just write poetry. But think about it, Cheng Yojin's generation is mainly practicing martial arts. He hopes that the next generation can follow literature. The eldest son Cheng Chumo is still a reckless man, so all hope is placed on the second son. In the eyes of everyone, this old man is really lawless. If you let him know that this poem was not written by his son, his expression must be very ugly. Someone stepped forward and asked, "What kind of poem is this poem? Let's see. Is it really good?" Cheng Yojin laughed. "Why don't I read it to you, so everyone can hear it? Take a good look at my son's literary talent. It will definitely shock you." After that, without waiting for everyone to respond, he cleared his throat and muttered, "It's good when the water is clear, and the mountains are full of leaves and rain. If you want to compare Tanchai to Xizi, light makeup and heavy makeup are always suitable." This old guy is extremely powerful and full of energy, but the poems in his mouth have a different flavor. After reading this, everyone understood. It turns out that there is really such a thing. It's really good poetry. I never imagined that there would be such a literary talent in Lu Gu Ogong's family. It's really enviable. No, I can't think of a military general to have such a literary descendant. It's gratifying. This poem is indeed a good poem. It's really terrifying. After Cheng Yojin heard it, the whole person felt comfortable. It can be forced. Making everyone envy is his ultimate goal. Some people expressed dissatisfaction with Cheng Yojin's performance. "It's not that there are poems in your house, and so does my family love." It turned out to be Fang Xiu Anling, and he actually came out to join in the fun. Some of the limelight made Cheng Lao Goods come out, which made him very unhappy. Why? Because he is also a civil servant. No matter what, His literary talent is naturally a lot of victory. If he is compared with him, this face is afraid that he will not be able to pass. So, he also took out a piece of white paper and wrote some words on it. This is a poem written by my beloved family's beloved for an hour last night. It's brilliant. As soon as these words came out, Cheng Yojin frowned immediately. All right, what are you doing for fun? One night for me, but 1 hour for you. So what? At the same time, some officials said, what are the poems of the children of the Xingguogong's family? Read them out and listen to them. I think Xingguogong's poems are good. My children's poems can be said to be unprecedented, and no one has come since. I am astounded. Xingguogong, what are you talking about? What are your children's poems? Don't be rude. Learn from my old Cheng. And be direct. Don't talk about such nihilistic things. Cheng Yojin was a little upset. Fang Xuanling smiled and said, you guys listen. Chane and Danchai in June, the scenery is not the same as the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves in the sky are infinitely green, and the lotus flowers in the sun are different red. As soon as this poem came out, everyone could not help but fall into contemplation. Someone asked, Xingguogong, is this poem really written by your family's last love? Of course, I was there last night. Why don't you believe it? Don't dare, just ask. Someone said it again. Chubai of Xingguogong's family also wrote a poem. How can this world be so coincidental? The poems they wrote are so beautiful. Suddenly, Kong Yingda came out. He took away the papers in the hands of Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling and started to compare. Master Kong, what are you doing? Cheng Yojin was upset. Ask directly. This. Kong Yingda's face changed drastically. He said, Xingguogong, Xingguogong, don't let your majesty know these 2 poems. I have collected these 2 poems on your behalf. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Could there be any trouble? Everyone is puzzled. That's not good. My child finally wrote such a poem. But you want to take it away? What do you mean? Master Kong, what's going on? Why don't you let His Majesty know? Fang Xuanling felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. Yesterday, Kong Yingda took away most of the poems of the people, but these 2 people did not take away. After all, their status was high, and no one dared to find out about them. Today, they show it off by themselves. If Li Shiman knew about this, he would definitely be pissed off. He will also operate on himself, because he did not take it all away. No, why not let us know? There must be a reason for this, right? Cheng Yojin then asked. He must ask why. Kong Yingda has no solution, and the reason for this cannot be explained. So he said, wait for the retreat. How can I tell you again? No, talk now. Xingguogong, don't force me. This is not good for everyone. Kong Yingda, what do you mean? Cheng Yojin's chi came up directly. Xingguogong, I think we should wait until we retreat. Fang Xuanling advised. He seemed to feel bad. But how could Cheng Yojin do what he wanted? He pulled up Kong Yingda's collar. Say it now, or he'll be rude. Kong Yingda has no solution, and it is difficult to tell the identity of the prince. So he said, this poem was bought by your children at the gate of the Guo-Zijian. It cost more than 200 yuan to buy it. As soon as he spoke, all the civil and military officials focused their attention on them. This is embarrassing. Xingguogong, I told you to wait, but you don't want it. It's a shame. Fang Xuanling blamed. Cheng Yojin was even more confused. He wanted to show off, but now it's better. He didn't show off, but he was the laughingstock of others. No, I have to ask Chubai about this. If this kid really does this, I have to kill him. He is so hot. As for Fang Xuanling, he said nothing, because it's really embarrassing. This kind of thing happened to me. After all, he is also a generation of literati. His literary talent is also very good. How did he give birth to such a son? Go buy poetry with others. Is it stupid to spend so much money? Go back. He will have a good chat with him. The scene was embarrassing to the extreme. At the same time, Kong Yingda pulled Cheng Yojin's hand away. Xingguogong, I didn't want to talk about it. It's not my fault. So I was going to the side. But at this time, Li Shimin came out. His Majesty is here. Li Shimin appeared. Civil and military officials saluted together. Meet your Majesty. At this time, he did not go to the dragon chair, but went to Kong Yingde. So frightened, Kong Yingde hurriedly put the 2 pieces of white paper behind her. But all this was clearly seen by Li Shimin. Take it out. Chapter 17. Get the money back. Your Majesty. What? The old minister is puzzled. Get it out. Don't play stupid with me. What's behind you? It seemed that Li Shimin heard everything they said. Yes. Only then did Kong Yingde take out the paper, and Li Shimin grabbed the paper and looked at it later. This font is the thin gold body, which is Li Minut's unique font. He couldn't help but get angrier. Bastard. The complexion suddenly changed, and in the entire hall, everyone held their breath. What will be greeted next will be Li Shimin's anger. With a snap, 2 pieces of paper hit Kong Yingde in the face. Kong Yingde did not dare to say a word. Cheng Yojin was even more surprised. If he hadn't been forcing Kong Yingde just now, he wouldn't have been treated like this. What to do now? Everyone was even more curious as to what happened. Didn't you say yesterday that you have taken back all your poems? What happened to these 2? You have to give me an explanation. Li Shimin had never been so angry before. But not to mention being so angry at such a Confucian scholar. After all, Kong Yingde is also the Queen of Confucius. In Kong Yingde's opinion, this time he did it wrong. Your Majesty, this minister was negligent and failed to obtain all the poems. Please forgive me. Only then did people realize that it turned out to be a poem in the hands of Li Shimin. Then why did Li Shimin ask Kong Yingde to get these things? No wonder Kong Yingde just said, don't let the emperor know. One is for fear of taking guilt, and the other is for fear of his anger. Well, it still happened. Facing Li Shimin so angry, Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling stood there without saying a word, like a child who did something wrong. No wonder Kong Yingde told them not to let Li Shimin know. If they took the paper and let Li Shimin find out, maybe they beat them first or got angry at them. This is just too scary. At the same time, I am curious. Why is Li Shimin so angry, but dare not ask? Negligence? The most unacceptable thing is negligence. Go back and reflect on it. This poem, no matter how many, must be accepted. Otherwise, I will ask you. This is very harsh. Kong Yingde was so frightened that she didn't dare to say a word. At the same time, he looked at Cheng Yojin and the 2 from the corner of his eye. The 2 of them had been so frightened for a long time. How dared to look at him? If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't show it off, but now it's better, making Li Shimin so unhappy. Yes, I understand. Having said that, if the source is not addressed, everything will be in vain. Once Li Minute sells poems at the entrance of Guo Zijian, he has to go to collect them one by one. This is a thankless thing. Unless Li Minute no longer sells poetry, the problem can be solved from the source. But how to solve it? Kong Yingde had something to think about, and seeing Cheng Yojin all the time, he probably had an idea. As for Li Shimin, he walked towards the dragon chair angrily. He didn't sit down, but said, in the future, no one is allowed to bring poetry to the stage, and whoever dares to violate it will be severely punished. Civil and military officials all agreed. Many ministers, on the other hand, took the paper in their hands into their sleeves in undetectable actions. They were afraid that they also obtained the poems from Li Minutes. I'm afraid I also want to show off. If Cheng Yojin hadn't made the limelight first, maybe they would also come forward. As for Li Shimin, Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling have never been operated on. But the 2 of them understood very well. This is what Li Shimin did on purpose. After all, they are also heroes of a generation. Without them, the throne of Li Shimin would not be possible. For this kind of thing, he chose to only scold Kong Yingde. Otherwise they might be scolded by him. At the same time, Li Shimin's approach also played a role in killing chickens and warning monkeys. Li Shimin sighed heavily, and it was over. He asked again, how is the situation in Shandong and Henan now? Who will come out and talk about it? The ministers breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is finally over. Kong Yingde kept sighing there. Obviously, What happened today was something he didn't expect. At this time, Du Yui came out and said, "Your Majesty, the situation is a little more stable now. But danger will still happen at any time." "Where are Wu Ji and Cheng Sun Chong now?" An official came out and said, "Your Majesty, Duke Chi and the others can go to the Shandong area tomorrow." It is a long way to Shandong, and the father and son traveled over mountains and mountains in a carriage, which was very fortunate. They scolded and cursed on the road, pointing at Lee Minutes. As soon as he got rid of him, he was put together by him. I was very upset, and when they came back, they would definitely find an opportunity to teach Lee Minutes a good lesson. I know, no matter what, I will cure floods in Shandong and Henan. Yes. Then Li Shimin listened to the officials' reports and made a decision. In this way, one morning has passed. All the officials were listening carefully, but Cheng Yojin was the only one who couldn't listen until Li Shimin left. Only then did he find Kong Yingda. "Scholar Kong, tell me, what's going on here?" "Hey, I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly." "Don't sigh, speak quickly." "Maybe you have to go to the Imperial College to find that young man to find out about this matter, and tell him it's best not to let him write poems and sell them." Cheng Yojin listened. He still dares to sell money? I almost made my old Cheng get scolded. You reading www.uukanzu.com can't do it. I have to talk to him about it. It's better to give me the money back. How can there be such a business in this world? Humphrey. This is the first time people have heard the theory that Cheng Yojin is looking for someone. From before to now, he has never suffered a loss. None of the people he stalked were stable. But this time, he may be kicking the iron. Then Cheng Yojin asked again, "Xing Guogong, do you want to be together?" Fang Xuanling waved his hand. No, I won't go. When I go back, I will educate the dog. Wasn't it enough to lose face just now? Let him go again. He was not as cheeky as Cheng Yojin who, "If you don't go, forget it, he'll go." After that, he left the palace angrily. He walked all the way back and pulled Cheng Chubai out of his home, twisted his ears. "Boy, are you wrong?" Cheng Chubai thought that this was over. How could he know that he was seen through so quickly? "It hurts, father, I hurt." "What's wrong? What's the matter? Don't you have any points yourself?" "Father, I don't know." "You kid, you actually spent money indiscriminately, and even bought poetry." "I don't want to kill you." "Ah, do you know that?" Did Cheng Yojin know so soon? "Ah, what?" "Go with Lozi, get the money back, and come back and settle the account with you." After finishing, he twisted Cheng Chubai's ears and headed towards Guo Zijian. "It hurts. It hurts." Going this way will definitely make Cheng Yojin regret it. Chapter 18 Trouble. Besides, Cheng Yojin took 1,000 soldiers and headed for Guo Zijian in a mighty manner. Cheng Chubai was shivering beside him. It was originally a small matter, but it turned out to be such a big battle. It's all because of him. How can I raise my head in front of my friends in the future? "You kid, you still know you're scared." "How does Lozi usually teach you?" "We study to test for fame, not to sit idle." "Lozi has high hopes for you, but you actually spend money to buy words." "Your skin is itchy." "Father, I think we should not go. It's only 200 pennies." "I was wrong, I admit it." "Isn't 200 when money?" "Brat. Let me ask for it when it's over." "My old Cheng's money is not easy to earn." "I'm still not deep in the world." Cheng Yojin was exasperated. "So, Kong Yingdu is also not deep in the world?" "This trip is unknown. As everyone knows, he is about to face the 6th prince, Lee Minutes, his most important prince." This group of people was very high profile, and after leaving the Suzaku Gate, they went to the Guo Zijian. Along the way, they attracted a lot of attention. People crowded around, and some people recognized Cheng Yojin himself, is to shout. "Isn't that General Cheng?" Back then, he defeated Song Jinggang, captured Dujian, and surrendered to Wang Shichong. He has made many military exploits. He is really a popular man in front of His Majesty. Today, he truly lives up to his reputation. Grand official, let's go and see what General Cheng is going to do." Cheng Yojin's ears seemed to be very contented when he heard these words. "Son, Did you hear me? This is what the people say about me. In the future, you should study hard with Lao Tzu. Be the best in one field. You must study Lao Tzu's martial arts. Cheng Chubai was thinking, didn't you want me to study literature? How can I be like you? But he didn't say it after all, because Cheng Yojin was attracted by other voices again. What is General Cheng doing now with so many people? Could it be that there is a war? I don't think so. They seem to be going to Guo Zijian. Could it be that something happened to the Guo Zijian? Go and see. More and more people followed Cheng Yojin's army. I'm afraid this will not be a small thing. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of Guo Zijian. Cheng Yojin looked around. No target found. He twisted Chubai's ear again and asked, where is he? With such big eyes, he couldn't even see where Li Minutes was, so he was blind. Cheng Chubai pointed to a place not far away and said, there, next to the restaurant. There are many people. Sure enough, in front of them, there was a place surrounded by about 200 people. The innermost one is Li Minutes. Business is still booming today, he wrote softly. But when it comes to making money, it really doesn't matter. When he was concentrating on writing, suddenly a voice like a duck man's voice sounded. Come here, blow these people away. I want to see who dares to deceive me. Lao Cheng's money, dare to swindle at the feet of the emperor. And that man named Zili, he was arrested and questioned. Why did he come out and be a liar? When Li Minutes heard it, it turned out to be Cheng Yojin. He was very depressed. How did this thing come? He has known Cheng Yojin since childhood. This old guy is also very to his taste. Why did he come today? Look at Cheng Chubai next to him. He probably came up with 7 or 8 points. It must be because of yesterday's poetry. This stuff is in trouble. People who didn't know the truth also came together. Some people even began to blindly believe Cheng Yojin's words. Scolded. Tell the liar to die and leave Chainan. Liars don't deserve to die. Anyway, how vicious it is. When Li Minutes wondered if Cheng Yojin was here to make trouble. I didn't even think about it. I knew it was the case. Because Cheng Chubai stood in front of him and shouted, Father is not like that. He didn't cheat me of money. Now people are quiet again. Did you scold the wrong person just now? Little brat, don't say a word. I'm talking, so don't interrupt. Cheng Yojin shouted. It's called reverse in the nest. He doesn't allow it. Then he pulled Cheng Chubai aside. He walked towards Li Minutes by himself. Before Li Minutes looked up, the people around him had already been driven away. The strength of these literati and writers is too weak. Was blasted away. It pissed him off. The so-called cut off people's financial path is equivalent to murdering people's lives. Cheng Laohuo actually cut off his fortune. Are you hurting yourself? This made him angry. What are you doing? It's rude, he shouted. Dare to be so hard on the gold. In people's hearts, Mr. Zili can be regarded as a person. At the same time, the literati who had just been driven out came together on their own initiative and protected Li Minutes. Don't let the army go any further. Mr. Zili, with us here, you don't have to be afraid. This act made Li Minutes even a little moved. At the same time, he and Cheng Yojin were separated from each other. You don't want to live? Come on, let me detain all these people. Give me a good lesson. Cheng Yojin was angry. He originally wanted to ask for money, but now these literati are resisting. Makes him very embarrassed. Unexpectedly, people rose up to resist. Is there still a king's law? Why disperse us? What's the reason? Yes. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Mr. Zili did not make any mistakes. Why did he come to make trouble? Who are you? If you don't leave, we will report to the officials. The literati have a rebellious temperament, and if anyone refuses to accept it, he will not accept it. Even if the other party has 1,000 people here, they are still not convinced. We'll say it. They also only have one mouth. This made Li Minutes deeply moved. If the literati are like this, the country will have a future. If you are always afraid of power, then the country will not be saved. Official. I am the official. Is it useful to report? Get out of the way. otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The surprising unity of the literati made Cheng Yojin unable to deal with them for a while. Come on, take all these away. Finally, he made a decision. It is to use force to carry these people away one by one. But it didn't hurt their lives. In just a moment, Li Minutes was emptied in front of him. And when he walked up to Li Minutes, Cheng Chubai appeared again. Cheng Chubai stood directly in front of him. Father is not like this. However, Cheng Chubai's strength was still a little weaker and was pushed away. You bastard. Lao Tzu decides for you, but taking the inside out. Come on. Pull it down. The people around were stunned. What's going on here? If it goes on like this, Li Minutes is afraid that he will be in danger. The introduction is when Cheng Yojin and Li Minutes face to face. He was completely stunned, because he recognized who he was. Everyone is wondering, do they know each other? Chapter 19. The mouse sees the cat. The people seemed to sense something was wrong. All soldiers more so. After all, not many people can make Cheng Yojin so shocked. But the person in front of him really shocked him. He stood there blankly, not knowing why. I knew it wasn't coming. It felt like I was hit by Kong Yingda's plan. If he didn't mention it, he probably wouldn't come here to find Li Minutes to apologize. Now what? What to do? Although Cheng Yojin is a rough man, his mind is still meticulous, because he did not dare to call out the name of the sixth prince directly. If it was called like that, it would definitely bring endless trouble to Li Minutes. But I didn't call him, and I bumped into him again. What should I do? Dilemma. So, he just stood there, not knowing why. Lu Gu Ogong, are we still arresting people? The soldier on the side asked. You bastard, I have my own measure. Cheng Yojin slapped the man in a daze. In the end, it was Li Minutes who broke the game. But seeing Li Minutes got up and walked towards the restaurant, said softly, come in. Talk inside. Only then did Cheng Yojin angrily follow Li Minutes inside. Looking back, I did not forget to say, everyone is guarding outside, and no one is allowed to come in. How is this going? Is this still General Cheng? How is it like a mouse seeing a cat? Father, this is. Cheng Chubai looked at Cheng Yojin's retreating back and fell into deep thought. Who the other party is, seems to have a background he didn't know, let alone the people. Someone started guessing. Is he the younger brother of General Cheng who has been living for several years, or the former savior, or an illegitimate child? Everyone kept guessing. Everything is so weird. How could this be? But no one would think that Mr. Zillionaire-Mouth is Li Shiman's sixth son Li Minutes. Let's say the two entered the restaurant. The people in the restaurant had long been blasted out by Cheng Yojin. Only Zushan and a few guys were left. You go out too, Cheng Yojin shouted. Zushan said tremblingly. I'll give you a pot of tea first. It seems that Mr. Zilli in front of him is not an ordinary person. Cheng Yojin was about to get angry. Li Minutes said, let him do it. Go out after finishing it. I happen to be thirsty too. Don't go soon. Seeing that he didn't move, Cheng Yojin shouted again. Zushan was so frightened that he trotted out. Yes. Come on, let's talk in the wing. Yes, please. In this way, Cheng Yojin followed Li Minutes to the wing under the watchful eyes of the public. The arrogant person just now no longer exists, in exchange for the obedient Cheng Yojin. When the two entered the room, Cheng Yojin immediately gave a big gift. I have seen the sixth prince. I don't know it is the sixth prince. Sin. Uncle Cheng, I'm no longer the sixth prince. I'm just a commoner. You don't have to salute me. No, in my heart, you are still the sixth prince. There are not many people who are convinced by my old Cheng. I have also heard about your deeds in the Tji Palace before, which is really exciting. I very much approve of your approach. He said that. Li Minutes knew that this product could also be trusted. He had a good relationship with him. Also, you said that there will be floods in Shandong and Henan. Now His Majesty has sent that boy Wuji to Shandong and Henan, together with the boy from his family. This is so frustrating. The two of them, Lao Tzu, couldn't stand it for a long time, and they dared to be your enemy. Cheng Yojin said anxiously. With the enemy. His relationship with Cheng Sun Wuji is also not good. Oh, sure enough, As expected. Unexpectedly, Yang really did this. That's great. He was already upset when he saw that eldest grandson Wuji. Now is the time to transfer him. And listening to Cheng Yojin's tone, he didn't seem to like Cheng-san Wuji either. In this way, they are considered to be on the same boat. Sure enough, does the sixth prince know? These are all arranged by me. Do you believe it? Lee Minutes said softly. Believe. I believe. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yojin believed it. By the way, Uncle Cheng, how is my mother recently? What else happened in the palace? She's doing well. When I look back to her, I tell her that I've seen you. Say goodbye to her. Reassure her. All right. It's work. Small thing. By the way, why are you selling poetry here? If I don't sell poetry, I'll starve to death. If you don't have money, tell me, I'll give it to you. Forget it. If you have some money, you'd better earn it yourself. Otherwise, let His Majesty know, and yours can't be explained. Besides, how much money do you have? I don't know. Although Lee Minutes' words were hurtful, they were telling the truth. Everyone in Tang now has no money. Officials even more so. They all tightened their trousers to live. Cheng Yojin was a little embarrassed. Some things are better not to say. But there are only the two of them here, so it doesn't matter. The sixth prince is really considerate. By the way, if your majesty wants you to go back, would you consider? Uncle Cheng, if you still want to talk, don't ask these questions. I refuse to reply. It's hard to come out. Why do you want to go back? Going back and being bound by people everywhere, that kind of life is not pleasant at all. I'm just asking, don't be angry. By the way, what are your plans in the future? Will you continue to sell poetry? No. This is not a long-term solution. You reading www.uukanzu.com is right, Uncle Cheng. I want to ask you one thing. Lee Minutes suddenly thought of something. What's up? Help me get a policy. The permission above is that everything can be operated. Whence is like the current business license. If you don't have it, you can't open a store. Okay, it's simple. Where do you live? I'll have someone deliver it to you later. Cheng Yojin agreed. No, when the time comes, you will have someone send it here, and I will pick it up. Now Lee Minutes didn't want too many people to know what he was doing. As everyone knows, some of the things he is doing now have long been heard by Li Shimin. Li Shimin thought that this was Lee Minutes declaring war with him. Clearly want to live better. Why? Because I haven't found a place to live yet. Why don't you just stay at my house? No, it's better for us to have less contact on the bright side, so as not to implicate you. There is something in these words. There is less contact on the surface, but what about the secret? Humphrey, then in-depth cooperation. Cheng Yojin was a little moved. Lee Minutes was still thinking about himself everywhere. In fact, he has yet to find a place to live. This restaurant is not a place to stay often, and he has to have his own territory before he can play a big role in the future. By the way, I have something to ask for here. Suddenly Cheng Yojin spoke up. What's wrong with this old guy? Oh, let's hear it. P.S. Leoi has tested the water, and his results are very good. I will strive for better. I ask everyone to vote for recommendation. When waiting for Park, Leoi has already prepared 100,000 manuscripts, and I will wait for your recommendation. Chapter 20. Do business for me, Uncle Cheng. Just say anything. Ugh. Before I said this, I kept sighing. What is that? When did Cheng Yojin become like this? Hurry up if you have something to say. If you have a fart, let it go. Don't ink it. Uncle Cheng, you were not like this before. Tell me if you have anything. He wanted to say, don't be like a bitch. Oh, back then, Your Majesty signed an alliance with the Turkic Khan in Waishui. Your Majesty has always been ashamed of this. Our army has been stepping up its training over the years, thinking that one day we will be able to capture and kill the Turkic Khan. In addition, the Goguryeo in the east is also on the way. If we are eyeing it, we have to train our troops even more. I know that. And then what? What are you going to say? Go ahead and say it. We're all so familiar with it. Lee Minutes didn't know what Cheng Yojin was going to do. Why go around in such a big circle? Okay, then he'll say it straight. The soldiers don't care. but the horses are consumed too much, and the hooves are too worn. The number of war horses lost in 1 year alone is hundreds of thousands. And don't buy war horses for silver. How can you train troops without war horses? It turned out that Cheng Yojin was worried about the wear and tear of horseshoes. This is a trivial matter in later generations, but in ancient times, this problem has not been solved for a long time. Lee Minutes naturally has a way. As long as he does a search, there is something he won't know. But he still deliberately said, "Uncle Cheng, are you going to ask me to borrow money? The Ministry of Household has no money. Where do I have it? This matter has to be resolved by your Majesty." Cheng Yojin stared at Lee Minutes for a while. What did he think? How can I borrow money from him? No, I'm thinking, since you've beaten the prince and it's fine, you can still calculate the flood in Shandong and Henan, and you can squeeze Wuji out of Chainan. This horseshoe wear must be solved, right? It turns out that this guy is thinking about it. Not to mention, he has found the right person. Yes, he has a solution. Heard here. At the same time, he also thought of a way to make money. Why not start with this? So he said, "Uncle Cheng, how much is the Ministry of Household going to spend to deal with this matter?" This is the key. If the Ministry of Households refuses to spend money, then everything will be in vain. Any tenth the value of the most war horses. As far as Lee Minutes knows, the price of a horse is now around 30 tals. 1/10 is 3 tals. In fact, his method is horseshoes, and he doesn't need so much money at all. It is more practical than the original, and it can be profitable. Otherwise it will be replaced at any time. You are not fools. You will spend so much money to buy a few pieces of iron. Even if it is good, there is always a replacement. So pricing is very important. It's so simple. I have a way. And the price is a third of the original price. Really? In what way? Just a coin or two? That's enough. Cheng Yojin was overjoyed. Lee Minutes said, "There is a way, but what? No matter what, I promise you." Just waiting for his words. "However, you have to promise me one condition." "Just say it." "I have to do the business of this horseshoe, and I have to collect the money. And I can't let your Majesty know that I did it." There are more than 100,000 war horses in a year alone, and a single horse has to spend a lot of money to solve the problem. Just repairing can be much more cost-effective than buying a war horse. According to his calculations, 100,000 tals of silver can solve the problem. After deducting the cost and so on, earning 70,000 or 80,000 silver is no problem. These words are enough for Lee Minutes to live a very good life. So, this time, no matter what, he has to grasp it. And he couldn't let Li Shimin know that he was doing this. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Li Shimin's heart is broken. Cheng Yojin thought about it. "What's that method? Can you tell me first? Is it feasible for me to assess it?" "Well, come here tomorrow morning. I'll give you something. Just show it to His Majesty. By the way, give me whence." By the way, things have changed. So Lee Minutes also wants to get whence as soon as possible so that he can proceed to the next step. It's that simple. "Can you tell me the principle then?" Cheng Yojin was very curious, even without him doing it. "Principle? Of course. A simple question. Why do people wear shoes? Because I'm afraid of grinding my feet." "Isn't that worth it?" "Ah, what does this shoe have to do with a horse's hoof?" Cheng Yojin was very puzzled. "As long as you put a set of shoes on the horse, wouldn't the problem of wearing the horse's hooves be solved?" Hearing this, Cheng Yojin's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you think of it before?" But new problems arose. "How can this horse wear shoes? Isn't it knitting a set of Malay yucca bottoms? That may not be durable, right? And how to wear it is still a problem. You'll know that tomorrow." "I told you now, but you don't understand." It's almost as if Cheng Yojin was stupid. This made Cheng Yojin scratch his head. "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." The two were talking, and suddenly, Lee Minutes grimaced. "Come out, Zushan." It turned out that Zushan had been listening outside just now. When Zushan heard his name, he trembled with fright. Cheng Yojin's temper came up directly. "Kid, you dare to eavesdrop on our speech? Die." Lee Minutes stopped him. "Uncle Cheng, I'll take care of him. You go back first." "Sure, then I'll go first. and he'll come back tomorrow. Cheng Yojin glared at Zushan and went out from the main gate. This exit made everyone wonder what happened inside. As for Li Minutes inside, he walked to the edge of Zushan. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Sixth Prince, Xiao didn't hear it on purpose. He regretted his previous actions. It turned out that the person in front of him was the son of the current emperor. Such an identity made him a little scared. Zushan, since you know everything, then I'll give you two choices. Yes. First, follow my orders to do things, and the benefits are indispensable. Second, it is death. After understanding, Zushan is very reliable, a typical businessman. He has also searched for this person's introduction, and he is absolutely loyal about the future. And businessmen are thousands of times better than villains. So Li Minutes wanted to reuse him. Some things are better handled by him than by himself. After all, he didn't want to face Li Shimin. He could let this guy do it. I choose first. Choose first. Very good. I like people like you. You will still call me Mr. Zilly in the future. But now there is one thing for you to do. Yes. The sixth prince ordered. I will do it. Then he began to search for the structure diagram of the horseshoe, and immediately integrated it. With flying brushes, he drew the structure and size of horseshoes, and also wrote about the smelting method of horseshoes. This is the most important because shapes can be imitated, but materials cannot. Go to the smithy with this structure diagram and make a set of this thing. Then Zushan did as he said, and he himself went to the door again, as if nothing was wrong, and then sold poetry for a living. P.S. After asking for votes yesterday, everyone voted very enthusiastically. Thank you. Chapter 21 Business Opportunities. Li Minutes' poems were sold until noon. Business today is not as good as it was yesterday. I only earned 12 pulls of silver all morning. Afternoon, the weather became extremely hot and there were fewer people. He was going to put away the stall. I'm afraid this business is not easy to do, and he has to think of something else to do. At this time, a voice came from a distance. Mr. Zilly. I'm back. He looked up and saw that it was Zushan. He even came back early, with sweat all over his forehead. He came over with a smile on his face. In his hands he held 4 horseshoes and dozens of long nails. Is the horseshoe ready? Yes. Well, these 4 things cost me 100 cents. It's too expensive. 100 cents? Not very expensive. But at that time, 100 yuan could already buy a lot of things. But it doesn't matter. If a set of horseshoes is sold to Cheng Yojin consistently, it is a club of silver. That is, a set of horseshoes can earn 900 cents, 100,000 horses, that is 90,000 tls. It feels good. Of course, Li Minutes also understood the meaning of this product. Here is 200 when you take it, and the more will be regarded as hard work. Then how? It's just running errands. Don't be so polite. Zushan's eyes lit up. Before, although he was respectful to Li Minutes on the surface, in fact, he was still a little uncomfortable. I have nothing to gain, and I have to let him spend money. Nobody is happy. But the shrewd Li Minutes didn't understand what he was thinking. Give him 200 cents directly, give him a sweet treat first, do better things later, and drive him to do more things. Otherwise, he is also a commoner now. Why should people help you? The name of a 6th prince is still not recognized. If it wasn't for Cheng Yojin's respect, Zushan might not be so obedient. It's for you. It's for you. Don't be wordy. Yes. I will accept it. Zushan immediately said yes. Li Minutes directly gave him 200 texts and said, come on, let me see. Zushan immediately gave him the horseshoe. He looked at the 4 horseshoes carefully. This thing has just been made, and the metallic color is very nice. Because he had done his homework before, he tested the hardness and toughness of iron. As a result, the iron is of good quality and durable. When he made this, the blacksmith said that he had never seen such a smelt before. At first he refused. Later, when I said that money was not a problem, he started to do it. He was shocked when he made it. Look, he looked funny. That is, of course, this method is the smelting method of the future. The smelted pieces are naturally the finest iron pieces. How could he be a blacksmith? In the end, he still worshipped me and said he would let me have a meal with him before coming back. I didn't agree. Of course, all of this is because of Mr. Zill's strength, which makes me really feel satisfied. Like them doing business, they tend to be kind and rich, so they are very respectful to people and rarely respected. Today, because of the smelting incident, the blacksmith shows admiration for him, which really brings satisfaction to his self-esteem. Zushan's words became more and more, and his eyes were full of pride. It would be amazing to let him do more of this kind of thing in the future. Speaking of which, he seemed to think of something. Then he added, Mr. Zilli, you are so powerful, you know this. You can take me with you to make money in the future. No matter what orders you have in the future, just say it. I will do my best. From the point of view of earning dozens of tools in one day, Lee Minut's ability to make money is very strong. Let's look at the fact that iron making is praised. This sixth prince is very different. That's why Zushan has this idea. Lee Minut raised his head and stared at him for a while. A little thoughtful. Frightened him to think he had said the wrong thing. Mr. Zilli ... Did I say something wrong? Lee Minut ignored him and searched directly with his browser. Zushan's entry was updated again. Zushan assisted the six princes who were living in the civil society to develop the great cause of the Tang dynasty. He was loyal and devoted himself. And he has one more name, Chainan's richest man. Snort. Interesting. Then this guy can really be conquered. You won't betray yourself, Mr. Zilli. No. If you want to follow me, it's not impossible. But you have to listen to me in everything. There is no possibility of disobedience, and of course I will not treat you badly. Do you understand? Zushan was overjoyed. So, that's great. It's so hot outside. Let's go inside. I'll buy ice and come back to cool you down. Let's get some iced honey water to drink. It's really relaxing. Zushan said so. There was ice in ancient summer. That's because in the winter of the previous year, someone would dig an ice cellar and store the ice in the cellar. For use in the coming year, under normal circumstances, the palace is bound to exist, but it is not much. After all, this kind of project is too big and it takes a lot of money. And folks, there are also, that is, the price is very high. With the honey, he has moved his blood. From this point of view, Zushan took the initiative to please himself, and it seemed that he attached great importance to his cooperation. Ice? Lee Minut seemed to have thought of something. Yes, ice. How much? 5 cents for a small bowl of ice. A bowl of 50 cents? It's too lucrative, isn't it? The so-called rare is expensive. You are reading www.uukansu.com. This might be a business opportunity. The weather is so hot, why don't you have a go? Little money, as long as you don't get hot, everything is worth it. Just wait a moment, I'll go buy a piece of ice and come back. 1 piece, how much is that? Exclamation mark. After speaking, it is time to go out. Wait. Lee Minut seemed to have a business in mind. Making ice. Yes, making ice. As long as you can make it. Do you still have no money? He then quickly searched. Then I found the saltpeter and ice, and the specific method is also available. It is achievable now. If you have ice, you can basically make a lot of money. Zushan stood there motionless, not knowing why he stopped himself. And he stood still, but did not say why. Huh? What's the matter? Don't you want it? Where are the nitrate mines near Chainan? Zushan wondered why he asked this. But he still said, there is a nitrate mine in the east of the city. It is almost deserted. It has been a long time and no one is mining it. For the current Tang dynasty, saltpeter has no effect at all, because they don't know how to use it. Is that so? You ask, what is this for? You bring 2 copper basins, 1 large and 1 small, and come with me. Where to go? Chengdong? Yes, hurry up. As I said earlier, unconditional obedience is required. Zushan didn't dare to refuse, so he took 2 copper basins and headed east of the city. P.S. Thanks for your votes. The new book has been ranked 87th on the new book list. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Try to get to the next level. Chapter 22 Getting Rich. Lee Minutes and Zushan took a carriage to the night mining area in the east of the city. Zushan wondered all the way why he went to the nitrate mining area. There is nothing of value there. It's better to sell poems directly, and you can make more money in your own shop. That's good. Unexpectedly, this departure has directly changed the ice industry of the entire Tang. It will even set off a consumption frenzy about ice. There were only 2 people in the carriage. The copper basin on the car made a crisp sound. Drive. There is no one on the way here. After a long time, Zushan finally couldn't bear it any longer. 6th Prince, why are you here? You need to bring 2 basins. You'll know in a minute. There is no one in the mining area. Why don't we wait for General Cheng in the store? What if he comes early? When he comes, let him wait. It's all right, Lee Minutes said. If other civilians dare to let Cheng Yojin wait, they will die. Lee Minutes can be arrogant. This. When will we arrive? It's coming soon. It's still 3 miles away. Okay, if you see a river, take some water in 2 copper basins first. Yes. After that, the 2 found a clear river and filled it with water, until a barren land. It looks like it hasn't been mined for a long time. Weeds are everywhere. 6th Prince, here we are. Lee Minutes got off the carriage and said, take all the basins, and let's go inside together and have a look. Yes. Zushan followed in a little apprehension. They go inside. The temperature inside the mine is much lower than that outside. It's also very cool inside, but the environment doesn't seem to be very good. Put the copper basin here. Yes. Zushan did as he did, placing the 2 basins on an empty flat ground one after another. Bring me a large piece of saltpeter. He forcefully took another stone from the wall. On the other hand, Lee Minutes put the small basin into the big basin. He took the saltpeter from Zushan's hand and threw it into the copper basin. As soon as the saltpeter entered the water, it made a chirp sound. A burst of white water vapor rose, like the means of an immortal. Saltpeter is reacting quickly with water. But in the face of such a situation, Zushan was quite frightened. His body shuddered a little, and he stayed there motionless. What's going on here? Why is this horrible? Looking at Lee Minutes, there seemed to be no reaction at all. Are you being too sensitive? After a long time, Zushan's mouth kept shaking. This. What kind of immortal method is this? Could it be that the 6th Prince is an immortal? Maybe that's what he could imagine. Other than that, there is no other solution. Lee Minutes rolled his eyes at him, which was really rare and strange. It's just some heat exchange that occurs after the saltpeter meets the water, which takes away the heat and turns the water into ice. Is that so? His old god was watching. That Zushan's eyes stared at the copper basin. Then, something unforgettable happened to him. The water in the small basin began to form ice cubes, and there was still a hint of coolness. Lee Minutes was overjoyed. The browser really didn't lie to him. It's really frozen, and the ice in the small bowl is actually edible. Ancient water was clean and free of pollution. Well, sure enough, that's great. You can make a lot of money later. He thought about smoothies, iced tea, ice cakes, everything related to ice. He can double profits up to 100 times more than basically lying down and making money. In the future, what is the richest man in Chainan? Tang's richest man can. At the same time, the days to come will be comfortable, and there is no need to suffer from the heat. 6th Prince. This is simply a miracle. Zushan was already incoherent. It's just a simple chemical principle. So nervous. But then again, it is the Tang dynasty, the backward feudal era. All unsolved things will be given miracles. He was justifiably shocked. Go and see what's in this little basin. Zushan walked over tremblingly and reached out to touch it. Is this ice? This is ice. He picked up a piece of ice and danced. 6th Prince, you are a god. Try it and see. Really? Lee Minutes nodded. Zushan put a piece in his mouth, and it was cool for a while. Yes. It's ice cubes, edible. Then asked, How did you know you could make ice this way? We're going to make a fortune next. With such a simple method of making ice, we can sell ice. A small piece of ice is 20 cents, and at least 1,000 large pieces can be produced this day. Without an abacus, Zushan counted with his hands, but he couldn't count. Calm down, we just need to earn some money silently, and don't make a high profile. Otherwise, we won't even have soup in the future. However, Lee Minutes interrupted Zushan's words. Some things should be done and said less. Yes, in the future, I will listen to you. I won't ask more. He made up his mind. By the way, is this nitrate mine really not being mined? Right. No one. I've played around here since I was a kid, and it's been abandoned here. The ancients could not find its real use, so there was no market. Don't let people know about this in advance. After I get the mining rights here, I will fence this place, and our business will depend on it in the future. Yes, that profit. Zushanku is fast. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. When you find yourself talking fast, again, I know what you mean. I said that as long as you do well, I will not treat you badly. In the future, as long as you participate, how about 91 cents of the money we make? This obviously exceeded Zushan's expectations. There's 1%. He's smiling right there. Thanks, sixth prince. Go back. I have closed the restaurant. Concentrate on this. No, you still have to open it. You will use that restaurant in the future. Zushan was puzzled, but Lee Minutes wanted to do it, so he just let him go. In the future, things in the business field will clearly be dominated by you. You are in the front, and I will actually control them, so you can understand. If you have any questions, ask them in time. How dare I have a problem? What the sixth prince says is what it is. Lee Minutes also said seriously, one more thing, you have to remember that in front of others, you don't have to call me the sixth prince, but Mr. Zilly. Yes. Zushan nodded and said yes. Then, he said, this weather is hot, why don't we produce more ice? This is up to you. Anyway, you don't have to do it yourself. Everything comes from Zushan. Okay. Zushan continued to operate, and after a while, he created several large copper basins of ice. These are cool enough for the afternoon. It can even be collected in a water tank to enjoy the ice water. At this time, they did not know that someone had been waiting for them at the restaurant for a long time. P.S. 81 on the new book list. The results are good, and then ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 23. Take the nitrate mine. The two returned to the restaurant with several large bowls of ice. At this time, Lee Minutes temporarily took this place as his foothold. The two young men in the store returned to the restaurant with the help of two big bowls of ice. Although they were curious as to why there was so much ice, judging by Lee Minutes' ability, it was not surprising that no matter what happened, the other little two were very curious when they saw the two appear, because their shopkeeper seems to be obedient to Mr. Zilly. It wasn't like this before. But as subordinates, they dare not question too much. Mr. Zilly, you are tired after the day. You should go upstairs to rest first. After a while, I will bring the iced honey water. Lee Minutes nodded slightly. Both ice and honey are extremely precious. Zushan even has honey. It was a busy day and he was tired. Haven't gone upstairs yet, but I saw an old man standing at the door. When Lee Minutes saw it, wasn't that Kong Yingda? What is this old man doing? Too much money? Want 10 more? Master Kong, please come in. Zushan also saw it and called out. As for the little two inside, they showed contemptuous glances. Why is this old man here again? Yesterday, I was taught a lesson by Lee Minutes, and I came back today. Is Mr. Zilly here? Kong Yingdo asked. Lee Minutes was not far away. It's there. I'm going to get the ink ready. Zushan thought he was going to buy poetry, but he actually had to prepare pen and ink. It was Lee Minutes' business, and he dared not say that he was not there, for fear of hindering people's way of making money. The arrival of Kong Yingda made people feel a little puzzled. What is this guy going to do? Why is it here again today? Until Kong Yingda looked at him. He felt that it was not easy, because from Kong Yingda's eyes, he saw some more, which is different from the awe in literature. It's more like a subordinate's feeling for a superior. Mr. Zilly, you are here, just in time. I have something to do with you. I don't sell poetry anymore, let's go. Lee Minutes felt that it was not good, so he said so. Zushan is shrewd. That is to say, Scholar Confucius. Mr. Zilly does not see you, you better go. Then, let the little two come together and make a gesture of invitation. If he doesn't leave, they may ask him to leave here. Kong Yingda was unrelenting. Mr. Zilly's word Zilly comes from his name. He was very loud. But let the people around do not know why. What happened to Kong Yingda? Why say this? What is his name? And what does it have to do with him? Is there such a thing as asking people's names? Must be in a panic. However, Lee Minutes knew that this guy might have recognized him. Let's go, let's go. People don't want to see you, so don't be sullen. Zushan was about to drive him away. Lee Minutes said, let him come here, please. Zushan immediately made a gesture of invitation. Kong Yingda followed Lee Minutes upstairs. They went upstairs one after the other. Don't wait for Lee Minutes to sit down. Kong Yingda saluted. The old minister pays respects to the sixth prince. Okay. Lee Minutes was surprised. How did he know his identity? To know that you can be easy, how can you possibly be recognized? Sixth prince, stay safe. Ha ha ha, Master Kong, you can actually recognize me. No, it's your majesty. Okay. How did you get involved with Li Shimin? Does he know his whereabouts? That can't be. That man is so cute. How could this be possible? Your Majesty knows my whereabouts, he asks. Since he left the palace, he has never called Li Shimin Father Emperor again. It was the sixth prince's calligraphy that caught his Majesty's attention. It turned out to be like this. Last year, he tried to write an article in the thin gold body, and he did not want to be seen by Li Shimin. He was remembered after that. You should know that the fonts at that time were more orthodox. Like this distinctive font, basically no one dares to write it. Lee Minutes is definitely an exception. This guy has a really good memory. It's my own negligence. But it's okay. Let Leo know that he is doing well. It's fun to make him regret it. So that's the case. Tell me, why are you here today? One of the ministers wants to ask the sixth prince for one thing. Tell me the story. Suddenly, Kong Yingda fell directly to the ground. Kong Yingda, what are you doing? What is this operation? Why kneel directly? I invite the sixth prince. Don't sell poetry anymore. Ah, is it His Majesty's meaning? Is he going to cut me off? No, no, it's you who sell it like this. It will take me a long time to collect these poems, and it will also cost money. The more he said this, the more inconceivable Lee Minutes felt. How can I sell my own poetry? That's all. I don't understand. What does my sale of poetry have to do with the court? This is still the prince's literary talent, which is shocking. Your Majesty has ordered that all the poems you send out should be returned to the booklet as the material for the Imperial examination in the coming year. The poems you sold in the past 2 days were basically bought by us. I thought that you could finish writing for one day, but I didn't want to start again today. I spent a lot of money just to buy poems. Now that the Ministry of Household has no money, the Treasury can no longer support it. Also, please raise your hand high. Don't sell it. It turns out that I didn't earn enough. Those who buy poetry and then resell it are the ones who make money. It's really a big loss. Also proud. Li Shimin said that he was not good, but you reading www.uukanzu.com actually admitted his literary talent. Who made him so talented? Then he said that the Ministry of Household has no money, and the Treasury has no money. This Tang dynasty is really poor. However, since Kong Yingda begged him like this, he must be asked to do something for him. Judging from his position, if you can help yourself to solve the problem of minerals, that is excellent. He was still thinking about how to get someone to help him. Someone just came to ask for it. So, he said, it's not impossible not to sell, but you have to do me a favor. What are you busy with? Lee Minutes didn't hide anything. He said directly, help me take down the niter mining right in the east of the city. What? Kong Yingda was puzzled. Why do you want to do this? At this time, Zushan came up from the bottom, a bowl of water in hand. "Mr. Zilli, your iced honey water is here." Kong Yingde was astonished. Li Minutes had only left the palace for more than a day, and he had his subordinates, and he seemed to be earning well. "It looks like a fish in water. On a hot day, you can drink iced honey water. That is simply luxury." At the same time, Zushan also saw Kong Yingde kneeling on the ground. There seems to be no response at all. Kong Yingde was ashamed. Should he stand up or continue to kneel? Until Li Minutes said, "Zushan is his own." Kong Yingde's feeling of shame will be lighter. At this point, Li Minutes felt that Kong Yingde was a little unwilling. He stared at his iced honey water again. It is in mind. Chapter 24. The bottom line. Zushan saw this battle, and Kong Yingde had recognized Li Minutes long ago. So, it didn't feel particularly shocking. "Zushan, give Kong Yingde the iced honey water." Zushan was puzzled. Why do this? A lot of money. But still as he wished. Yes. Kong Yingde was flattered and looked at the honey water in the bowl with ice cubes floating. Is this really possible? This is precious. What's more comfortable than drinking a bowl of iced honey water in the big summer? Of course, you can drink as much as you want. Zushan is shrewd, said. "I'll go get another bowl." Kong Yingde was stunned for a moment. Go get another bowl. It seems that the financial resources in this small shop are not bad. You know, now the ice can't be bought with money. A while ago, the ice in the entire chain was almost exhausted. There is not much left. It's even more impossible to get some. Even the stock in the palace is not much. This ice, it seems that few people in Chainan sell it. A small piece will be fried for 20 cents or more. This bowl is all money. Every sip is money. And this honey is also a rare thing. Two things combined. I won't drink it a few times in my life. As he spoke, drinking the iced honey water, his expression became very enjoyable. Sweet and cheerful. Makes people forget the heat of summer. As for Zushan, he quickly got another bowl. He carefully placed it next to Li Minutes. Li Minutes picked it up gently, took a sip, and it was really fun. As for Kong Yingde, he had already finished drinking a bowl. "Kong Yingde, get up. Don't drink on your knees. It's not good looking." "Yes." "Oh no. The sixth prince hasn't agreed to my request, so I can't get up." "This old guy is really stubborn." "You didn't promise me, didn't you?" "This. If I want Kong Yingde to help me, it seems that it is not enough just not to sell poetry." So, he continued, "If you are willing to help me, I can give you 10 catties of ice to cool off the heat." "How?" As soon as the words came out, Kong Yingde showed a shocked expression. 10 pounds. That's a lot. Even Li Shimin can't give that much at one time. However, the mining right of this nitrate mine belongs to the state-owned industry. "I'm afraid." "Your identity." "Your Majesty." He's afraid. In the end, I was afraid that I couldn't help, and I took the ice again. What should I do? Li Shimin knew what he did and would definitely not agree. It is still possible to help, but he was willing to help, and everything was much easier. So Li Minutes said again, "Of course. The state-owned industry naturally has to exert its value. You go and tell your Majesty that this mining right is what Zushan wants." "Oh, well, maybe." Zushan was certain in his heart, but immediately returned to normal. After all, Li Minutes is not a prince now. Li Shimin hated him again, and it was impossible to follow him. It's different if it's folks. Of course. The mining rights are determined in the form of rent. How about my rent of 3,000 tals a year? If the former conditions are not tempting enough, then the latter is definitely quite attractive. Instead of keeping a useless nitrate mine, it is better to maximize its benefits. Li Shimin is not stupid. He must be able to weigh the pros and cons. He will 100% agree. In that case, it seems to be possible. But it depends on His Majesty's intention. And his pricing is the main thing. Kong Yingde, I will give you a reserve price here. If it exceeds 5,000 tals, then there is no need to rent that mine. I hope you can talk about it. By the way, there is also a way to pay. I can pay for 1 year first. Kong Yingde wondered, he has so much money, as everyone knows. He really has. After a while, wouldn't the 5,000 tals come easily? After thinking for a while, Li Minutes said, tomorrow. At this time, I want to hear good news from you. Before then, did you still sell poetry? Kong Yingde felt that this matter should be negotiated. Don't worry, I won't sell it. He doesn't want to sell anymore. There is a better industry. He won't do it. What poetry is still sold there? How much money can you make selling poetry a day? Making ice, a few breaths can make a day's money, right? Okay, that's for sure. By the way, don't forget to issue the official document. I only recognize that. Verbal is not allowed. Don't worry, I understand. Kong Yingde is in a good mood. Okay, go back. The old minister retire. He was about to get up, but he couldn't get up because he had been kneeling for too long. In the end, it was Zushan who helped him to get up. Zushan, you are ready to bring back the ice to Kong Yingde? Yes. The two went downstairs. Li Minutes, on the other hand, leaned comfortably on the edge of the windowsill and watched the people coming and going. From tomorrow, his rapid wealth will begin. Set a small goal first. Earn him 90,000 tals of silver. At this time, the emperor, the crown prince, concubine and others were still living frugally in the palace, and their lives were very unsatisfactory. Thinking of this, he smiled knowingly. After a while, Zushan is back. He said cautiously, Sixth Prince, we really need to spend 5,000 tals to rent a nitrate mine. What do you know, with 50,000 and 50,000, or even more, don't you earn this kind of money? 50,000? Zushan thought he had heard it wrong. How could there be 50,000? A bowl of ice is 20 cents, 50,000 tals of silver, that is 50 million cents. How many bowls are there? Lots and lots. He doesn't count. This is Zushan's narrow vision. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If you only rely on ice, it will definitely not make money. What if it's something else? That doesn't mean you have to make a lot of money. Is this really possible? You do not believe. Believe. How can you not believe the words of the sixth prince? Follow me, nothing is impossible. Work hard. Your achievements don't stop there. Yes, then he'll go down first. Zushan was very happy, so he went down, and the little two below were puzzled. There seems to be something wrong with their shopkeeper. To be obedient to a young man. They can't figure it out. They don't know the way. It's better not to think about it. Speaking of Kong Yingde, he quickly returned home. Ling Jiading took out 10 kilograms of ice and said, come on, prepare sugar water, add ice, and let each of the children in the family have a bowl. Everyone has a share. Having said that, the entire Kong family was immediately shocked. I haven't seen ice for a long time. Mrs. Kong asked, husband, has your majesty finally bestowed ice? Kong Yingde smiled, about to reply. However, someone shouted, your majesty is here. What? At this time, Li Shimin came to find himself. The ice was still by his side, and before he could clean it up, Li Shimin had already walked in. He was startled. Li Shimin came at the wrong time. Old minister greets his majesty. The Confucius mansion was shocked, and the emperor actually came to visit. P.S. I have worked hard these 2 days for your recommended tickets. The latest record, 43 on the new book list. Thank you, everyone, and ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 25. The Confucius mansion was present and bowed to Li Shimin. And then, Kong Yingde let some irrelevant people avoid. Kong Yingde obviously did not expect Li Shimin's arrival. At this time he was very worried. Why? Because the ice around him still exists, exuding a trace of coolness. If Li Shimin asks about this, how should he respond? Said to be obtained from the public? It doesn't feel right either. Did you buy it yourself? Where does your money come from? What to say? Either way it's wrong. Said he got it from the sixth prince. It seems. Okay. Sure enough, Li Shimin still found the ice on the side. He scowled. Aching, I think your life seems to be very good. Before I gave you the ice, you bought the ice yourself. They cost a lot of money, right? Li Shimin's words were yin and yang. It was very distressing to hear. Your Majesty, this was not bought by the minister. Where did that come from? Did it fall from the sky? This is What is it? I got it from the sixth prince. The minister just brought it back, ready to pack it up and dedicate it to your majesty and queen. Kong Yingde is shrewd. This trick is very good to use flowers to offer Buddha. If he didn't do it, he probably couldn't tell. Because once he got involved with Li Minutes, in front of Li Shimin, he couldn't tell. Not to mention the light ones, but the heavy ones are directly bribery. That's a big sin. Now Li Minutes is a citizen, not a prince, so there is no reason to give him anything. Fortunately, I said it directly to Li Shimin. The Kong family was puzzled. What my master said just now. After Li Shimin heard this, his expression softened a little, but still pretty ugly. Where did he get the money to buy these ices? He asks. I heard that he came from selling poems. His poems have been selling well in the past 2 days. The minister has only collected about 200 of his poems, and he has not finished collecting them yet. However, soon, these to the sky can be collected. Also, I saw the ice in his residence, which is almost 10%. In just over a day, Li Minutes wrote more than 200 poems. But here in Kong Yingde, only more than 200 people went up. Kong Yingde tried to say as many quantities as possible to show that his 10 pounds of ice was nothing. It's just a fraction of someone else's. How much can I sell poetry for? Ice is a very precious thing, even if I can't take out too much ice at one time to cool off the heat. How could this kid have so much? To give it away as a gift is simply a waste of money. This, I don't know. Kong Yingde was embarrassed when she heard it, and it was a waste of money to send herself. At the same time, he also pretended not to know. It's none of your business. Forget it. What can't this idiot do? His way of doing things can't be treated as usual. Since a year ago, Li Minutes has behaved differently from others. In every respect, like beating officials for no reason, deliberately making equals with the concubine. Is there anything he can't do? Therefore, Kong Yingde can get these ices, and he must not be theorized by the usual. Although Li Shimin said this, he must be curious. How rich is Li Minutes? Enjoy what others can't enjoy. Kong Yingde breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Li Shimin would say more on this issue. So the topic was pulled away. Why is your majesty looking for a minister this time? You can directly let the old minister enter the palace to face the saint. I am ashamed. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Gainer's study situation seems to be not good recently. I'll come to you and ask. It just happened that I was bored in the palace, so I came out to have a look. Kong Yingde wiped away the cold sweat. It turned out to be like this. Make him think something big has happened. His Royal Highness has been unable to keep up with his studies recently. He often dozed off during my lectures. I wanted to talk about this later in the morning. Since your majesty has come down, I will talk about it. Kong Yingde knew that the relationship between Li Chengqian and Li Minutes was not good. At this moment, he was favored by Li Yin, and he casually said bad things about Li Chengqian. Anyway, he didn't have a good impression of Li Chengqian. On the bright side, he was his teacher, but the prince didn't seem to like him, so he didn't want to see his face either. Talk to his father directly about what he is not serious about. As soon as these words came out, Li Shimin was angry. Why is this child so unruly? How dare I hand over my country to him in the future? No, I have to go back to the palace and educate him. Let's see if he dares not to listen carefully. Your Majesty, rest your anger. His Royal Highness is still a child, and he always likes to play. Child? No. He is the future king. In terms of maturity, he is not as good as Chua. Li Shimin blurted out. It can be seen that Li Minutes still has a certain status in his heart, but Li Minutes has challenged his authority. If not, he might be fine. Kong Yingde sounds like it. Li Shimin is a knife-mouthed tough-hearted man. Your Majesty's words are very true. Okay, I'll go first. Li Shimin hurried back to teach Li Chengqian a lesson. Your Majesty, I just have something to ask for instructions. Kong Yingde stopped Li Shimin. It happened that he was here. You reading www.uukanzu.com is the best to make things clear. Oh, what else do you do? Li Shimin wondered. Kong Yingda usually finds himself nothing more than the prince's study. After the study is finished, what does he want to do? It's like this. I met a shopkeeper of a restaurant before. He was very interested in the nitrate mine in the east of the city. He wanted to lease the nitrate mine. He also promised to rent the mining rights for 1 year for 3,000 tals of silver. The money is a one-time fee. Clear. I want to ask your majesty, is this possible? But the nitrate mine in the east of the city that has been abandoned for many years. I used to stay there for a while back then. Where would someone want it? It's there. It just happens that you can rent it out to collect money to supplement the national treasury. But 3,000 tals are too little. So say 5,000 tals of silver, which is a lot of money. You go and tell them. If they agree, you will take care of this matter with the Ministry of Household. I have something else to do, so I'll go now. Li Shimin said that it would cost 5,000 tals to speak directly. 5,000 tals of silver, as the sixth prince said. It seems that Li Minutes still understands Li Shimin. First, he said a 3,000. Because he knew that Li Shimin would still raise the price. It went surprisingly well. Kong Yingda was shocked. It turned out that Li Minutes was so powerful that he could guess Li Shimin's decision. Your Majesty, this ice. I'll give you this ice. How can a king take his subjects? It's ridiculous. Not waiting for Kong Yingda to react. Li Shimin has left. Kong Yingda breathed a sigh of relief. The whole family came out cheering. And finally they could drink a bowl of rock sugar water. Kong Yingda didn't have the intention to drink that thing. He cried, come on, prepare a car, go to the household. Chapter 26 Squatting. The next day, just before dawn, there was a commotion outside the restaurant. Then someone knocked on the door of the restaurant. Open the door. Open the door. Who is it that you don't let people sleep this early in the morning? It's not so early for business. Early in the morning. It's annoying. Okay. Stop knocking. The door is going to break. Zushan came out cursing. As soon as the door opened, a black shadow flashed past, followed by another. In less than 3 seconds, 5 or 6 people walked past him. They were uniformly dressed and seemed to be officers and soldiers. When he slowed down, he saw a big old man right in front of him. His physique is more than twice his size, making people feel like they are black. Where is Mr. Zilli? He looked up and saw that it was Cheng Yojin. There was dew all over their clothes. This guy stayed at the door of the restaurant late at night last night, and only came in here to look for Li Minutes as soon as the sky dawned. It turned out to be General Cheng. What happened so early? I'm not looking for you. Where is Mr. Zilli? Where is he? In front of outsiders, Cheng Yojin did not dare to call Li Minutes the sixth prince, only Mr. Zilli. After all, because of his special status, he couldn't mess around, it would hurt Li Minutes. Sir is still sleeping. Can you wait? Li Minutes didn't get up and didn't dare to call him. It's already dawn. Why are you still sleeping? Why don't you call for me? The shrewd Cheng Yojin said so. It seemed that he dared not go. No wonder he was out last night. Then Zushan didn't dare to go. He also knew that Li Minutes was the prince. Once he angered him, everyone would have a hard time. Then he responded, even the little ones don't dare? How cowardly. Forget it. I'll just wait here. After Cheng Yojin finished speaking, he sat down. The others stood by. Zushan dared not to speak out, but he also wanted to say, you are not timid, go and call. But still nothing was said. Sit down for a while, I'll go first. In the end, he didn't want to be with Cheng Yojin, so he left with a reason. As for Cheng Yojin, he was constantly wandering underneath. He must be very anxious. I thought I could see Li Minutes quickly, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. People are still sleeping. If other people dared to do this, he would have gone mad long ago, but now he can't. In fact, Li Minutes had already discovered that Cheng Yojin was here, but he just wouldn't come down. Then pretend to sleep. By the way, swipe the browser to see the latest news in the future, listen to songs, and also make up for historical knowledge and plan the future. With it, time flies fast and full. Time passed minute by minute, until sunrise. 3 shots. Cheng Yojin finally couldn't help it. Mr. Zilli, get up. he exclaimed. But he didn't dare to knock on the door. Lee Minutes kept shaking his head in the room. This old guy is really in a hurry. He looked at the browser time. It's just past 8 or 9, so what? Finally, his door slowly opened. When he walked out of it, Cheng Yo-jin was very excited. Run directly to his side. Mr. Zilli, finally up. I'm here to find you. Lee Minutes' expression was a little exaggerated. It turned out to be General Cheng. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you came? Don't call me. I'm so sorry for making you wait so long. Listening to this, it feels like it's pretending. Wouldn't he know that Cheng Yo-jin made such a big move just now? Apparently it was made. But what can Cheng Yo-jin do with him? It's not important. What happened yesterday, is it okay? He is very concerned about today's results. Of course it's fine. Where's the thing? Zushan, take out the things. Yes. Zushan immediately sent the horseshoe out. Cheng Yo-jin wanted to scold people. This Zushan has this horseshoe? Why didn't you say it earlier? Make yourself wait so long? But he didn't ask. Even if he asked, no one dared to give it to him. But then again, how does this thing work? He doesn't know either. What is this thing called? Cheng Yo-jin played with horseshoes. An ordinary piece of iron with a few holes. It's called a horseshoe. A horse's shoe. Horseshoes. Really useful? He looked left and right, but couldn't see why. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the shoes. That's natural. How could I make it without using it? Why don't you try it first? Cheng Yo-jin said so. It seems he is more cautious. After all, once this thing enters the palace, if you can't play it well, you will definitely not be able to pretend to be forceful, maybe scolded. If you can try it in advance, everything will be different. It's still really spicy. Lee Minutes did whatever he wanted. Okay, I can try it for you. That's great. I brought my horse too. Come, bring the horse here. Turns out it was already ready. Even the horses are ready. Probably thought about it yesterday. After that, someone came over with a horse. As soon as the horse came in, it could be seen that its hooves were a little bit more horny. It hasn't been groomed for a long time. At the same time, Zushan showed an expression of disgust. After all, in my own shop, it makes people feel very uncomfortable to have a horse here. How will you do business in the future? But the other party was a general, and there were so many people that he didn't dare to speak. However, Lee Minutes could see what he was thinking. General Cheng is too small here. Let's go outside. All right, this place is indeed a little smaller. Come on, lead the horse out. Cheng Yo-jin was noisy inside, and soon attracted some people to come. What happened to this restaurant? Why are there so many troops out there? When they go out, they attract more attention. There are more and more people, and people are watching, wondering what's going on. Cheng Yo-jin said shamelessly, everyone, come and have a look. Today I want to do a big event. A big event that shakes the Tang dynasty. How could it be his business? It's obviously Lee Minutes. His loud voice immediately attracted a large number of people. In just a while, hundreds of people gathered around. Probably because of the relationship between the restaurant and Lee Minutes, everyone paid a lot of attention to this place. Lee Minutes had black lines all over his head. This stuff really loves performance. Well, let him do it. Anyway, I only want the money, nothing else really matters. Come on, be optimistic about the order. Please come out with Mr. Zilli. Then, Lee Minutes and Zushan came out. What they held in their hands were horseshoes. People started talking. What is this for? Why is Mr. Zilli holding 4 iron blocks in his hand? Wouldn't it be these 4 pieces of iron that Cheng Yo-jin said that shook the Tang dynasty? Such an unremarkable piece of iron. It's just too easy to see. When people were wondering, Cheng Yo-jin spoke again. P.S. Latest results. 38th on the new book list. Thank you all for your support. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 27 Xrengai. I have seen people who show love, but I have never seen someone like Cheng Yo-jin. Just let him go. Cheng Yo-jin said, come here, get me the horse. When people thought he was going to do something next, he changed his words. I have asked Mr. Zilli to put shoes on the horse. This statement caused a lot of confusion. How do horses wear shoes? What about shoes? elsewhere. Is that boy crazy? The teenager is crazy. Is General Cheng also crazy? What happened this morning? Farce, absolutely farce. Even so, people are gathering more and more. Many people came to see the fun, and more came to see the jokes. In their understanding, how should a horse wear shoes? How long will it last? If it fell, it would be ridiculous. Li Minutes was pushed to the top of the wave by Cheng Yojin, and expressed his attitude towards everyone's confusion. Let them go. These ignorant ancient people will know in a while that there is nothing wrong. Seeing people like this, Cheng Yojin said again, this is what Mr. Zilli meant. Let him put on the horse's shoes. Let's take a look. It sounds like it's a bit of a dissociation. People showed contempt. Didn't you just say that you came by yourself? How did you become Mr. Zilli? Li Minutes shook his head, ignoring him, but walked to the side of the horse. Looking at it, it turned out to be a fierce horse. The horses screamed, and the momentum was very great. This Cheng Yojin is really worrying, and he came out after such a tidying up. So be it, General Cheng. Please pull the horse. Don't let him move. I can handle the next thing. Cheng Yojin is there. What? Pull by hand? What? Is General Cheng not as powerful as before? Is this no good? This is what he prepared, and it is best for him to come. Li Minutes was so sour. Cheng Yojin got angry. How can a man say he can't do it? Who says it can't be done? I'm still growing old. After speaking, he grabbed the horse directly. The horse is fierce. If not, let them go together. After Li Minutes finished speaking, Cheng Yojin's men wanted to help. I can do it. Don't say anything in the future. There's only one word here. Okay. You all go away. Don't come to help. But looking at him like this, it doesn't seem good. Someone asked to help, but he refused. Whoever dares to help me, I will hit anyone. After finishing, he used all his strength to directly buckle the horse. There was a round of applause from the crowd. General Cheng is so mighty. Natural power. It really lives up to its reputation. Is this still a human? It's terrible. Use human power to power. Words like this go on and on. Hearing Cheng bite the golden ears softly, complimented. Unexpectedly, the horse seemed to be more fierce than expected. Cheng Yojin was about to lose his grip. Not good. General Cheng is probably in danger. Many soldiers shouted, but they didn't dare to go forward. After all, Cheng Yojin had said that no one was allowed to help. What can I do? If Cheng Yojin was injured, these people would not end well. Li Minutes was even more puzzled. Now it's better. If the horse is pressed on him, this old man is afraid that he will lie in bed for a long time. Just when people thought he was dying, suddenly, a stalwart body appeared behind him. Don't wait for him to react. Someone has already fought the horse in his place. Not only that, but the horse didn't even move. Finally, it gave up resistance. When people saw the visitor clearly, he looked like he was in his 20s, with his striking muscles, his resolute face, and his inexhaustible strength. This is simply divine power. Cheng Yojin couldn't figure it out, but this man took it easily. Still young and promising. Didn't you say you don't need help? What are you doing? Cheng Yojin was furious. But when he saw the visitor, he stopped. Because he is not his own soldier, but a civilian. In Chainan, there are such great people. Li Minutes was even more puzzled. Think about the countless celebrities in the Tang dynasty. What kind of existence this person will be. I said I helped you resist the danger. But you don't thank me, but blame me. The man is not happy. Who are you? Cheng Yojin asked. Under Xrengai. Xrengai. Li Minutes was overjoyed. Wasn't that the god of war who settled the Tanshan mountains with 3 arrows and subdued Goguryeo? With this person, his own safety is afraid of worry. So, he thought about how to convince him to help himself. Cheng Yojin said, who is Xrengai? I don't know. People helped you, but you didn't thank them and said such shameless words. I'm afraid only Cheng Yojin would do such a thing. Xrengai is not a person to be provoked. He said, then you can do it yourself. When it's over, let go of the war horse. Don't. Have something nice to say. Something nice to say. Cheng Yojin still succumbed to it. Is this still the general in people's hearts? I still have something to do. He can bear it himself. Lee Minutes couldn't let Cheng Yojin get hurt. After all, he had a good relationship with him. So he stepped forward and said to the young man, "Please wait and help him." The youth ignored him. Lee Minutes was a little embarrassed. After all, at his age, in the eyes of others, he is just a child. The young man finally said, "I help him, but he is not grateful." Am I not asking for hardships? How do you know that as a child? Speaking of Lee Minutes' child, it means to look down on him a bit. What's the urgency? Please wait and then talk about it. Wait and then talk about it. Cheng Yojin lost the toughness he had just now. Then say, "I'm going to look for Mr. Zilli. I'm late, and I may not see you anymore. You can do it yourself." When Xrengwi's words came out, everyone turned their attention to where Lee Minzai was. Isn't Mr. Zilli who he is looking for right in front of him? At the same time, Lee Minutes was even more curious. What did Xrengai do with him? Learn? Still asking for poetry. He immediately searched for everything about him. It turned out that Xrengai was born in the southern ancestral home of the X family in Hedong. When he was young, his family was poor and his status was low, and he made farming as his career. He didn't join the army until he was middle-aged, fought for decades, defeated the 9 surnames Teal, subdued Goguryeo, and defeated the Turks. Such a god is simply too scary. Now I can't find a way. It's really a hero's end. Such a god, how can he let it go? This entry is out. But why he came to find his answer has not yet. The place quieted down until someone pointed at Lee Minutes and said, "Xrengai, that's Mr. Zilli. The person looking for is right across from you. You don't know Mr. Zilli, but you say you want to find him. You young man is so rude." Xrengai watched for a long time, and the whole person was fixed there. What? This young man turned out to be Mr. Zilli. He was rude to him just now and looked down on him as a child. I was ashamed at this point. Chapter 28. Like a man. Are you Mr. Zilli? Xrengai was shocked, talking a little trembling. How could he not have imagined that Mr. Zilli turned out to be a 13 or 14-year-old boy? This refreshed his cognition. Lee Minutes nodded slightly. As for the other people, they said, "He is Mr. Zilli, the #1 talent in Chainan." Corrected immediately. He's the #1 talent in the Tang dynasty. Some people who didn't know Lee Minutes also stood up and said, "I didn't expect Mr. to be a teenager," which is surprising. Some scholars spend their entire lives, and they still fail to reach the realm of a gentleman when they grow old. That's not true. Who can write hundreds of poems in one day, and the first masterpiece? How can any scholar be able to do this? Not even Confucius and Mencius. It turned out that it was only 2 days, and the legends about Lee Minutes and his poems were circulating throughout Chainan. Not only that, it even radiated a little to the surrounding areas of Chainan city, all the way to the entire Tang dynasty. This may be the reason why Xrengai came to find him. "Sir, please accept me. I don't know what happened just now. I neglected you. Please forgive me." Xrengai said so. Just bend over directly. As soon as these words came out, Cheng Yojin shouted in fright. Don't do this." He is still getting off his horse now. This time, isn't that gravity going to him? No, but it was too late. Xrengai bowed down. When people thought that Cheng Yojin would be crushed under the horse, something incredible happened. The horse was still there. It turned out that Xrengai was still holding his hand. This is simply God. How could a mortal do such a thing? Cheng Yojin breathed a sigh of relief, and urged, "Mr. Zilli, it's none of my business. I'll leave first." So he got out of the horse. "If you don't leave, your life will be in danger. Let Xrengai go to the top of everything." Xrengai, "Okay, get up quickly. Don't hurt yourself." Xrengai just got up. But the hand still controls the war horse. This horse can be said to be very aggrieved. It is controlled by a human being, but it is unable to move. "Why did you come to see me?" Lee Minutes asked curiously. Xrengai said, "I have studied martial arts for many years, but I have no use for it. I don't study literature. I think that Mr. Zilli has been very talented in literature recently. I want to try to come and study, and I hope you can take me in." So this is Now there is less conflict within the Tang dynasty, and it tends to be peaceful. Although the external forces are large, there are also many people stationed at the border. In recent years, Lee Shimin has rarely recruited troops, so some people who practice martial arts feel that there is no use for them. Coupled with Lee Minet's success in the form of words as gold, there are a lot of imitations. But imitation is always imitation. No one wants a penny for one song, even 10 songs. Xrengai, who studied martial arts, thought that it would be better to learn some literary skills, and maybe he could eat a full meal. Selling poetry can also have food and clothing. This is like a modern writer of novels, someone who writes well and shows off his achievements. The misunderstanding that the novel industry can make a lot of money, so many people squeeze their heads to get started. As everyone knows, the result of this heat is that it takes time and gets very little. Xrengai is such an existence. He wants to follow trends. Find the most famous person to be a teacher. But in Lee Minet's opinion, it's really an idiot to not use martial arts. So he said, Xrengai, you don't have to study literature. You can also honor your ancestors. What do you mean, sir? Follow me. I won't teach you anything about literature, but I can make you shine in your sect. Think about it, I'm not forcing you to do anything. The crowd was in an uproar. That's a great opportunity. Someone even urged Xrengai to agree. Xrengai, if it's good, agree quickly. Follow Mr. Zilli. Even if he doesn't teach you, you can still learn something. Don't miss this opportunity. Yes, in the future, even being a book boy is a good choice. Someone else made plans for him, even promised for him. But Lee Minet's wanted a bodyguard, not a book boy. Xrengai fell into contemplation again. Especially Zushan, he understands what it means. Why do you say that? Because he had seen Lee Minet's methods. In the future, that is someone who wants to make a lot of money. It was naturally beneficial for Xrengai to follow him. Not in a hurry to agree. It's best if you succeed. It doesn't matter if you don't. There are more important things to deal with right now. His 90,000 tals of silver must be earned first, and then there will be 50,000 tals of ice products a year. It's all intertwined. Lee Minet's is an existence suitable for doing business. Before doing one thing, he has already thought of the next thing. After making money once, think about how to make money next time. He has made plans for the future. Actually, my mother likes your poems very much too. What? Xrengui's mother also likes her poems? Doesn't that mean that his poems have already been circulated in Chainan City? Doesn't that mean that as early as when Kong Yingda collected his poems, those poems were copied into thousands of copies for literati to study? He did not expect that one of his actions actually promoted the process of Tang poetry culture. Then what? Everyone is anxious. If you can enter the door of Mr. Zilli, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Whatever you do is good. What did he say this for? Your mother likes his poems. Doesn't it seem to have anything to do with today's events? I said. Xrengai, look like a man. If you are so dawdling, I, Lao Cheng, look down on you. If you want to say a word, I'm worried for you. Even Cheng Yojin couldn't stand it anymore. Directly said so. My mother explained to me before I left that no matter what I do, I have to follow Mr. Zilli. Unexpectedly, he has become a celebrity in Chainan. Someone is going to follow him. Still a generation of fighters. Thinking of this, Lee Minet's was a little surprised. So, I am willing to follow Mr. Zilli. No matter what happens, I will not leave Mr. Zilli unless I am expelled. Mr. Zilli, please accept me again. Lee Minet's didn't understand the ancients, so he was so red tape. It's fine to just promise, but it's really nerve-wracking to have to do these things. Xrengai is going to worship again. The people around him broke into a cold sweat for him. Fortunately, Cheng Yojin didn't get off the horse. No need, safety is the top priority. I have received your sincerity, and you will give me a good horse. The next thing is very important. Lee Minet's stopped him. Don't go wrong and get hurt, it's not good. Yes. Next, it was time for Lee Minet's to perform. It was only then that the people realized that they were here to put shoes on the horses. So people turn their attention to the horse's hoof. Xrengui's case was an accident. P.S. Latest results. 34th on the new book list. Number 62 on the free explosives list. Thank you all for your votes. By the way, ask for more votes. Chapter 29. I feel so bad and want to cry. Just do it. Lee Minutes shouted. Xrengai. Yes, grab the horse. Don't let it move. Clear. The two talked like friends for many years. Actions are also very tacit. As for Cheng Yojin, he watched Xrengui's performance sourly. This was originally his performance stage, but in the end, Xrengai stole the limelight. It made him very uncomfortable and wanted to cry. But what can be done? He is old. Unlike before, if before, he might be on the same level as Xrengai. Fortunately, if the test is successful today, I can go to the palace and pretend to be forceful with Li Shimin. That is also possible. By the way, it's his own innate power. Thinking of this, he smiled. This smile made the people around him see that he was crazy. But more attention is on Lee Minutes. I saw Lee Minutes directly took out a file, a huge, sharp knife. Cheng Yojin quit. Mr. Zilli. What are you doing? Not going to cut off the horse's legs, are you? It's wearing shoes, not cutting legs. It might be something he could imagine. Otherwise, what are you doing with such a big knife? You old man, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. So Lee Minutes rolled his eyes at him. But people are also rioting. After all, some people really believed what Cheng Yojin said. Isn't it good to put shoes on horses? Why do you want to kill the horse's feet? Lee Minutes said that these ignorant people are really easily influenced. So it explains. Don't you have a manicure when you wear your shoes? Will your nails be so long that they will break your shoes? I want to trim the nails of the horse's hoof. What about you? As soon as the words came out, people were quiet. It turns out that this is the case. Wouldn't it be better if you said no earlier? It made me worry in vain. He was blamed by Cheng Yojin instead. I really don't want to talk to him. Then, Lee Minutes began to repair the extra horseshoe nails. Action is very skilled. Thanks to Xrengai, the horse could be at the mercy of him like a well-behaved puppy. When it was all over, he put the horseshoe on again. Zushan, give me a hammer and a spike. Yes. When these two things appeared, people were shocked again. At the same time, he didn't understand what he wanted to do. This time, people stopped talking. I just watched, because I said too much, but I was despised. Better not speak. The same is true for Cheng Yojin. At this moment, Lee Minutes aimed the nail at a reserved hole. Dang dang. A nail went in. This frightened Cheng Yojin on the side. Don't say no. What are you doing? The horse will be destroyed. Don't. As for everyone, they were startled and their jaws dropped. If the nail didn't go into his feet, it would be nothing. They all felt pain. While everyone was shocked, Xrengai didn't react at all. If you can't bear this visual impact, how will you fight in the future? It also exists in his admiration for Lee Minutes. Purely believe. No other distractions. In just 2 days, Lee Minutes' popularity has skyrocketed. Such a feat is not someone who can do it, so there is a mystery to believe. Clank clang. Lee Minutes ignored everyone, but continued to nail until the horse's hoof was fixed. The crowd was in an uproar. And this kind of operation? The horse didn't respond, just fluttering with a pair of big eyes, curiously looking at the horseshoe on its hoof, constantly fiddling with it. It looks like a child wearing new shoes. If it was painful, it would have jumped its feet long ago. At this time, Cheng Yojin couldn't help it. Won't it hurt when you make it like this? Horseshoes are also meat. If the nails are driven into the meat, will it really not hurt? What everyone wanted to ask, Cheng Yojin asked. Does it hurt when you snap your nails? Lee Minutes asked back. It doesn't seem to be. Could it be that the nails of horseshoes are very long? Of course, General Cheng, look at this. Did the horse wear shoes? It seems so. Will it fall? Cheng Yojin asked an idiot's question. Drop. Thinking too much. How can so many nails be driven into the horse's hoof? You can't even buckle them. This explanation makes it clear to everyone. I didn't think a piece of iron could do such a thing. But does it really work? Cheng Yojin asked everyone's questions again. When I finish the other 3, You can try. Good. So Lee Minutes started to nail the other three. People feel it for the first time, and then watch it, and it doesn't seem to have that feeling anymore. Finally, when everything is done, Lee Minutes packed up and said, "General Cheng, please get on your horse and check it out." "Okay." I put down the horse, and Cheng Yojin got on the horse. "Drive." The horse stomped a few steps back and forth, very stable, and with a long hiss, he ran away to the side. At the same time, Cheng Yojin was happy to ride on the horse. In addition, the sound of horseshoes on the ground is very nice, and it's full of rhythm. Ta-ta-ta. In order to test the function of the horseshoe, Cheng Yojin actually started to drive the war horse to the place full of gravel. In normal times, he wouldn't dare to go like this, because of walking too much. The horse is afraid that it will be scrapped faster. The horse didn't dare to stay there all the time. But now that the horse has shoes, it seems to feel that it is different, and it goes there on its own initiative. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Cheng Yojin rose up and ran wildly on his horse, and kept running around the Guozijian. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Been running for 10 laps. Finally came back. The horse is actually fine, and such an ancient problem has been solved by a piece of iron. Everyone was shocked, and the expressions they looked at Lee Minutes were even different. Many saw him as their savior. I was even more admired. Good things, really good things. This horseshoe is really useful. General Cheng, take a step to speak, Lee Minutes said after watching him come down. Okay. Please. The two entered the restaurant. At least the warhorse was there, and people rushed to check it out. Even if it was far away, they were satisfied. When they got to the second floor inside, I checked it underneath. Lee Minutes asked, "Can't forget what Uncle Cheng promised me." "How could it be forgotten? This is whence, please accept it, no matter what industry you are in." Cheng Yojin took out a piece of paper. Lee Minutes took it and took a look. And it was indeed a good thing. And then he said, "The horseshoe thing. Don't worry, only you can make this horseshoe. I will report it to your majesty and ask the Ministry of Household to pay for it." Cheng Yojin patted his chest and assured, "Okay, that's fine." "Then I go first." Cheng Yojin was a little excited. He was in a hurry to go to the Taikai Palace to perform well. After finishing, he went to Taikai Palace. This guy is really an old child, except for his love performance. He is a good person. Chapter 30 Qin Kaiyan, I slap you to death. In the Taikai Palace, civil and military officials frowned. "Your Majesty, the last commander and General Cheng have been training with troops day and night since they took the Emperor's orders, and they dare not slack off. The soldiers are okay, but the hooves of the war horses are badly worn. This is only the loss caused by the training, and countless horses are abolished every year. If it is a war, how will we Tang deal with the enemy in this way?" Speaking of this, the burly general was about to cry. "We once went to the Ministry of Household to ask for money, but the servant of the Ministry of Household refused to give it. Please ask your Majesty to decide for us." To be able to push a man of iron and blood who has been fighting for a long time on the battlefield to such a level, the grievances that he has suffered are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Speaking of this, Shiru also has his own difficulties. He desperately squeezed out a few tears. "Your Majesty, this minister has been wronged, and I also know that General Qin and General Cheng's military training is urgent, but there is not much money in the account of the Ministry of Household. A large part of a year's tax is useful, and we really can't spend much money to deal with these things." It turned out that the general was Qin Kaiyan. He pointed at the Minister of the Household and cursed, "You fart. You obviously don't want to give it. Why are there so many reasons? Believe it or not, I will slap you to death. You. Insulting gentle. Your Majesty, look at." Tobu Shira felt very aggrieved. "Tang really has no money." "How's it going, old man? You've been told by me." After that, he turned to Li Shimin again. "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed. Please order the funds." The Tang treasury really had no money, So it was no wonder that Li Minutes would leave here and live happily outside. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Household really has no money. This requires a lot of money. If the money is given to them, then the National Treasury will lose a lot of money. Everyone's salary will be cut. As soon as his words came out, the civil and military officials wailed. I was only reduced my salary last year. Are you coming again this year? How can this be done? There are thousands of people who don't want to. In such a dilemma, is it for the country or for yourself? If you don't practice good soldiers, the countries around Tang will be eyeing each other. When they invade Tang, what will we use to fight them? Excuse me? If the country is not a country, how will you get your salary? Excuse me, you are still standing here in peace? HMPH. You are stealing that concept. It's not that you won't be given money, but it will be slower when the money is in place. Slow down? I've had it for 5 years. Where is the money? Every time I squeeze out tens of thousands of kills, what's the use? The whole hall is like a vegetable market. Noisy. Enough. Finally, a majestic voice sounded, and all the officials shut their mouths, daring not to make any more noise. You officials, don't think about ways to solve the problem. You are arguing all day. What's the use of asking you? Li Shimin was angry. Raising these people, arguing every day, only know how to ask for money. Keep it, and don't think about how to solve it at all. This frightened all the officials. They said in unison, Your Majesty, the ministers and others are convicted. Li Shimin sighed. Then he spoke again. There is no way to come out today. No one can leave. This made all the officials depressed. If I can think of a way, I have already figured it out. So why is it noisy here? At this time, a little eunuch walked quickly into the hall and said sharply, Your Majesty, General Cheng has something to see, saying that he has found a solution to the wear and tear of horseshoes. Li Shimin heard this, and immediately came to the spirit. He sat down happily and said, Quick announcement. Others were shocked. Cheng Yojin is usually a powerful force, and in terms of tactics, how could he possibly compare to the literati? Has he found a solution? How can this be convincing? But it's all about listening to what he's found. Maybe it's really useful, and they don't have to stay here and stare. So the officials tidied up their clothes. Prepare to hear what Cheng Yojin has to say for a while. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty. Yesterday, I met an expert from outside the world, and I got a solution to the problem of horseshoe wear from him, and I came here to offer it. Before the person arrived, the voice of the duck man spread throughout the hall. With that being said, everyone suddenly realized that it turned out that they had found an expert to help. Otherwise, with his IQ, how could there be a way? Having said that, Li Shimin was overjoyed. What method? Let's hear it. Your Majesty, please allow the minister to get the warhorse into the palace. As soon as these words came out, some people stood up to oppose it. Your Majesty, no, this is the government hall. How can you allow war horses to come in? This minister is against it. Cheng Yojin glanced at him. It turned out to be Xijingzong. This guy doesn't do good things, but he does some bad things. No, he's here to stop himself from showing off. Cheng Yojin didn't feel good about anything. Your Majesty, the horseshoe issue has been resolved. It is a major matter of the country. What's the difference between it and political affairs? He said. At the same time, Fang Xuanling also stood up and said, Your Majesty, I think it's okay too. Some civil servants also stood up to express their approval. Xijingzong said, Your Majesty, here's a clear lesson. Li Shimin thought about it. Well, this is indeed a problem, but I thought I could let it in. His Majesty. Okay, Xijingzong, shut up for me. Cheng Yojin replied. Then he said, Come on, bring the warhorse to me. Then, I led the warhorse into the palace. Ta-ta-ta. The warhorse walked towards Li Shimin step by step. The sound of it walking is very nice. There seems to be something on this horse's feet. Li Shimin said. Your Majesty is wise, everything is on its horse's hoof. Li Shimin got off the dragon chair impatiently and went to take a look, and Cheng Yojin began to introduce horseshoes. His way of speaking is a bit exaggerated, but basically true. Also took the horse to try it out. No matter what kind of injustice on the ground, the warhorse did not feel it. He spoke very excitedly, which made everyone excited too. Qin Kai praised General Cheng. This method really solves a problem that we have been puzzled by for many years. That expert must be a wise man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. Cheng Yojin was embarrassed and wanted to say no, but couldn't. After all, revealing too much is not good for Li Minutes. Li Shimin was even more overjoyed after hearing this. There is such a genius in this world. It is comparable to the rebirth of Zhuge. It is my great luck in the Tang dynasty. Lao Cheng went to bring the master to the palace. I want to see him. As soon as Li Shimin said this, Cheng Yojin hesitated even more. Because the other party is Li Minutes. How dare he bring him in again? It would be strange not to be beaten to death by Li Shimin. Li Minutes also said that he could not tell Li Shimin the truth. Fortunately he was prepared. The masters are all over the world, and they have long been out of China at this time. What? That's really a pity. Li Shimin felt pity. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. What a good master. Maybe he can use it for himself. Your Majesty, I have a request. Say, I ask your Majesty to leave this matter to me to handle. Above the entire hall, I am afraid that only Cheng Yojin can handle this. Others don't know what to do after all. Of course. One more point, the minister asks the Ministry of Household for funding. This matter has to be quick. Hearing this, the Minister of the Household frowned. It's time to ask for money again. How much will that cost? 100,000 taels of silver is enough. What? Everyone was shocked. Not because of too much money, but because of too little. Only 100,000 taels. Shirutobu couldn't believe what he heard. Can't I lie to you? Only 100,000 taels. Okay, I'll prepare now. Upon hearing this, the minister of the ministry happily agreed. In this way, we have solved this ancient problem. The great Tang will be even stronger in the future. Li Shimin exclaimed. He didn't know that all of this was due to Li Minutes pushing behind. If he knew, I don't know if he would use his method. At this time, Xu Jingzong took the lead. Congratulations, Your Majesty. His Majesty. Manchu's civil and military are very happy. Cheng Yojin was thinking in his heart, when he got the money, he must look for Li Mingkai. Then, after the money comes down, it's time for Li Minutes to make a fortune. P.S. Up to now, there are 950 recommended votes this week. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Lai asks for a recommendation ticket again. Chapter 31. Who is scolding Lao Tzu? Besides, Cheng Yojin went out of the palace and followed the minister of the household to go to the household to handle matters. I am afraid this matter is not so fast. After all, 100,000 taels of silver have to be approved at various levels. And the money must be available in order to give money. Therefore, Cheng Yojin is also worried about whether Li Minutes can provide so many goods. By then, at the same time, Xu Jingzong also left the main hall and went to the East Palace. The East Palace is located in the Qi Palace, so it is very convenient to reach. When he arrived, Li Chengqian was already there waiting for him. His Royal Highness. Huh? How's it going? Cheng Yojin and Li Minutes really have a relationship. In the morning, the two talked and laughed at the entrance of Guo Zijian, and they had just talked to His Majesty that they could solve the horseshoe matter. I heard that 100,000 taels of silver will be invested. I suspect that this has something to do with Li Minutes. Maybe he will make this money. As soon as these words came out, it became quiet on the spot. What? 100,000 taels? How much is my monthly salary? This shot is 100,000 taels. Li Chengqian felt incredible, and he didn't even think about it. The money was used on 100,000 horses. No, this money must not fall into Li Minutes' hands. He can't make money. One more thing. What's up? The sixth prince seems to have colluded with Kong Yingde. What collusion did he have with Master Kong? How is it possible? Although they know each other, they are not familiar with each other. It is impossible. You must be mistaken. It can't be wrong. As far as I know, he wants to take the mining rights of the Niter in the east of the city, and I'm afraid something will happen again. It's just a Niter mine, There's nothing to pay attention to. If he wants this useless thing, I'll give him 100. The key is that Kong Yingdu actually harvested 10 catties of ice from him. I suspect that there must be some connection. As soon as these words came out, Li Chenqian was a little puzzled. But his focus was not on the Niter mines. He didn't know where the ice came from. It is also just right, because it is unremarkable, which is equivalent to giving Li Minutes a name of shelter. What, is he so rich? I don't even have the money left to buy ice. And he actually gave an unfamiliar person 10 pounds of ice? In their opinion, if there is ice, there is money. Buying ice for ancient times is not easy. The common people do not have inventory like the palace. No, that ice doesn't know where it came from. Regarding the source, no one knows what happened. Li Chenqian suddenly thought of something. By the way, did the royal father give you ice? This does not. At this time in previous years, the father and emperor would send me a piece of money. What's going on this year? I was in the palace just now, and an official said that the Tang ice cellar was found to have collapsed in many places, and the ice stored in it was less than two-tenths of the previous year. Now His Majesty has investigated the official's dereliction of duty, and therefore did not give the ice down. If Li Minutes knew about this, he must be very happy, and now he can enjoy it. However, Li Chenqian had to endure scorching heat and could not cool down. There is nothing you can do about this. Speaking of this, Li Chenqian was just wondering. This is what I thought deeply about. Where did Li Minutes' ice come from? Did he have something to do with the collapse of the ice cellar? He stole the ice cellar? His Royal Highness, you can't talk nonsense. If you say something without basis, I'm afraid that someone with a heart will take advantage of it. Although your current position is stable, there are still many pairs of eyes staring at your position. You know, if Li Minutes really stole it, he wasn't the only one guilty. That would involve a lot of people, and it will make some people lose face. Forget it. Let's go check it out and see how Li Minutes got the ice. There's no reason for him to enjoy it, but I'm still enduring this pain? So what's the point of being a prince? I'm not as good as a commoner. What the prince said is very true. I will let people investigate him. Wait, I think we should pay attention to the second half of his life. Li Chenqian's eyes flashed fiercely. What do you mean by His Royal Highness? Xu Jingzong seemed to feel bad. This guy actually beat me like this, and asked his mother to intercede for him, which made me very angry. I don't like him, Li Chenqian said bitterly. Also, he even used a plan to transfer the eldest grandson away. This is obviously to dissociate my power and destroy my grand plan. I finally facilitated their marriage. This guy makes people want to kill and then hurry up! Exclamation mark. But isn't Cheng Sun Chong what concubine Yang means? And His Majesty asked their father and son to go there to make their status more stable. Their mother and son are still separated from each other, and their purpose is so strong that they can deceive the father and emperor, which surprises me. Li Chenqian's words made Xu Jingzong suddenly realize. I can't think of a 13-year-old boy. The city government is so deep. If Li Minutes was present, he would definitely say it. You didn't force this, do you think I would like it? Everyone could get along well, but what about you? But he is calculating Lozi everywhere. Xu Jingzong, exist. Go down and show him some color. Make it clean. Li Chenqian made a move to wipe his neck. Xu Jingzong immediately understood. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. So, I'm afraid it's not good. Your Majesty doesn't want your brothers to kill each other. If you let His Majesty know, I'm afraid it won't end well. What are you afraid of? Is he still the sixth prince? Now he is nothing, just a commoner. I am the prince, the future monarch. If I let him die, can he not die? If you do this well, I will be as the emperor. The benefits are of course indispensable to you. Li Chenqian said coldly. Xu Jingzong promised benefits. He just said, that's fine, I'll send the killer to deal with him now, so as not to have too many dreams at night. By the way, there are two more people to keep an eye on. Yes, Leek and concubine Yang. These two people can't let him have contact with Li Minutes, right? And Uncle Cheng too. You have to choose to kill Uncle Cheng when he's not there. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be done. Don't worry about that, he'll do a great job. Rest easy. You are always reassuring. Being able to do things for His Royal Highness, the minister naturally has to be attentive. Okay. Very good. I didn't see you wrong. Then he'll retire first. After Xu Jingzong finished speaking, he went down to prepare for 1 or 2. A shocking conspiracy was to come. On the other hand, Li Chengqian had a gloomy face. Li Minutes, are still going to die in my hands. And Leek, don't think about my position. In the restaurant, Li Minutes' eyelids kept twitching. My eyelids keep twitching. Who is scolding Lao Tzu? He murmured. Xrengai said, left eyelid jumps for money. Right eyelid jumps for disaster. Is Mr. Zilli left or right? Right. Is there a disaster? Chapter 32 Plan ahead. The right eye is a disaster. Is it a disaster? It doesn't seem good. It's not that he is superstitious, but the current situation is not optimistic. Yes, Mr. Zilli. When Li Minutes came out of the palace, he was thinking about a question. Now that he is out, the identity of the prince is gone. His enemies were probably too happy to die. For example, Xu Jingzong, Li Chengqian, etc. Of course, there is also a pair of eldest grandson Wu Ji and his son who do not pose a threat, and now he has also brought them to Shandong and Henan. These people clearly did not dare to harm him, but secretly, something might happen, especially the 2 mentioned above. They are also members of the court. He was still thinking about what to do before. But now he doesn't have to worry too much. With Xrengai as his right-hand man, he is no longer afraid of anything. He stared at Xrengai for a while. Xrengai might be able to resolve the situation with him. What is he? Xrengai was puzzled. Why is he being looked at like that? Did I say something wrong? Or do you have something on your face? In the end, Li Minutes still opened his mouth. Xrengai, exist. I'll ask you a question. What weapon would you use? 18 kinds of weapons are fine. It's just that I prefer heavier weapons. That's how I feel. In history, Xrengai used the Fangtanhua halberd, but this kind of weapon is not allowed in the folk. The laws of the Tang dynasty allowed civilians to hold short weapons such as bows, arrows, knives, trusses, and short spears. For example, some long soldiers were not allowed to hold them. Now he is not in the imperial court, so Fangtan Huaji is useless. But there should be better options. Mr. Zilli asked what this is for. You should wear a weapon to protect yourself. He had a hunch that it might actually be useful someday. Xrengai, who lacks weapons, must be much weaker in combat. But what weapon is right for him? Long soldiers cannot choose. For short soldiers, I am afraid that only the broadsword is the most suitable. Also, in this way, we can better protect Mr. Zilli. Xrengai also realized this. How do you fight an enemy with a weapon with your bare hands? Zushan. Yes, a nearby place to sell weapons. There are, but the texture is not very dripping. It's not as good as the material of our horseshoes. Why don't we go to the blacksmith shop? I used to build it. Even Zushan felt that it was not very good, and suggested it, because he knew that ordinary weapons would definitely not satisfy Xrengui's use. An existence that can support a warhorse with one hand is not an ordinary existence. Mr. Zilli, I agree with Zushan. By the way, I used to be a blacksmith's apprentice for a year, and I fought many weapons for the Tang army. Why not build one myself? You just provide enough iron. When Li Minutes heard it, Xrengai actually knew how to strike iron. That's great. With his own formula, if the 2 of them are combined, they will definitely be able to create a more powerful weapon. Okay, Zushan, go and prepare the special equipment for ironing, and collect the iron ingots together. This is 10 tals of silver, and it is up to you to buy it. Yes. Zushan took the money and went to take care of everything. 10 tals of silver are enough. If there is any left, he will return. He naturally knows this. In less than an hour, Zushan came back. Then, another set of blacksmithing equipment came out in the backyard. That's all there is to it. Mr. Zilli, I will start refining it now. As far as I know, there is a kind of steel that is used for refining steel in the world. The quality is very strong, and it is just used to refine a good knife. Xrengai said so. It seems that there is some material in it. Lee Minutes was against it, because he found something better. That is bearing steel. The so-called bearing steel is the steel used to make balls, rollers and bearing rings. Bearing steel has high and uniform hardness and wear resistance, as well as a high elastic limit. Using this kind of steel to make a knife is simply invincible. And the weight is also guaranteed. No, 100 steel making is not the strongest existence. I have a steel that is more powerful. Okay. As soon as he said that, Xrengai was a little shocked. Is there anything more powerful than he knows? Does Lee Minutes really understand? Zushan was fine. When he saw Xrengai like this, he explained, Mr. Zilli used his method to make horseshoes a few days ago. The quality is so good that even a decades-old blacksmith said, "Does Mr. Zilli use that kind of iron?" Zushan spoke for himself. But not this. He said, "No, that's still too bad. It doesn't work. I'll give this steel a new name. It's called Tang. No, at present, horseshoes can exceed more than 90% iron. There are even stronger presences. If it is said that it is bearing steel, they may still not understand it, but it is easy to understand it if it is said that it is Tangshan steel. Then how to refine it? Do you have a detailed method? Xrengai asked. Wait, I'll show you the look first. So he drew it according to the shape of the knife found on the internet. This knife is very domineering and looks extremely sharp. How about this knife? He showed it to Xrengai. Xrengai was overjoyed. Great. I like this knife. It suits me so well. I must make it. Since he is satisfied, that is the best. Then, Lee Minutes added, Tang steel has a carbon content of 1% and a chromium content of about 1.5%. Improve the hardness, wear resistance and hardenability, and then appropriately add some silicon, manganese, molybdenum, etc. to make it more functional. I said hi for a while. But when it comes to such professional knowledge, how can the two understand it? Mr. Zilli, what are you talking about? Xrengai and Zushan were very puzzled. What was Lee Minutes talking about? Only then did Lee Minutes realize that he was in ancient times, and they didn't understand what he said just now. So I searched again. It was quickly found another way. But the process is a bit cumbersome. But the result is the same. Oh, nothing. I will write down the tempering method. Xrengai, you can temper it according to this method. Yes. Then I'll go and heat the stove first. Xrengai said so. In the next period of time, there was a clanging sound of iron in the backyard of this restaurant. Xrengai is surprisingly attentive, and every step is very careful. After many failures, come again, fail again, come again. It continued until the second day. When Lee Minutes was still sleeping, Zushan trotted outside his room and called, Sixth Prince. Sixth Prince. The knife made by Tang steel has finally been made. It has been made. When Lee Minutes heard this, he immediately got up. So fast, he put on his clothes and walked out the door. Come on, let's go and see. I thought to myself, what kind of surprise would Xrengai give him? Chapter 33 Xrengai in white robe. When Lee Minutes went down to the backyard, he saw a man in a white robe standing not far away. He had a majestic physique, holding a sharp blade with his back facing him. The blade was more than 5 feet long, and horseshoe shone above the blade. In his view, this is simply the existence of a god of war. At this time, he turned around. Lee Minutes saw that it was Xrengai. Sure enough, he is a hero. If he is there, would he be afraid that the enemy will do evil in secret? I saw that he was holding a large knife and looked carefully. Can't put it down. As soon as he saw Lee Minutes coming, he put away the knife and came up to him. Mr. Zilli, your refining method is really easy to use. Looking at this knife, it is like a magic weapon. I have never seen such a good knife. Really so powerful? Try it. Zushan asked. Yes. The hardness and toughness are not comparable to existing weapons, and even 100 steel making cannot control it. This may be the highest evaluation Xrengai can give. Not only that, cutting gold and breaking jade, cutting iron like mud is no problem. Try it. I have a kitchen knife here. See if you can cut it open. Zushan was curious and wanted to test the waters. Xrengai did as he wished. Come on, throw it over here. Then you have to be careful. Zushan threw the kitchen knife at Xrengai. Rise. The knife flashed. Bang. Then there was a flash of sparks. Danged, and twice, two things fell to the ground. That Zushan trotted over and saw that his kitchen knife had been split in half, and the cut surface was complete. He picked it up and showed it to Lee Minutes. Mr. Zilli, this knife is really powerful. Of course, Xrengui's strength is also very strong, and ordinary people can't split this kitchen knife. Xrengai, show me the knife. Lee Minutes said. Yes. Xrengai carefully offered the knife. Mr. Zilli, be careful. This knife weighs hundreds of pounds, so it's not easy to handle. Originally, the 5-foot knife could only weigh more than 30 pounds, but Xrengai felt it was too light, so he directly added a lot of weight to it. Therefore, this knife looks more like a Dragon King knife. At the same time, I am afraid that only Xrengai can use this knife, and it will be difficult for others to pick it up. Such a heavy weapon, combined with Xrengui's natural power, is invincible in the world. Inertia alone can make enemies take a few steps back. Look at me. Lee Minutes did not dare to take it for fear of making a fool of himself. Yes. Xrengai gently picked up the knife. Lee Minutes checked it carefully and found that the knife was very well made. Xrengai is a genius when it comes to building weapons. Huh? Sure enough, it's for good steel. The blade just didn't break. Mr. Zilli, it's more than that. Look. Xrengai tore off a hair from the top of his head, gently placed it a foot above the blade. When it was released, the root of the hair fell, and then it did not pass the blade, and it directly turned into two halves. Good. Very sharp. Lee Minutes was overjoyed after seeing it. With this knife, Xrengui's combat power has skyrocketed. Xrengai, this knife will be used by you in the future. I will name it Tang knife. As soon as he said that, Xrengai was overjoyed. It's a good Tang knife, and it will follow me later. While the two of them were chatting, suddenly Xiao trotted over. The shopkeeper, the Master Kong scholar, is here again, and now I want to see Mr. Zilli. Lee Minutes thought to himself, Kong Yingdu is here again. Does that mean that he has handled the matter? Is the salt mine ready to be mined? Are you looking for a store to do business next? Because we have everything. We have wens, we have ice, and only then can we have money. I'm going to meet Xrengai and you too. Yes. So the two walked forward. When he saw Kong Yingda, he seemed very anxious to see him pacing outside. This kind of performance made Li Yan have a feeling. I'm afraid this thing is not doing well, right? Is this time for something else? Thinking of this time, Kong Yingda had already discovered herself. He waved to himself. Mr. Zilli, the old man is polite. He did not dare to directly call Lee Minutes the sixth prince. But his arrival attracted a lot of attention. People have a question in their minds. What are the people in this restaurant like? Confucius' descendants came to him many times, and General Cheng is even more respectful to him. It is even said that anyone who dares to disrespect Mr. Zilli in the future will be his enemy. People began to speculate about Lee Minutes' identity. But I can't imagine who he is. Kong Yingda, is it good for you to come here today? Lee Minutes asked directly. There's no need to be roundabout, he likes to be direct. Kong Yingda hit ha. It's good news, but maybe it's a little late. Having said that, Lee Minutes asked directly, did you encounter any problem? Yeah. There's a little problem. Tell me the story. His Majesty agreed to give up the nitrate mine, but the group of people in their household said that they would go through the process. This process is one after the other. After the process is finished, it is estimated that it will take a few days. After so many days, I will come to talk to you first. To say yes is actually to say something nice and obedient. He hasn't minded all the time. Just leave it alone. It's better to use it to make money. Kong Yingda, are you afraid that I will write and sell poetry outside again? Lee Minutes said directly. Kong Yingda smiled politely and embarrassedly. It's true, it's not true. Okay, I know what you mean. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. I'll give you 2 more days. Be sure to do it well, otherwise there are 500 poems in my room. and you're afraid you won't be able to find them. 5. More than 500 more poems. Kong Yingda was shocked. How long does it take? There are 500 songs? More than 500 poems are released. If they are all collected, how long will it take? The Royal Library is afraid of only poems, and it is estimated that there will be 2 or 3 volumes, right? That's basically Lee Minutes' album. What? Is there a problem? In fact, Lee Minutes doesn't have time to write so much. If he has time, he might as well watch a movie and relax. Therefore, he was just frightening Kong Yingda. Give him some pressure, let him pay attention, and do things well, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Regarding the matter of the household card money, this may be related to the Tang system. Otherwise, Qin Kaiyan wouldn't have almost cried. No problem. Kong Yingda pinched a cold sweat. Then you have to solve it quickly, or if I don't have any money, I may sell some more, or even all of them. Yes, I will deal with it quickly. Don't worry. Kong Yingda broke a cold sweat for herself. Unexpectedly, the 6th prince can put so much pressure on people when he does things. Kong Yingda, why are you here? Suddenly, someone walked in from outside and pointed at Kong Yingda. P.S. The latest score is 31st on the new book list. Tomorrow Park, brothers, please recommend votes, and strive to rush to the top 20. From tomorrow onwards, every day will be updated every 3 times. 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1800 hours 3 shifts. The more recommended tickets, the more. Get dry, brothers. Chapter 34. The Old Man. As soon as Kong Yingda turned around, he saw Cheng Yojin. Why are you here too? You old man, you already knew Mr. Zill's identity, right? You lied to me. What's your motive? Cheng Yojin said so. He remembered everything. Before Kong Yingda asked himself to come over to have a look, he also came over, and it was Lee Minutes who came across. It was almost unfavorable to Lee Minutes. This is a good calculation. It made Kong Yingda a little embarrassed. He didn't expect this to happen. The two will meet, and this time, it is also an accident. It was also a coincidence. Kong Yingda said quickly, I reminded you, Fat. When did you remind me? You are digging a hole to make me jump. Fortunately, the old house was not fooled. Otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. Fang Xuanling had never been there before, but if he came, it would still be worth it. The people around are depressed. What is the identity of Mr. Zilli? Since that day, the restaurant has been in the spotlight. But everything that happened above, everyone can know. It only takes half a day, the whole city of Chainan will know. Some people came here because they wanted to see Lee Minutes. But how could Lee Minutes have time to see them? Most of the time, he doesn't show up. It appeared today, but it was accompanied by 2 high officials. The relationship between them is undeniable. Even Xrengai on the side was puzzled. Isn't Mr. Zilli called Zilli? What else can I have? It must not be a simple existence that can make a prince and a prince come to visit. As everyone knows, standing in front of him now is the former 6th prince, who has the noble blood of 2 dynasties. It's not really my fault. It's not your fault. Who's to blame? Cheng Yojin is about to start. Kong Yingda was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Lee Minutes. Mr. Zilli, save me. Save me. Cheng Yojin didn't dare to do it. You old man, let me see how long you hide. Everyone is getting old, so it's not good to do this among the people. Who is like you, come here to be beaten. You'll see if I don't teach you a lesson. Enough. Quiet. Lee Minutes suddenly shouted. This call directly frightened Kong Yingda and Cheng Yojin. The two were obediently quiet. It's like a mouse meets a cat. Watching the two quiet down, Li Mingkai asked, General Cheng, why didn't you bring troops here this time? This is not in line with Cheng Yojin's work style. No troops. Your Majesty said, keep everything simple. Don't say anything. God knows what. Last time it was because of showing off, and this time there was nothing to show off, so he came alone. Their conversation drew more and more people. Okay, there are a lot of people here, let's talk inside. Finally, Lee Minutes suggested, okay, for the sake of Mr. Zilli, This is the case for today, and I'll deal with you later. Cheng Yojin said so. Kong Yingda sighed. Then the group waited and went to the backyard. Before leaving, Li Minutes also explained to Zushan. You tell me, don't let people come into the backyard. You know, clear. Zushan then greeted the little ones to block the entrance, and he went on to look after the business. When a group of 4 arrived in the backyard, Kong Yingda and Cheng Yojin gave a big gift to Li Minutes at the same time. My minister, meet the 6th prince. I said that. Don't be too polite. I'm not the 6th prince now. Li Minutes said so. He didn't know that Xrengai was looking at him like an idiot at this time. What? 6th prince? He felt incredible. Li Minutes turned out to be the prince. Then he added, no wonder I always feel that Mr. Zilli is different from others. It turns out that you are the 6th prince. For Xrengui's performance, Li Minutes said, this is normal, and I didn't intend to hide it from him. But he didn't ask, and he didn't want to say it. After all, this status is not a good thing for him. The grass people pay their respects to the 6th prince. Li Minutes helped him up. Xrengai, you don't have to be too polite and don't panic. I'm just a commoner now, just like you. The 6th prince is long gone. The bloodline on your body is still royal, and you also carry the bloodline of the previous dynasty. How noble is that? Xrengai obviously knew a lot. There may have been research. In addition, Xrengui's ancestors also contributed to the Sui dynasty. After all, he is also considered a loyal minister of the previous dynasty. Now he has become a subordinate of the royal blood of the 2 dynasties, which must be arranged by God. It's not enough to say, this matter will stop here. Yes. Then, Li Minutes asked, Uncle Cheng, did you come here today to finish the matter? When Kong Yingda heard it, it turned out that Cheng Yojin was also working for Li Minutes. The psychological evaluation of him could not help but be a little higher. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. I blame Kong Yingda. Kong Yingda said, what does this have to do with me? Tell me, what exactly is it? The other day I talked about the horseshoe, and His Majesty was very happy and allowed me to take charge of this matter. He also asked who made it, and I said that it was done by an expert, not you. Okay, let's get to the point. What is he doing with these useless things? Everything is done, the money is a lot of 100,000 tals, but the old guys from the Ministry of Finance must first make goods and then make money. They are very cautious in doing business. To sum up, the money is ready. You are reading www.uukanzu.com out of stock. This is not good news, but also good news. In other words, Li Minutes had to get 10,000 tals of silver in a short period of time before he could make the goods. If not, you can't get 100,000. He had already had an idea about this. The so-called leveraging force. He can transfer the risk to others, and others will provide the goods, and he only needs to strategize how to operate it. He still has to think about it, but it should be difficult for him. But Cheng Yojin said, it may be a bit difficult for you. I don't have that much money, otherwise I will definitely help you. The entire Tang dynasty did not have much money, especially the officials, some of whom were even destitute. People like Cheng Yojin lent the money directly to Li Shimin. They believed that Li Shimin would pay it back. But this is also temporary. It's a small matter. Don't worry, I can handle it. That batch of horseshoes will be delivered in a month at the latest. Li Minutes said with certainty. Actually, the time can be slowed down. 2 months will do. Cheng Yojin was afraid that he would not be able to finish it. He felt that he needed to get the money faster, and he wanted to be faster. After talking about it here, Kong Yingda understood. It turned out that Li Minutes was behind all this. This prince will be very important in the future. If that's the case, then too. Cheng Yojin didn't say half of what he said, but suddenly shouted, be careful. Li Minutes could feel several murderous intentions coming from all directions. P.S. The park is now starting. Leoi asks everyone to vote more, and add more after reaching a certain number of votes. Chapter 35 Assassin. When Cheng Yojin called out, it was already too late. Because there were 8 assassins around, they covered their faces, holding knives in their hands, and went to kill Li Minutes. At this time, Lee Minutes didn't dodge, but stood there. Because he knew that he would not die. First, he has searched in advance. This time, he will be safe. And he also knew who was behind the scenes. After all, the entry is not a joke. Second, because Xrengai was there, he didn't have to fear any harm. If he died at this time, his entry would not show that he lived to be over 100 years old. Third, he is not without martial arts. Those who can beat Li Chengqian and Cheng Sun Chong to the ground are naturally not low in force. But others don't know. They were very nervous and even more anxious. That Kong Yingda shouted, "Help, help. There are assassins." But no matter how loud his voice was, it was drowned out by the outside voice. Plus the door was closed, so people outside couldn't hear it at all. And, in fact, they didn't mean to kill him. These people mainly attacked Lee Minutes. The 8 people shot at the same time, and they rushed towards them at a speed that could not cover their ears. With a bang, it was Cheng Yojin. The double axe in his hand directly knocked back one person, and that person flew out 10 meters away, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then lost his combat power. Xrengai glanced. It turns out that Cheng Yojin's strength is so strong. Then he protected Lee Minutes behind him to meet the attack of the second person. When he repelled the second person, he saw several flashes of sword light in a row. The broadswords in the hands of the 5 assassins were cut in half, and then they fell directly to the ground and died. It's all too fast. This made Cheng Yojin very stressed. I didn't expect him to be stronger than me. And the big knife in his hand seems to be an artifact. Xrengai, he murmured. Don't lose your mind. Be careful. Xrengai shouted. Because at this time another person attacked. HMPH, what a trifle. In blocking it. When, the man's weapon split directly and split into 2 halves. The man was also split in half. Blood spluttered on Cheng Yojin, and blood was all over his face. Stay alive and ask who did it. Cheng Yojin shouted. Clear. Then, Xrengai rushed to the assassin who was finally blasted 10 meters away. But before it arrived, the man was terrified. Blood oozing from the corners of his mouth fell to the ground. He bit his tongue and committed suicide. In this way, all 8 people died. His grandmother, I didn't bring troops today, so this happened. It's really bad luck. It seems that I have to bring people over next time. There were corpses all around, and when I looked at Lee Minutes, there was no reaction at all. That alone is admirable. In fact, he was thinking in his heart that these people would really pick the time to come out, and pick the time when Cheng Yojin was looking for him. Doesn't that mean going to block yourself, just in time to find out who did it? Let them bear Li Shiman's anger. Kong Yingda only eased at this time. He said, these people are here to kill the 6th prince. They have a clear goal. Then he asked, 6th prince, have you provoked anyone? Lee Minutes smiled. I've provoked too many people. Too many to remember. He knew who sent someone to kill him. But only my own words. Others do not believe. So, he went to the assassin. I'm afraid the knives in the hands of these assassins are only found in the Imperial court. His words awakened Cheng Yojin. He immediately went to check. Yes, that's it. Do you mean that these are people in the court? He asked, and then looked at the knife in Xrengui's hand. That knife is really of the highest quality. The Imperial knife must not be weak, but Xrengui's is stronger. What is your sword? It's a big sword that can break the Imperial court. Tang knife. It really is a good knife. Can you lend me a look? Cheng Yojin asked expectantly. Cannot. Xrengai didn't give Cheng Yojin any face. Cheng Yojin may have been rejected for the first time, which made him very faceless. General Cheng, now is not the time to look at the sword. We have to find out who did it. Kong Yingda persuaded. That's right. I just said that these assassins are members of the court. Cheng Yojin asked again. 80% of the time, he really doesn't give up. Speaking of him here, both of them heard it, and Lee Minutes knew who did it. So, the 6th prince knows who sent it? Tell us. Let's go and talk to His Majesty. I know, but there's no proof. These people are all dead again. Basically, they're dead without proof. Lee Minutes said so. Kong Yingda said, this is simple. When I enter the palace with General Cheng, we will definitely be able to catch the murderer. No matter who he is or where he is, he must be brought to justice. Kong Yingde thought it was too simple. Based on the physical signs of these people, there is really no way to tell who did it. Li Minutes could know that it was because Li Chengqian was tried later, and he said it himself. When the three of them were talking, suddenly, Zhu Shan shouted, "You can't go in." But it was too late. The door opened. A team of soldiers and horses broke into the backyard. "Mr. Zilli, I can't stop them," Zhu Shan said with some guilt. "It's okay," Li Minutes said. "These people are Marquis Wu, who manages the existence of chain and security." As soon as they entered and saw the corpses on the ground, they shouted, "Take all the people here, put them in jail." Li Minutes looked at it, and Li Chengqian seemed to have made some preparations. "First, send an assassin to kill him, and if he fails, let the Marquis come over." If it wasn't for Cheng Yojin at this time, he would have fallen into his trap. You know, when you go to the prison, it will be called Tan not working, and the ground will not work well. Who dares? Cheng Yojin's violent temper came up directly. These people are so unreasonable that they want to take them all down. Did they eat the guts of a leopard? Unexpectedly, the headed Marquis ignored Cheng Yojin and gave another order. "Hurry up and take it." About 20 people were about to pounce, and Xrengai protected Li Minutes. Cheng Yojin was furious. "Bold! Do you know who I am?" he shouted. "These warriors are fixed there." "Who are you?" Kong Yingde said. "If you don't step back, he is Duke Lu." These talents will look at Cheng Yojin. They couldn't recognize the blood on Cheng Yojin's face just now. At the same time, Cheng Yojin also deliberately showed the token. At this recognition, everyone immediately became dumbfounded. How can this meet this old guy? He is a celebrity in front of Li Shimin, and he can be called a brother to Li Shimin. "I'm afraid there is no way to end today." "What to do now?" And Li Minutes sneered. "Snort. Did you shoot yourself in the foot?" The headed Marquis Wu paused for a while before stepping forward to give Cheng Yojin a big gift. "My subordinate Xi Junji didn't know it was Duke Lu. I'm sorry." Chapter 36 is tricky. That headed martial candidate was named Xi Junji. Cheng Yojin was very angry at this time. With a snap, a slap hit Xi Junji in the face. He covered his face. "Things with no eyeballs. Who gave you the power to stand in front of me? I'm not salute here." "How dare you shout? How bold!" Xi Junji did not dare to speak, knowing that someone touched him. "Small mistake. Please forgive Liu Ogong." Cheng Yojin couldn't get enough of his anger, and slapped him again. Still not angry, and Kong Yingde stopped him. "Okay, enough. Ask them how they got here." "Ask, how did you know something happened here?" Xi Junji was silent. "There seems to be something tricky about this." Li Minutes understood very well. "Did he send you here?" "Huh? You seem familiar." Xi Junji panicked. He looked at Li Minutes and recognized Li Minutes, but did not call him the sixth prince. "We came here after receiving a report that there was a murder here, and no one told us." "You don't have to go around with me. I know it's him. Go back and tell him, don't fix these useless things. I'm not afraid." Li Minutes said so. Does it make people feel that these Marquis really have some ulterior motives? "Okay, get out of here. Don't stay here. I'm annoying you." Cheng Yojin said so. For these people, because they are royal people, Cheng Yojin did not dare to detain them, and he was a bear commander. No one could be ranked. Unexpectedly, these people were still standing there motionless. "What? Don't you listen to what I said? Get out." Cheng Yojin was angry. Xi Junji said, "Liu Ogong, we are in charge of the security of the entire chain. Now that people are killed here, we are obliged to take away the bodies of these people, so please don't stop us." "Take it away?" "Impossible. I want His Majesty to see it, and see if there are still people who dare to assassinate under Chainan. You can't take these corpses away." Everyone was speechless. Cheng Yojin's temper is really big. This is good. Xi Junji remained silent, but also did not move. "It doesn't look like he's leaving." "What? Are you still not leaving? Who is your immediate boss?" let him come to see me. Go and report. I want to see who taught idiots like you. I want to take a look at him in front of His Majesty. Book. In the end, Cheng Yojin said so. All the Marquis hesitated. Xi Junji has a very thick skin. He didn't leave, but continued, Lu Gu Ogong, this is our duty. Please don't embarrass us. You bastard. Don't you listen to what I said? Very well. You wait. I will arrest you all and send them to the Tji Palace for His Majesty to see. Kong Yingda was also taken aback just now, but now this kind of thing happened again. These warriors appeared too timely. It is inevitable to doubt whether these people are related to the assassins. Kong Yingda also said, I will also talk to His Majesty about this matter, and let him evaluate it, and your boss will make it clear what happened today, otherwise, no one will be held accountable. Xi Junji saw Kong Yingda clearly. He was startled, because the other party is the prince and the master, a big celebrity in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin listened to Kong Yingda's words in his heart. If he came forward, together with Cheng Yojin, and the two of them said at the same time, then this matter might not end well. Xi Junji said in a low voice, this is an accident. It's also a coincidence. Why don't we help transport the bodies of these people to the Tai Kai Palace? Don't bother, as long as you accompany Uncle Cheng into the palace. Li Minutes, who didn't speak for a while, spoke up. Kong Yingda followed. Yes, your name is Xi Junji, right? Let's go together. Zushan, Li Minutes exclaimed. Exist. That Zushan is still nervous. The door has been broken. The people outside were also crowded. They couldn't see everything in the backyard. They could only guess what happened. Go to Cheng Mansion and let them lead the army. I don't believe these people can still stand here. Yes, wait, take my axe, or you won't be able to mobilize the army. Cheng Yojin added. Zushan listened to the order, took up Cheng Yojin's axe with difficulty, left the restaurant, and went to Cheng Fu. All the martial artists at the scene were in a dilemma. They don't know how this happened. Usually fine. Judging by their performance, most of these people were kept in the dark. And one, very suspicious. That is Xi Junji. If you develop from him, you can definitely get some good entry points. When Zushani left, Xi Junji suddenly attacked Li Minutes with a large knife. Go to hell. Sixth Prince. It turns out that this guy recognized Li Minutes from the beginning, and this trip was really planned by someone from outside and behind. The Marquis who accompanied him was stunned. It turned out that Li Minutes was here. They didn't dare to act, they just stood. It seems that these people were ignorant. He said that the knife had not yet arrived, but with a proper sound, the big knife was split in half. Xi Junji held a half of the weapon and stayed there motionless. Your knife? How is that possible? Accidental? Xreng's eyes were fierce. Now his knives are invincible. From today onwards, his Tang knife will become the #1 knife in the Tang dynasty. Xrengai. Uukanzu www.uukanzu.com. Take him down. Don't let him die. Go back and have a good trial. Yes. Xrengai agreed and rushed out. How could Xi Junji sit still, only to see a burst of smoke flashing in front of his eyes? The scene became smoky. Xrengai didn't dare to leave, so he could only stand beside Li Minutes. After a while, the smoke cleared. The whole person disappeared. Feeling depressing so quickly. Did that make him run away? This kid, he runs so fast. It seems that many people in the Martial Marquis team have been bribed. Cheng Yojin said so. When Xi Junji left, the others fell to their knees. Lu Gu Ogong, these matters have nothing to do with us. Please let it go. Yeah, all this is what Xi Junji asked us to do. We only have to obey. We don't know anything about it. You people, let's talk to your majesty. Wait until the palace, and then try you again. Cheng Yojin said fiercely. Everyone was silent. After half the incense stick, Zushan appeared at the door of the restaurant with nearly 1,000 people, and the assassins were also taken away at that moment. Cheng Yojin, Kong Yingda and the others walked all the way to the Chi Palace. I believe it will not be long before I will give Li Minutes an explanation. So he is not in a hurry. and now he is anxious about the horseshoe, how to get the most reward with the least cost. He thought, this horseshoe must be made, at least how to apply it, he has to think about it. Suddenly, he patted his thigh. Have it. Just use it. Chapter 37 Secret Protection. P.S. Add more for all the brothers who voted. Thank you. Taikai Palace, in the Lising Hall. Cheng Yojin and Kong Yingde looked at Li Shimin eagerly. Also present were Empress Chengsun, concubine Yang and others. Li Shimin didn't feel very happy. What are you doing in the palace in a panic? Don't you know him chatting with the queen and concubines? Li Shimin had a rare opportunity to relax, but was interrupted by two people. His tone was a little stiff, obviously very upset. He also looked at Kong Yingde. This old man didn't go to teach the prince. Why did he come here? What the hell are you doing? Cheng Yojin stepped forward but said, Your Majesty, because this matter is no trivial matter, this minister has to enter the palace. What is it that makes the two of you entered the palace together? This palace wants to hear what it is. Empress Chengsun said so. Concubine Yang also said, Yes, it is no trivial matter to allow the two officials to enter the palace together. Several other concubines also said the same. Li Shimin had no choice but to say, Tell me, what's the matter? It alarmed the two of you. Someone wants to kill the sixth prince. Cheng Yojin said softly. Although the voice was soft, it was shocking. Someone wants to kill the prince. This is no small matter. As soon as these words came out, Concubine Yang stood up directly. What's wrong with Moa? How is he? Is he injured? No one can care more about Li Minutes than her, not even Li Shimin. That's her heart. She even wanted to go out of the palace to see him. Helpless. Li Shimin will definitely refuse. If she dares to go out, she will not give Li a face, and he will be unhappy. Concubine Yang, thanks to my presence, I killed the 10 scoundrels on the spot. The sixth prince was saved. Cheng Yojin said so. He obviously did not count Xrengai among them. Not a word about him. Even if he mentioned it, Li didn't know, let alone thank him. Concubine Yang said, Thank you so much, General Cheng. It's okay. This is what I should do. No matter what happens in the future, I will still protect him. Kong Yingde was disdainful on the side. Obviously he was not the one who killed it. But Cheng Yojin was not exposed. After all, it was not necessary. And who knows Xrengai? Let him get this gong. It won't do any good anyway. It's just a favor. Li Shimin had a strange expression on his face. He also loves and hates Li Minutes. But he said, Li Minutes has nothing to do with my royal family now. He is being hunted down. So what? That said, everyone's hearts were half cold. In this way, Li Minutes is dead, that is, dead. But Empress Chengsun said, Zaiji is not a reckless person. Nor is it the same as the Confucius scholar. When they enter the palace, they must have good looks. It means that the killer must have a special status. The queen is wise. The sixth prince said something, so we went to the palace to ask to see your majesty. Cheng Yojin said again. When Li heard this, it was Li Minutes again, and his expression became even more unhappy. Why can't you leave Li Minutes at all times? Empress Zhangsun gave him a white look. This guy really likes to talk. But still said, so, why don't your majesty listen to them and then come to a conclusion? Yang also stepped forward and said, Yes, your majesty, no matter who it is, those who dare to kill people in Chainan City must be punished. Otherwise, what is the power of my Tang dynasty? Where will they stop? Leaving aside Li Minutes, he directly raised the height. This concubine Yang also has a set. Li Shimin couldn't resist the two. One is his favorite queen, and the other is Li Minutes' biological mother, the former princess, who is also the one he loves. So, he lowered his voice. Tell me, what exactly is it? The assassin seems to have something to do with the people in the palace. Cheng Yojin said so. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone on the scene suddenly changed drastically. Li Shimin even more so. Few dared to kill the prince, although Li Minutes was demoted to a commoner. But the royal blood is still flowing in him, and he may come back one day. Therefore, There are not many people who dare to kill him. How do you prove it? So Cheng Yojin told everything that happened just now. It was also said that the assassin's weapon was taken from the palace. Before their conversation, the tray came out. When finally speaking of Marquis Wu, Li Shimin's face became even more ugly. You bastard. Even Marquis Wu killed Li Minutes. This is the Tang dynasty. This is Chainan. I don't allow such an existence. Empress Chengsun asked, Scholar Kong, is this the case? Kong Yingda said, yes, Queen, that's how it is. At that time, the old minister was almost affected. This is no small matter, Your Majesty. This has to be investigated, and we must find out who did it. Don't let the murderer go. It's simply lawless. Yang was about to cry. He almost killed Li Minutes. Such a person is unforgivable. She demanded strongly. Empress Chengsun also stood up and said, yes, this is no trivial matter, and the murderer must be brought to justice. Otherwise, I will lose my royal majesty. Your Majesty. The sixth prince is always your flesh and blood. If he is persecuted outside, but the royal family is helpless, then I am afraid that the royal family will lose face. Kong Yingda said. As expected of a scholar, this makes Li Shimin easy to accept. Just take it for your own sake. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Yes, Your Majesty. If the murderer is not caught, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to other princes. Cheng Yojin said so. Directly aroused the sympathy of other concubines. There were also 4 concubines who persuaded Li Shimin at the same time that the murderer must be caught. As for concubine Yang, she also said, before the murderer arrives, the concubine asked to protect the safety of Yaina. None of these requirements are excessive. Li Shimin, who loves face, thought for a while. I also made the following decision for the dignity of the royal family. With that said, everything has turned around. The crowd listened. He continued, first, send someone to protect Li Minutes' safety in secret until the murderer is brought to justice. When this was said, everyone was very happy. Cheng Yojin and Kong Yingda are both interested in Li Minutes. Concubine Yang is for her son. As for Empress Chengsun, it was the Tang dynasty. Other concubines are for their children. Secondly, this matter is handed over to Fang Xiu Anling, and the murderer must be caught. Severely punished. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone said at the same time. Third, Li Shimin gave everyone a blank look. Then say. Everyone wonders why there is a third. Thirdly, Chainan City needs to step up its patrols and thoroughly check the identity of Marquis Wu and his superiors, to see if there are any accomplices. There must be no mistake. Yes, everyone should be. Then someone arranges it. In the restaurant, Li Minutes didn't seem to be affected by that incident at all. He didn't even know that at this time, many masters had gathered near where he lived to protect him day and night. Chapter 38. Glass, quartz sand, pure limestone, feldspar. How many things are there? At the edge of the market, Li Minutes brought Xrengai and a few guys from the restaurant to buy a lot of stones. These things relate to what he's going to do next. That is glass. Next, he is going to prepare for a big game. Now there is a huge problem in front of him, that is, to leverage the greatest interests at such a small price. Regarding horseshoes, if he wants to earn the 100,000 tals, he must first produce 100,000 sets of horseshoes. But he has no money now. How can he produce? Therefore, he only thought of this trick. As for how to blog, it is already clear to me. At this time, a small glass can often get a huge response. And he not only wants to use glass, but also to make glass famous, and industrialization, to assembly line production. Of course, all of this costs money. So back to the horseshoe issue. For now, the plan is to make glass. After that, there is a way to do bigger things. Mr. Zilli, Xrengai shouted, in front of outsiders. He did not dare to call him the sixth prince, for fear of danger. Li Minutes was also accustomed to this changed name. Huh? What's wrong? What do you want these things for? This can't be explained to him for the time being. So let's just treat it as a secret. This is a secret. Secret? Li Minutes nodded. As they walked on the road, they received a lot of attention. because his reputation has spread far and wide. So people still know him. But these people today have different opinions. Isn't that Mr. Zilly? Zilly is Zilly. What kind of gentleman is he? Look at his disgraced face now. What has he become? Is that what a scholar does? Only then did Lee Minutes realize that when he went to choose limestone just now, he forgot to organize himself. Makes me really not good looking. Or because I was in a hurry. What are they doing? It's a big burden to carry. Didn't you see? They're all stones. Stones? What do they want? Hey, who knows? If you don't write a good poem, you have to do this incredible thing. It's really incomprehensible. People talk about it, but Lee Minutes doesn't care about all this. After all, it's him who makes money in the future, and they only have to watch it. I said, you people, what's the matter? Will you die if you say a few words less? But Xrengai couldn't help it. He didn't want the sixth prince to be slandered. In addition to his huge size, these people were beaten by him and shut up directly. Man, you really are bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. It's not that Lee Minutes doesn't want to talk to them, it's just that some words are unclear. Why don't he talk? Xrengai, you did a good job. It is my blessing, Xrengai, to be able to saddle up for Mr. Zilly. Lee Minutes looked at this young man and thought to himself, he can't treat him badly in the future. He looked at the sky. At this time, it was almost noon. Let's go. Zushan's shaft kiln should be built, right? When they went to buy these quartz stones, Lee Minutes drew a picture and asked Zushan to build a shaft kiln. It should be done now, right? It should be fine. It's been a long time. Okay, let's go back soon. So the group and the others disappeared on the street. When they are gone, just a few figures appeared. These people are all highly skilled in martial arts. Your Majesty said that you should take a good look at what the sixth prince is doing, and protect his safety by the way. But he seems to be doing his business a little bit. No, these sand and stones are bought by load. I really don't know what he wants to do. It doesn't matter. Just tell His Majesty. We don't know what he wants to do. These people dispersed. One of them was heading towards the palace, and the others were all around, following Lee Minutes. As for Lee Minutes, he returned to the restaurant and started his research. According to the method introduced in the browser, he quickly taught it to Xrengai and Zushan. Some iron products are all made by Xrengai. As for Zushan, he became a refining master. So, a few days passed. That night, the backyard of the restaurant is brightly lit. Zushan held up a large iron clip, and the iron clip extended into the shaft kiln. Then a graphite crucible was squeezed out. Then the graphite crucible was placed on the table, and the glass liquid inside was poured out. The red liquid quickly flowed into a hemispherical container. Seeing this, Zushan picked up an iron pipe, inserted it into the hemispherical container, lifted the glass hemisphere, and started blowing air into the glass liquid with all his strength. He was very skilled in his movements, and in just a while, he blew the glass ball so that the walls of the ball were evenly thick. After a series of actions, a transparent glass vessel appeared in front of Lee Minutes. So beautiful, modern glasses at this level. Xrengai also stared blankly. He looked up and down, left and right, and although it wasn't very big, it was very delicate. Continuous admiration in the mouth. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Is this thing worth a lot of money? Yep, this stuff is worth a lot of money. Lee Minutes looked at the glassware with a smile on his face. Zushan, you did a great job. You really burned out the dazzling, colorless and transparent glass. Zushan put down the iron pipe. Face full of black and gray. The sixth prince is joking. I made it according to the method you taught. I didn't expect this method to be able to make such a beautiful thing. Ha ha ha, in the future, we will develop a lot. Lee Minutes said happily. The sixth prince wants to promote this thing. As far as I know, this thing is worth at least 1,000 tals, and it is priceless in the market. It is not something that rich people can buy. I know this, but you know, how much does it cost me to open a glass factory? This, I don't know. At least 100,000 tals. It will cost a lot of money just to stock up 100,000 tals. When he said that, the two were shocked. It takes so much money to open a factory alone. which is really unaffordable. Where? Let's not talk about it in advance. Zushan, I want you to make 9 more of these, can you? This is very simple. With this experience, I can do it. Okay. After you refine it, find the 10 largest blacksmith shopkeepers in Chainan City, and let them come to the restaurant. What are you going to do? Whatever you do, it's a good thing anyway. Zushan did not ask again, but answered yes, then started blowing glassware. As for what Lee Minutes wants to do, I am afraid that only he knows. Chapter 39, The 10 Blacksmiths. Zushan's work efficiency is extremely high, and it took only 1 hour to summon 10 blacksmiths. The 10 of them represent the top 100 blacksmith shops in Chainan. Then Zushan didn't know what method he used to invite these 10 people to appear. But it seems that they don't seem to cooperate very well, because at this time, these people are sitting together. They are rivals, and they are led by someone who looks like a kid. They sat down in the guest seat. On the other hand, Lee Minutes was in the main position. These rough people are all born with the appearance of a big old and rough, and each person's muscles are even more obvious. They are a group of simple-minded, well-developed and rude guys. When they saw Lee Minutes, he looked like a teenager. There were contemptuous expressions on their faces. A bearded man said, "Zushan, what are you asking us to do? Just stare at this kid." As soon as this person said this, Zushan was frightened. He immediately said, "Wang Liang, don't talk nonsense. We, Mr. Zilli, have something to ask you to come here." "Mr. Zilli?" "But that scholar who sells poetry?" Wang Liang said again. "Yes, I can think of him as a child." "Is his life experience simple?" Lee Minutes has been a human being in 2 generations, and he can see through the warmth and coldness of the world, and his life experience has been questioned. Someone started, and someone continued. "We are rude and can't speak. What are you calling us for today? Isn't it for us to buy poems? We're not as crazy about that stuff as that weak scholar." Ha ha ha. As soon as this man said it, he was laughed at by the crowd. Ha ha ha. Others are even more gossip. Every word is very ugly. Lee Minutes didn't say a word, just watched these people work there. So obviously looking down on Lee Minutes, Xrengai on the side was unhappy at first. "Be quiet." His voice was loud and his physique was stronger than anyone here. Facing such a powerful person, the 10 people became quiet. "Please come over today. There is a job to make a fortune for you to do. If you don't want to do it, you can leave at any time." Lee Minutes was silent. Although he is young, his voice is not small and his momentum is even greater. That's when people really concentrate. "What kind of work to make a fortune? Let's hear it." Wang Liang asked. "I want you to produce 100,000 sets of these iron blocks within a month." Lee Minutes took out the horseshoe from the side. "It's just 4 pieces of iron. That's easy. You can make anything you want." Wang Liang looked at it and said. Lee Minutes saw that this person was a thorn, and he dealt with him easily. "It's simple, but you have to follow my drawing." This is a drawing, and there are methods written on it. You have to build according to these methods. After that, Zushan gave 10 pieces of paper with the method to 10 people. "Look at these people." Seems like that, but it still feels a little weird, especially that Wang Liang opened his mouth again. "What is this? Is it iron smelting?" "This is the method that Mr. Zilli came up with. It is stronger and more durable than hundreds of steel." Zushan explained. Mr. Zilli is afraid that he doesn't even know what 100 steel is. "Is it stronger than him?" Wang Liang laughed. "That's right. He is a newcomer. How can he make these people who have been blacksmiths for decades obedient?" And given the method, the sword is slanted. Hard to believe. So have to give them some color to see. So Lee Minutes slowly opened his mouth and said, "The smelted iron increases the number of times of folding and forging, constantly burning, beating, beating, beating and burning, repeated hundreds of times, is called 100 steel making. These metals are of higher quality. Cow goes as your sword chops iron like mud and is extremely sharp, and its blade is made of steel. The former is the principle, the latter is undisclosed. Many blacksmiths have been taught by their masters, and one of them is about Cao Ko's King Zu sword. Therefore, These people have picked up contempt. Xrengai stood aside, stunned. He didn't expect that Li Yan knew so much. 100,000 sets, 10 of us, each with 10,000, can be completed within a month. Wang Liang Dao. Very good. As for the price, you say. From what Li Minutes said just now, they also recognized him. Because in this way, he is an expert. So in terms of price, they discussed it first. Finally, a consistent result is achieved. We have negotiated the price, and each set is calculated at 100 yuan. That being said, it's not overpriced at all. Each family with 10,000 units can earn 1,000 ls in a month. If the construction period is advanced, the time can be used elsewhere. Okay, those 100,000 sets are 10,000 ls of silver. Li Minutes agreed. In this way, Wang Liang and others were also very happy. This iron can be very profitable. Someone also said to Zushan, thanks to Zushan this time, otherwise we would lose a lot. No, without him, we might not be able to make so much money. Business is so difficult now. Zushan, look back. Let's have a good drink. From the performance of these people, they are familiar with Zushan. Wang Liang made a key point at this time. I don't know. When will you reading www.youcanzu.com give us the initial payment? Just give half of it. We are ready to prepare materials and can start at any time. When it comes to money, this is the key point. Zushan is showing embarrassment here. It was all good just now, and everyone is happy. Right now, it doesn't seem good, because they have no money. Li Minutes only has 30 or so tals of silver. What can he do? This is over. His face is gone. Money? No. When these words came out, everyone was furious. Are you here to play tricks on us? No money for us to come here? Are you kidding? I'll just say, children can't be trusted. Zushan, thanks to us trusting you so much, I didn't expect you to be fooling us. What is this? This Zushan was at a loss for words, and could only focus his eyes on Li Minutes. He opposed it before. How could they be allowed to work without money? Moreover, let him take out 5,000 ls in one breath. He can't do it either. In fact, he didn't earn much in the past few years, and now Li Minutes is afraid that he will be yellow in the face of getting 100,000 ls of silver. Can you only hope to quench your thirst, or is it that Li Minutes wants to make money first and then do business without capital? But the people here are all human beings. How can they agree? Very boring. Let's go. It's a waste of time here, someone suggested. Until someone looked at something, he shouted, if you send it to me, I can waive the upfront fee. Pay first. What did he see? The crowd went in the direction he pointed. This time, everyone was shocked. P.S. Well, ask for a recommendation ticket again. Chapter 40 saved 10,000. Li Minutes was also puzzled. What did they see? Until he followed the directions of the people. It turned out that they saw the Tang knife in Xrengui's hand. Someone walked up to Xrengai and looked at the big knife. The quality of this knife is outstanding. It must be made by a famous teacher. It must be created by a famous teacher. No one else can create it, not even me. Such a magic sword, if you can get it, it will be worth it in this life. Where did this knife come from? These blacksmiths have an unusual stubbornness towards metal. When they see something new, they are naturally attracted. What's more, they will collect. Therefore, this request was only made when someone saw the Tang Dao in Xrengui's hand. This knife is made by Mr. Zilli's secret recipe. I started to make it. If it is a famous teacher, then Mr. Zilli is a famous teacher. Xrengui's words directly hit everyone in the face. What? The crowd was surprised. The famous teacher in his mouth turned out to be a child. Li Minutes not only knows a lot, but can also create such a magical thing. The 10 people's attitude towards him became respectful again. If you can give me this knife, if I don't have money, I can pay part of it in advance. I'm afraid this knife is impossible to find. He also said, give it to me, and I'll hit that 10,000 sets of iron for you for free. I'll give you another 10,000. I only need to study for a few days. Okay? These people started fighting. When Wang Liang heard this, He was not happy. "What's wrong with you? For this knife? Do you think he will give you this knife? Thinking too much." "Yes, I will not give you this knife. This is a secret that is not passed on." Tang stabbed Xreng with his weapon, and it was also his own protection. "How could it be given to you? What are you thinking? Even the secret recipe can't be given to you. It's your own thing." "Why?" As soon as Lee Minut's words came out, it caused a sensation again. "Otherwise, what do you want?" After everyone stopped for a while, their attitude changed again. Wang Liang added, "This is a waste of our time. Do you know that I can earn 100 cents in an hour? How do you pay for this loss?" "Yes, how to pay? No money to pretend to be an uncle." Someone was booing. "These people are really rude, and they are really hard to control. But Lee Minutes has his own way." Everyone is quiet. "Why don't you wait for me to finish my words first? Don't rush to a conclusion." "Okay, it's okay to listen." Everyone is quiet now. "Zushan, bring the things up." "Yes." Then, Zushan took out the boxes one by one. At this time, people were still wondering why Zushan would listen to a teenager. Did that boy have some kind of magic power, or what? Their curiosity was quickly drawn to the box. There seems to be something in there. But Lee Minutes didn't say anything, and none of them dared to move. "These things are a little bit of my mind. You can take a look first, and then we will discuss the next thing." Everyone looked at each other. "What kind of medicine is sold in Lee Minutes' court?" "What? Afraid that the box is poisonous?" Lee Minutes took a sip of the iced honey water. Wang Liang said first, "He'll drive first, but I want to see what's here." So he opened the box. This time, the whole person was stunned. "This is Liu Lai. Oh my god, it's actually transparent glass. It's priceless." He looked at the glassware in front of him. In the eyes of the ancients, it was called Liu Lai, as precious as diamonds are today. Glazed glass. The difference between the two is one word, and the value is very different. After the others saw it, they also opened their boxes one after another. Then there was an uproar. In front of everyone is a colorful transparent glass, and the size is not small. People were shocked. They even forgot where they were. Until Lee Minutes opened his mouth again. "How are you guys? How do you feel about my gift?" That's a very precious thing. But it's only now, when Lee Minutes' glass factory opens. These things have no collectible value. Just like the current wine bottle, no one wants it when it is thrown on the road. Its price is a world away from what it was 100 years ago. Therefore, even if it is sent, it does not matter. The big deal, let Zushan blow some more. Wang Liang's words were already trembling. "You really want to give us something so precious?" He lost his previous madness and became like a docile little sheep. Guan is short-handed and soft-hearted. Lee Minutes nodded. "That's right, it's for you. Just treat it as a gift for you." Everyone was astonished. Such a precious thing to give away? It's too arrogant, isn't it? Just now, I was still questioning people's lack of money, but now everyone has changed their minds. It seems that this is not the case. But then Lee Minutes turned around. "But what?" "However, I hope you will pay in advance for these 100,000 sets of iron. After the delivery, how about I settle with you?" As soon as his words came out. "Make 10 people unhappy," someone said. "What did Mr. Zilli say?" "The thing you gave is not only worth 1,000 tals of silver, right? If you say less, you need 10,000 silver." "Yes, yes, if we charge you more money, then it will not be a human being." "I have made your thing, and I will not charge you a cent. It will be completed ahead of time." Finally, have some conscience. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Wang Liang also said, "Yes, talking about money hurts feelings. If you need anything in the future, just say it. I will definitely do it." He didn't say that before. He kept asking for money. Lee Minutes just smiled. This kind of person needs to be tame like this. He said, "In this way, it is time for you to work." "What do you say?" "In the future, Mr. Zilli's business will be our business. If you have any requests, feel free to ask." These people are smiling. They are very satisfied. As everyone knows, after a while, these things will no longer be valuable. As for Zushan and Xrengai, they both cast their adoring gazes. because Lee Minutes didn't even spend a penny to get these people high, really high. As for Liu Lai, they didn't feel bad either, because in the backyard, there are still glaze burning, and making some more will only cost some lung capacity. Lee Minutes got what he wanted. He said, "Then I would be more respectful than obedient." 10 people bowed at the same time. "We would like to thank Mr. Zilli." The 10 people chatted for a while and then left. And when they left, it was over. Lee Minutes also ordered Zushan to blow out some colored glass and put it in the room. In a flash, it was evening again. When Zushan was about to close the store, another uninvited guest appeared. "Is Mr. Zilli here?" As soon as Zushan saw the visitor, he led him into the room. P.S. 29th on the new book list. Try to work harder. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 41 His Majesty's birthday. General Cheng, why are you here? When Zushan saw that it was Cheng Yojin, he asked, "What? I'm not welcome?" No, that's not what I meant. The 6th prince is resting now. You may not see him for the time being. I know. Go get busy. Cheng Yojin regarded it as his home and went directly to the 2nd floor. At this time, Lee Minutes, who was on the 2nd floor, was preparing to take a shower. But Cheng Yojin bumped into him. "Uncle Cheng, why are you here?" he asked curiously. "I have something for you." "What are you looking for at this time?" "This old guy really doesn't know how to beat the clock." "Oh, what's the matter?" "Well, why are you so cold in here?" Before Cheng Yojin could say what was going on, he felt a chill. Then he directly touched a bucket on the side. "This touches something cold." Cheng Yojin suddenly shouted, "Ice cubes! Such a big piece! 6th prince, your life is good. You can get such a big piece of money and spend a lot of money, right?" It turned out that it was too hot in the past few days, and the ice business had not yet come out. So Lee Minutes asked Zushan to make some ice and put it in the room for use. "I didn't want people to know." Unexpectedly, it was Cheng Yojin's visit. "Oh, I bought it." "There is still ice for sale in the folks." "Where did you buy it?" "We have been begging His Majesty to give ice, but this year he refused to give it, so we are sad." "What's the matter here?" Lee Minutes understands even more that the life of the palace is really not as good as his own. "Uncle Cheng, if you want, just take half of it. Anyway, I can't use up such a big piece." "Welcome." "Real." Cheng Yojin was happy like a child. "Real. Then I will thank you very much." This piece of ice is very valuable, but in Lee Minutes' place, it's better to spend some time. "Don't thank me, by the way. What are you doing here today?" Only then did Cheng Yojin realize what he was going to say. "By the way, we found out about the 8 assassins. I thought to myself, this must be known to you, so I went out of the palace to find you and talk about it." "Oh, what is it?" In fact, Lee Minutes already knew who was instructing, and even the details of their instructing were clear to him. There is no need for Cheng Yojin to say it. But if he wants to talk, let him talk. Give him face. It's fine. "This matter has something to do with the East Palace." Cheng Yojin lowered his voice. "Oh, what kind of law?" Lee Minutes was calm. "On the day you were assassinated, Xu Jingzong visited the East Palace." "Oh, then what?" "Then, it might have something to do with them." "More than possible. Simply directly related." Xu Jingzong and Li Chengqian were in trouble, and they framed Lee Minutes together. They have left the palace, and they still hurt themselves so much. It seems that I have to give them some color to see it. "Is that so?" Lee Minutes said casually. "6th prince, shouldn't you be shocked? I came out and told you about this as soon as I heard about it." Cheng Yojin was puzzled. Shouldn't Lee Minutes be angry? See, as the situation does not seem to be. I don't feel it anymore. In the Deep Palace, it will inevitably be like this. And after we become emperors, it is inevitable that some unpleasant things will happen between this prince and his subjects. He spoke very cryptically. Cheng Yojin didn't understand. But looking at him, there was no reaction at all. Cheng Yojin had to change the subject. If that's the case, then I'm not talking about it. By the way, how about the horseshoe thing? I see you seem to be in no hurry these days. You are not in a hurry. Your Majesty is in a hurry. They let me finish it within a month, otherwise I will be punished. It turned out that this was Cheng Yojin's second reason to find himself. He said he was helping Lee Minutes, but he was actually helping himself. After all, if he doesn't do this well, he will be punished. Soon, it's almost finished. Order now to do it piece by piece, in no hurry. Sixth Prince, I'm serious. If you can't do it, then I may have to find someone else to do it. Uncle Cheng, when will my words be counted? If you do this again, I can be angry. Lee Minutes asked back. During the day, he had already secured 10 blacksmith shops. Wouldn't it be easy for them to produce horseshoes? This old guy is still looking for someone else. He really wants to slap him. Don't be angry yet. That's not what I meant. I'm just here to remind you. I'm afraid you'll forget it. You know, your Majesty's temper is sometimes bad. Forget? Impossible. That's 100,000 tals of silver, the silver of white flowers. How can someone who has money forget it? No, don't worry. By the way, if you have nothing else to do, I'm going to take a shower. Lee Minutes said this, and he was about to order an expulsion. After a busy day, I can finally relax. But I came across this old guy. Cheng Yojin knew that he turned around in Lee Minutes' room. But it didn't mean to leave until I found something on the table. I walked over. This is Liu Lai. It's really delicate. It's worth a lot, isn't it? He picked up the glass on the table and said, Lee Minutes. This guy, you reading www.uukansu.com also regards this place as its own home. Where did you buy this Liu Lai? After a while, it will be His Majesty's birthday. I haven't been able to find anything to give him. Why don't you give it to me? How about letting me give it to him? Cheng Yojin is full of nonsense. Li Shimin's birthday is at least 4 or 5 months away. Is this period of time 4 or 5 months? Take it if you want. I'll keep it anyway. I don't really like the look of this one. It's not very pretty. Cheng Yojin wondered, when did Liu Lai become so worthless in Lee Minutes' mouth? Still interested in styling? And let him just take it. If he knew that Lee Minutes could make dozens of these things, he would probably go crazy. Real. Have I lied to you? No. If that's the case, that's great. I'm welcome. I'll take it. Cheng Yojin directly picked up Liu Lai, without the energy to appreciate it just now. After that, he was in a hurry to leave. If there's nothing wrong, I'll go first. Ice. And ice. Don't you want it? No, this is enough. Ice. You can use it yourself. Cheng Yojin took a step, then turned around and said, by the way, there is one more thing. Your Majesty has sent someone to protect you. Don't worry, you are safe until the murderer is caught. After speaking, he left immediately. When Lee Minutes heard this, Li Shimin did this to monitor himself, right? What the hell is this shrewd guy trying to do? Forget it. At least it's still safe now. He had already heard about Li Shimin's guards. They were people from the Tang's mansion in the past, and they were a group of guys who weren't afraid of death. Chapter 42. Open one eye, close one eye. Cheng Yojin took the glass bottle and kept playing with it. He hummed a little song and went to his home. If you get such a good thing, you will naturally have to show it off with Fang Xuanling. It is also necessary to show off in front of the minister. Enjoying the envious eyes of everyone, the heart is beautiful. Shouldn't it roll over this time? The more I think about it, the more joy I feel in my heart. But before he was happy for a while, someone came to him. Lu Guogong, it's finally time for you. Where have you been? Your Majesty is waiting for you in the palace, said Cao Cao. Cao Cao arrived. It was Fang Xuanling who was approaching. He took Cheng Yojin's hand and said, quickly enter the palace with me, otherwise your Majesty will be angry. There are thousands of unwillingness in Cheng Yojin's heart. He was still holding the colored glaze in his hand. How could it still exist in the palace this time? If Li Shimin asked, what would he do? Send him or not? Wait. He'll go back first and then come out. He saw the door of his own house in front of him. What time is it? Wait. Go. The carriage is coming. Fang Xuanling didn't care so much, and let Cheng Yojin get on the carriage. Seeing this, Cheng Yojin immediately put Liu Lai in his arms. Helpless Cheng Yojin, because he was in a hurry, Fang Xuanling didn't pay much attention to Cheng Yojin's little actions. I didn't even see what was in his arms. I just thought that this guy's belly was a little bigger today. Must be fat again. Well, what did your majesty say? Why are you so anxious to let us go to the palace? Cheng Yojin asked. I don't know either. I just let us enter the palace and say it's something. I don't know anything else. Have no idea. With the colored glass in his arms, Cheng Yojin thought about it, and gave it to the soldiers outside the palace for safekeeping. No, it's not safe. If it breaks down or is stolen, what should I do? Will also be found. At this time, Fang Xuanling sighed again. Maybe it's because of the recent increase in the expenditure of the national treasury, or because of taxes. Also, the murderer who assassinated the sixth prince before has not been found. Well, there are too many things recently, and it's a headache. Is that so? If that's the case, it's better to talk about it. I'm afraid it's something else. Likely knows what he's doing. In the afterglow, the carriage galloped into the palace. They rushed all the way, but Cheng Yojin's movements were a little twisted. Because of Liu's relationship, he is very difficult to act. Lu Guogong, what's wrong with you? You used to be a shooting star, but now you're like a woman. Hurry up. No, let's go. Your Majesty is in a hurry. Fang Xuanling didn't think too much, and then moved forward. Cheng Yojin probably regretted it a little, and he would not have taken any glass if he had known. Why take it at this time? Ugh. In a blink of an eye, the two entered the Taikai Palace. At this time, Li Shimin was in the Imperial study. When they entered, they saw Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang as well. Meet your Majesty, Empress, concubine Yang. The two bowed immediately. Free gift. Cheng Yojin stepped forward and asked, why are you looking for us? When he said this, Li Shimin turned to him. Looking at it, I found something different. What's in your arms, Zaiji? People with discernment have long seen that there is something in Cheng Yojin's arms. Unheard like Fang Xuanling couldn't see why. Yes, what is in your arms? I find it very strange, Fang Xuanling said with some hindsight. As for Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang, they only discovered that Cheng Yojin is really different. The shape of the belly is wrong. Empress Zhangsun asked, Zaiji, aren't you sick? This Cheng Yojin didn't know how to answer. You old man, hurry up. I'm going to be angry. Cheng Yojin was speechless. He directly took out the glass bottle. When this thing came out, everyone was shocked. After all, the quality of the glaze is so good, and the shape is beautiful, which is very rare. It turned out to be hidden private goods. No wonder. Empress Zhangsun took a closer look. He said, Your Majesty, this glass is beautiful in shape. It is a rare treasure. I have seen a similar one before, but its material is not as transparent as this one. In terms of quality, it is far worse. And it is even smaller. Exclamation mark. Oh, is this thing really that good? Zaiji, what are you doing with this? Li Shimin asked. Cheng Yojin was a little depressed. Originally, he wanted to keep it at home, but Fang Xuanling pulled it into the Taikai Palace. None of this was what he wanted. How to do it? Now that it has been discovered, why not do a favor or ask for a credit or something? Actually, I want to dedicate this glass to your Majesty. Surprise, your Majesty. But I didn't want to, but was discovered. These words made Li Shimin burst into laughter. Is that so? How can I take such a treasure? Eyes are staring at it. Empress Zhangsun said, Your Majesty, this is also the intention of a courtier. You will accept it. We just lack such an ornament in our palace. It was obvious that she wanted it too. Fang Xuanling also said on the side, It's rare that Duke Li has such a heart, so you will accept it. Your Majesty. Cheng Yojin wanted to die. Can you still have fun? But he also said, yeah, this is also what the minister has in mind. Li Shimin did not hesitate. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. It's rare that you are so attentive. I am very pleased. Then I will accept it. Someone. I will accept the things. Yes. Then the eunuch took the glass bottle from Cheng Yojin's hand. You could feel his blood was dripping. Don't ... he said casually, Don't take it seriously. But it's all said. Seeing that the glass bottle was placed in a safe place, Li Shimin suddenly asked, "That's right. But where did this thing come from? You have to tell me." Cheng Yojin thought to himself that the sixth prince could not be given out, otherwise the next thing would be difficult to handle. The horseshoe thing will be yellow. He can't do anything. So what to do? So he thought about it and prepared to tell a lie. "That is," he said, "I received it from a Western merchant in Dongshi. The price is not much, only 10 taels." Oh, everyone was shocked. 12, that is simply too cheap. Where is that businessman? If I can obtain his method of production, my Tang economy will go to a higher level. Li Shimin saw a business opportunity. He deserves to be a generation of emperors. He thinks very carefully. Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang said in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." This made Cheng Yojin difficult. He could only say, "Hey, that businessman has left Chang'an." Everyone's expressions were a little lonely. What a pity. Cheng Yojin was afraid that Li Shimin would keep talking about this issue. So he said, "Why is your Majesty looking for me and why Guogong?" Only then did Li Shimin realize that he had something to do with the two of them. P.S. A good news. Now the new book list 23. It's all because of everyone's support, thank you. And ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 43. Good opportunity. If you don't say it, he'll forget it. All because of what Cheng Yojin did. Everyone listened intently. Li Shimin cleared his throat. "Fang Xuanling, do you have any clues about the assassination?" "Your Majesty, according to the investigation of the minister, it seems that there is some relationship with the East Palace. I don't know who it is." When Fang Xuanling's words came out, Li Shimin's face became very ugly. Because everyone would think that this matter might have something to do with Prince Li Chengqian. If it is really related to Li Chengqian, it was a conflict between his sons. Li Shimin is really heartbroken. He has been on the throne for so many years, and he is afraid that the contradictions of his own years will also occur among his descendants. Therefore, in 628, Li Chengqian was directly made the prince to avoid the prince's dispute. Now what? Before becoming emperor, everyone is a competition. Outstanding performers can be killed at any time. The situation does not seem optimistic. This is especially true for Empress Changsun, who hasn't said a word for a long time, which may be something she didn't expect. Concubine Yang asked, "East Palace? Who did that? Who is it?" She was a little excited. This obviously digs a hole and makes people jump. Fang Xuanling is always an experienced person. Some things are not clear, he will not talk nonsense. Moreover, it is related to the East Palace, not necessarily related to the prince. Therefore, he said, this is not finalized for the time being, but it is too soon. Give the minister some more time, and he will definitely find out. And it is just a suspicion, please be safe. In this way, we will have to work for Duke Kuai. Hard work. This is what your Majesty explained, and it is also the duty of the minister. It is what I should do. It is not hard. Li Shimin pondered for a while and said, Fang Xuanling, no matter who it is, whether the crown prince made a mistake, or other high-ranking officials, if there is evidence, then you don't have to show me mercy. Just deal with it according to the law. Li Shimin seems to know that this matter may be related to Li Chengqian, but there is no evidence. Yes, Li Shimin's words are equivalent to giving Fang Xuanling a reassurance. Yes, no matter who it is, it must be dealt with impartially. Your Majesty and I support you. Empress Changsun also said. It's really Li Chengqian, so he must beat him well. It's not like being a prince can do whatever you want. As for concubine Yang, she said, if there is progress, I hope I can let you know one or two. Yes. Seeing that the matter had been decided, Li Shimin asked, what about the situation in Shandong and Henan? This was probably the question he asked the most in a while. There is also a slight achievement in flood control. The rain in that area is less. There is no major problem with the flood at this time, and the father and son of Qi Guogong have done a very good job. It should be affirmed, and it must be affirmed by others. Oh, that would be great. Let them come back sooner if possible, Li Shimin said. But concubine Yang said, Your Majesty, the concubine thinks that all this has to be stabilized, and we must keep the results well. Although the rain is light, it is only temporary. If you are not careful, you may come back again. What we need to do for flooding is not only to remove it, but also to cure the root cause. She was very reasonable. She seemed to be thinking that she couldn't let Cheng Sun Wuji return. Otherwise, someone will encounter more pressure. This should also be what Li Minutes wanted to do, and it was also stated in the letter to her before. Fang Xuanling also said, I agree with concubine Yang's opinion on this point. It should be repaired to divert water, so that when the two places encounter flooding again, losses can be minimized. There is even no flooding. Li Shimin asked, Empress, what do you think? Empress Zhangsun, who was silent for a while, said, the Son of Heaven should put the country first, and his personal affairs can be put aside. Everything is according to His Majesty's wishes. The more this is the case, the less favoritism is allowed. Okay, with the Queen's words, I am relieved. Passing on my will, Xian Wuji solves this problem before the Mid-Autumn Festival, otherwise I will not be able to return to Chang'an. This was his determination, and it was also putting pressure on Cheng Sun Wuji and the others. Yes, holy decree proclaimed, and Li Shimin seems to have something to do. It is to go to Cheng Yojin. Zaiji, I saw your horse's hoof, and there is still no movement. What's going on? Li Shimin asked with a straight face. Cheng Yojin was speechless. As soon as the gift was delivered, he turned his face and didn't recognize anyone. How to reply to this? He just told Li Minutes, so let's believe him again for the time being. So he said, don't worry, Your Majesty. Because this iron needs to be collected, it will definitely start in these 2 days, and it can be completed within a month. He boasted about haiku and completed it within a month. The big deal is to find Li Minutes to deal with it. Very good. This time you have done a great job. Do it well, and I will reward you well. Thank you, Your Majesty. By the way, I heard from the guard that Li Minutes bought a lot of quartz sand. Do you know what he wants to do? Everyone knows that Li Shimin is always monitoring Li Minutes' behavior. This minister doesn't know. Cheng Yojin said so. No one knew that the glass that Li Shimin had just given to him was made of that thing. Pay close attention and follow up in time. Li Shimin said so. Empress Zhangsun, on the other hand, thought a little bit. She said, Your Majesty, I think Yan Yeoer is thinking about some industry. Since last year, he used to make 100 tals in just 1 month with the capital of 1 penny, so if you have a business acumen, you must be doing something big. Doing business? Can he do it? This is to go to the market, not in the palace. In the palace, as his identity, let alone say a penny, he can make 100 tals in a short time. It can't be called business, it's just showing off. Li Shimin looked down on Li Minutes very much. But others understood that Li Minutes' abilities were more than that. Li Shimin looked down on him, but people were doing well now, or even better. Concubine Yang said, 5 surnames and 7 Wang oppressed me in the Tang dynasty. Over the years, His Majesty has not been comfortable. These people are very courageous, and they dare to compete with His Majesty because they have $3 or $2. His Majesty did not always want to be among the people looking for an agent. Maybe it's a good opportunity for Minor to go out. Li Shimin wondered why everyone was talking for Li Minutes. You believe him that much? Fang Xuanling also said at this time, according to the minister's knowledge, the 6th prince can solve the arithmetic of the 9 chapters, which shows that he has an unattainable talent for Mingxuan! I'm afraid no one understands better than Cheng Yojin. Isn't what Li Minutes is doing right now to make a lot of money? Your Majesty, my old Cheng also believes in the 6th prince. You people, hey, forget it. Let people watch him, and don't let him cause me any more trouble. Okay, it's getting late. You all go down. I'm tired. In the end, Li Shimin issued a deportation order, and the two had to leave the Tji Palace and go home separately. As for Li Minutes, he started to make a big deal. P.S. Leoi Park has been promoted, and the update time will remain the same tomorrow. Ask for tickets again. and strive for customs clearance. Chapter 44 The Strength of the Family. When it comes to horseshoes, that's in the midst of a continual build. In addition, Kong Yingda has been running the household department. It seems that there are still many formalities to be done in the nitrate mine. What does this person do? Kong Yingda still has some ink marks when he does things. Of course, this is related to his status and temper. If it is Cheng Yojin, who would dare not do it for him? Just slap it down. That's fine. Anyway, the horseshoes haven't been produced yet. Just take advantage of this period of time to make a good plan. In the past few days, Lee Minutes asked Zushan to blow dozens of glassware. In his words, these things are very useful when necessary. Their value can be hundreds of times higher than their cost, if not more. Zushan didn't think too much, and came directly as Lee Minutes said. Today, Zushan just came back from outside. He took a sharp sip of ice water. Mr. Zilli, the store you asked me to find, I have found 3 places that are very suitable. You can go and have a look when you have time. I hope you are satisfied. When the money comes, we can buy it. Oh, where are they? The Wang family, the Lu family and the Kui family in the south of the East City are all selling stores. Zushan Road. These 5 surnames and 7 looks, that is, 3 families have appeared in Dongxi and also sell the store together. These 5 surnames are obstacles to the development of Tang. Because of their existence, Li Shimin is tied. In history, they even dared to beat the table with Li Shimin. There is also a mention of the East City, and I have to mention the site of Binkingfen, a brothel located in the west. This can be said to be the most lively place in Chainan City. If you can buy a storefront in Dongxi, it is also a good choice. Which one do you think is the best? Li Minutes asked directly. The best of the Wang family, the biggest. However, he seems to be a bit expensive, and the people of the Wang family bid 30,000 tals. The other 2 are only 5,000 tals. These 3 are all heads and faces. Among them, the Wang family has the most stores, with a total of 10. The other 2 have 5 rooms each. This difference is very big. Lee Minutes showed enough interest. Oh, then take me to see it now. It's not too late. He has to go and see it quickly. It's too hot outside. Are you really going? Zushan just came back. Is he going out again? It's best to settle early. But we have no money. When it comes to money, they haven't come back yet. Although they will have money in the future, that's a matter of the future. At least they still don't have much money. Don't worry about it. Sometimes there are still many things that can be solved without money. Money can make ghosts run the mill. Without money it is impossible to do anything. Zushan really didn't know what Lee Minutes was thinking, but he still agreed. Yes. Come on, show me. So Zushan walked ahead and took Lee Minutes towards the East Market. Xrengai followed him all the way. A group of 3 went to the south of Dongxi. Zushan wondered why Lee Minutes was in such a hurry to find a store, and it had to be a huge store, especially in a place with a lot of people. These places are very expensive. Before making any money, it will cost a lot of money. This puzzled him. But in Lee Minutes' view, it was different. He thinks more, and with the storefront, everything works well. They walked for a long time, and he heard some things about these 3 families from Zushan's mouth. It is nothing more than the history of these 3 families. They are all landlords and gentry who take pleasure in oppressing the people, so the 3 of them have a bad reputation among the people. The existence of daring to take a table with Li Shimin must not be a good thing. So, these 3 families are not good people? That is, because their business is doing so well. Many officials don't even dare to provoke them. These people are so mad. You don't know that when we do business, we have to meet them face to face. Otherwise, it will make you unable to do it. It seems that these 5 surnames and 7 Wank are all local snakes. If you want to open a store, maybe you want to take a photo. But then again, how could he possibly do such a thing? It's good enough not to trouble them yourself. Still going to meet up, you know. The business he does is not something these people can do. In the future, he is the only one to do business. Others can only follow him as little brothers. Thinking of this, he smiled knowingly. He knew that sometimes Li Shimon was nothing in front of these aristocratic families. But he is able to surpass these aristocratic families. This is the difference between him and Li Shimon. Obviously, he is not afraid of them. He can defeat them through business. Dark, and even more fearless. First, there is the protection of Li Shimon's Tan's mansion. The second is that Xrengai acted as a bodyguard who can get close to him. No one dared to approach him. Furthermore, he can search at any time. As long as he finds that his entry is a little different, he will save it in time. Mr. Zilli, the East Market is not far ahead. Zushan pointed to the market ahead and said, then the Wang family's Sla family's storefront is in it. Actually, their storefront is not in the middle of the market, but on the south side. The south side is the least crowded and not as lively as the west side and the center. Dare to sell so expensive on the side? This is generally in the middle of the market, with the largest flow of people and the best business, basically making what you do. So, they all did it by themselves, and other places seem to be biased. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. They first occupied the land, and then asked the court to examine it, and then built one storefront, and then sold it to others. Earn money from it. The business of these big families is doing well. Ruai abacus is also possible, comparable to current real estate. But then again, it's not wrong to do so. Take me to see, sir, please. Zushan led Li Minutes and the two to a nearby building. There is no one here. Zushan pointed to the building ahead. It is very large there, and the overall scale is the same as that of a modern community. The house is in the back, and the storefronts are in the front. This place is just perfect for me. Needless to say, he took a fancy to here. Which family is this? The royal family. Okay, that's it. I want to buy this place. Aren't you going to visit the other two? No, just here. Help me find the person in charge of the Wang family. What's his name? I want to talk to him. When Zushan heard this, did he make a decision so quickly? Wang Yang. He is the head of the Taiyuan Wang family in Chainan. Go quickly. Yes. But he didn't dare to question it, so he had to go to find someone. As soon as Zushan left, Li Minutes sat under a nearby tree to enjoy the shade. Looking at everything around it, it's simply too good to be here. In the future, he will definitely turn this place into the most prosperous place in Chainan. As soon as he sat down, he heard a woman's voice not far away. Help, bastard, don't come here. Help. Chapter 45. The call for help was urgent. Xrengai, it seemed like someone was calling for help just now. Li Minutes thought he had heard it wrong, so he asked. I heard it too, it should be nearby. Xrengai should say that he didn't dare to leave Li Minutes too far. Even if someone called for help, he didn't mean to leave here. That's right. Who is more important than Li Minutes' safety? Then, the voice got closer and louder. It looks like it's not good. In broad daylight, how could anyone still do such a thing? Even if this place is remote, it can't be like this. Don't come here, I'll call someone if you come again. Little lady, you call it? It's useless. No one usually comes here. And who is here who doesn't know about the existence of my Wangxi? My father is Wang Yang. If you are obedient and obey me, my royal family will not treat you badly. The benefits are of course yours. Wangxi, the playboy son of the Wang family. This stuff didn't do a good job making trouble everywhere, and letting their elders wipe his ass every day, etc. Wang Yang isn't that the owner of this store. His son sees the store as a place to do whatever he wants. HMPH. It turned out to be Wangxi, that second world lord. Xrengai muttered. He seemed to know the man. Xrengai. Do you know him? He is a famous dandy, the only child of the Wang family, and the Wang family loves him very much. Give him anything good. He is lawless. Every time he commits a crime, someone will settle it. Every time. I heard that there is someone in the palace. He is called the number one in the capital. Little Evil. Sure enough. A title is like a person's name, and a person's name is like a person. The voice was very close, and they followed the voice to look forward, only to see a dozen people surrounding a girl in front of them. The man in the lead was Wangxi, who was a bit of a sissy, with squinting eyes. His clothes were bright, and his skin was also very good. The others were dressed in very ordinary clothes, and they should be Wang Xi's subordinates. As for the one who fell in front of him was a girl of about 14 years old, wearing a light green dress, and her clothes were a little messy. She doesn't look good, but she's not bad either. Belongs to that kind of small family Jasper, but also like the daughter of a big family. The girl is now very panicked. Maybe she has never encountered such a thing before. Seeing such a weak woman being bullied, how could Lee Minutes bear it? Since you encounter it, you can't ignore it. The hot temper came directly. You guys are not too timid to do such a filthy thing in broad daylight. Is there any kingly law? This call made Wang Xi stop directly. He turned around and saw a 14 or 15-year-old boy standing opposite him. There is a tall presence behind him. When the girl saw that someone was making an appearance, she avoided Wang Xi and hid behind Lee Minutes. Although this man is not physically strong, his courage is admirable. When the girl passed him all the way, she took a closer look and found that she was pure and clean, very endearing. However, Lee Minutes always felt that this woman was a bit like someone he knew. But it couldn't be said for a while. Boy, you'd better not meddle in your own business, otherwise you don't know how you died. Really? How do you want me to die? Lee Minutes was not at all stage frightened. There are two kinds of people who would behave like him. First, unless you have seen people who have seen strong winds and waves, they will not behave like this. Second, he is a fool. He doesn't know the sky is the limit. Obviously, Lee Minutes is not the second type. Sir, save me. The girl grabbed Lee Minutes' sleeve and didn't let go. Her palms were all sweaty, wet all his clothes. She spoke softly, but clearly and nicely. And some clothes fell off, showing fair skin. Lee Minutes glanced at him and saw that she was indeed the daughter of a big family. The girl tugged on her clothes and saw Lee Minutes again. She was really handsome and had a sense of justice, which was really rare. Sir, where are you looking? She groaned, a little embarrassed. Only then did Lee Minutes feel that he had been rude. Now he is in a state of long body, and he also has some physical feelings about the relationship between men and women. When you see a beautiful woman, you will inevitably take a few more glances and have some unnecessary reactions. The real beauties are more real than the movies in the browser. Lee Minutes quickly asked, "Girl, are you alright?" "It's just that the clothes are a little torn, but the rest is fine." The two chatted casually. It made Wang Xi and others jump. "Hey, can you focus on it? It's like being a hero to save the beauty. I see how you two seem to be in love." Wang Xi was a little depressed. "What is this? Oh, I forgot." These words made Wang Xi explode. "Come on, show this kid some color. I want to see how he saves this woman." No one can stop what Wang Xi wants to get. Yes. After that, 10 people approached Lee Minutes. They were barehanded, with a hint of mockery on their faces. "Brothers, if you beat this kid, you will be rewarded." The girl's beauty paled. "Young master, be careful. There are many of them, and they know martial arts." "Don't worry, they will be maimed." "Young master can do martial arts." "Will not." "Will not? Then how did Li Chenqian get down on the ground?" "Will not." "What are you going to do? Don't you die." Little did she know, Lee Minutes said it deliberately. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, and Xrengai behind him is the ace. The three were surrounded. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Xrengai. "Yes. Teach them a lesson." "Clear." Xrengai took the Tang Dao and rolled up his sleeves. About to dry. Wang Xi saw the big sword in his hand. There is greed in his eyes. Such a good knife has a unique shape and is too handsome. You grabbed that knife from me. It's a pity to use such a good knife for him. This knife needs me to come, so I can show the true character of a hero. Really think life is too short? Dare to rob Xrengui's Tang Dao? You have to take it with your life. Come on. Let's go together. Go together? Crazy. The girl stared at Xrengai and looked at Lee Minutes again. I must be thinking in my heart that these two don't look like friends, let alone masters and servants. Why is Xrengai so obedient? Very puzzled. At the same time, I wondered, Is Xrengai really okay? Can they be safe? The other party is 10 big men. They look down on Xrengai very much superior. The 10 big men rushed directly towards Xrengai. It's a big trouble now. It looks like it's about to hit. What? The girl cried out. She closed her eyes and did not dare to look, and at the same time hid behind Lee Minutes, shivering. Don't worry, with me, they won't succeed. Lee Minutes said softly, with a firm tone. The girl opened her eyes and looked at him. How can this be? That was 10 big men beating one person. Chapter 46. Stepping on the face. Wanxi looked at the 10 people surrounding Lee Minutes and smiled coldly. Let you come forward. There is no woman in Chainan that I can't get. Dare to fight against me, you will die miserably. It's disgusting to be so ruthless. He also said, you guys, detain that kid for me later, and I'm going to pee on top of his head. Vulgar and undisciplined. Wanxi is a complete playboy. Going to pee on top of people's heads. In this case, Lee Minutes said, I'll let you know it in a while. Superior. Then the 10 big men exchanged glances. In their eyes, Xrengai was just a slightly stronger person, and 10 of them were definitely enough to deal with him. Afterwards, 10 people shouted and punched and kicked directly at Xrengai. The scene went into chaos. At the same time, the ashes raised up to cover them up. Lee Minutes in the center motioned to the girl. Cover your nose and mouth, it's a big gray. The girl did as he said. Suddenly, she heard 10 thick, muffled sounds. Then 10 figures flew outside. She dared not open her eyes, until Lee Minutes said, okay. When she opened her eyes, but I saw 10 people lying not far away, crying in pain. Looking at Xrengai again, nothing happened. Wanxi exclaimed, what? It's impossible. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on Xrengai. Seems to be thinking of some bad idea. As predicted, he said, boy, you are very good. Why don't you follow me? How about I give you 100 tals of silver a month? Hanging with me. You can't be without your benefits. 100 tals equals 100,000 yuan, and ordinary people may not earn 10,000 yuan a year. 1,000 tals are given this month, which is simply a lot of money. Xrengai was disdainful of these words. First, what is 1,000 tals? It must be known that Lee Minutes' future achievements do not stop there. Second, Lee Minutes is a prince. So what is he, like a dandy from an aristocratic family? Second, the quality of people. Let Xrengai follow this guy. He can't do it. After all, he is also a famous general. So, he refused. Stop talking nonsense. Do you kneel by yourself, or I will make you kneel. After finishing, he walked towards Wanxi. Wanxi laughed. You brat really doesn't eat or drink for a toast. So don't blame him for being rude. You bastard. What else can you do? Besides bullying good women, what else can you do? Lee Minutes sneered. Do you dare to fight me, boy? Okay. Lee Minutes smiled. This guy dared to challenge himself. You must know that at that time, I was alone picking Li Chenqian and the eldest grandson Shong, and beat them to the ground, so that they could barely take care of themselves. This guy dared to take the initiative to challenge himself, so he stepped out. Xrengai was about to stop it. Xrengai, you protect this girl and let me meet him, because I really want to hit him. I feel bad if I don't hit him. But, from Xrengui's point of view, Lee Minutes did not seem to be able to use force. If something goes wrong, who is responsible? Therefore, he refused. But what Lee Minutes wanted to do, no one could stop him. HMPH. Boy, you are very brave, but some things are not enough to be brave. In order to behave in front of girls, be careful and even risk your life. What a joke. Lee Minutes has learned a lot, plus Li Shimin's pursuit of force in the palace. A year ago, he became more aware of the importance of force. So, he studied hard and finally used it. Really? Come on. Don't talk nonsense so much. If you're afraid, come over and kneel down, then apologize to this girl, and get out of here immediately. I can spare you. The girl was blinded. This young man who didn't look very strong had a courage that made her feel uneasy. Accept. Before Lee Minutes could finish speaking, Wanxi rushed to where he was. This guy sneaks up, A fierce tiger steals the heart to attack. HMPH. Dogs can't stop eating shit. Lee minutes flashed lightly, and Wanksy rushed forward. One of them was unsteady, and a dog came directly to eat shit. Then, without waiting for him to get up, one foot was directly above his head. Boom. His head sank into the ground. The whole person is disheveled. This shocked Xrengai. It turned out that Lee Minutes knew force, and very agile. Xrengai used strength, while Lee Minutes used skill. As for the girl, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. This boy is amazing. Overwhelmed the opponent in one turn. I was just saying that I didn't know how to do martial arts. It will be. Let go of me. Get your stinky feet away. The more Wanksy cried, the heavier Lee Minutes' feet became. When the 10 men lying on the ground saw that their master was threatened, they also got up to help, but heard a sound. Who dares to help? Die. Xrengai could not allow these people to act, and Tang Dao immediately used it. The knife light is very cold under the sun. Acting on the stone on the side, the stone is directly split in half. A good knife. Indeed a good knife. These 10 people dare not act. Wanksy, aren't you very capable? Why can't you even touch me, but you get up? Lee Minutes was even more arrogant than Wanksy. The mud on his feet fell on top of Wanksy's head. Looking at Wanksy's face, Lee Minutes felt a little unhappy. So he leaned his foot against his face. Don't step on your face. Don't step on it. I rely on my face to eat. Don't you like being pissed on top of your head? As you wish, Lee Minutes said. The girl cried out immediately, almost called a hooligan. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Young master, don't do this, people. Only then did Lee Minutes realize that there was still a girl. Sorry for a quick bite, but it wasn't me peeing. It was it. Lee Minutes pointed to a dog way beside him. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had seen this kind of torture. You. Lee Minutes pointed at one of them again. Yes, it's you. Pull that dog over. It's a little embarrassing. You don't need to be too polite to deal with such a fool. How ruthless, master. Offended. I was forced to, cried the man. After that, he grabbed the dog next to him and was about to come over. Wanksy is going crazy. Bold, don't. You hold him down. Then Lee Minutes got up and gave an order to let the people brought by Wanksy come to help, and he went to the side to watch a good show. At this time, the crowd was surrounded by people. People are watching a good show. That Wanksy probably provoked too many people, and no one spoke for him. People even applauded. After a while, Wanksy's head was wet. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. The other party is too strong, and he is too weak. At this moment, someone suddenly heard a cry. Stop, stop. Wanksy smiled when he saw the visitor. He said, you will die. P.S. A good news. Now the new book list 18. Thank you all for your votes. Please vote some more. Chapter 47. Leave them cornered. Who will come here at this time? Lee Minutes looked up, and a person who looked a little like Wanksy appeared. And next to this person is Zushan. Behind these people were more than 20 people, all armed with weapons. That was very fierce. The man had a big belly, and when he trotted over, his stomach went up and down. As soon as Zushan came, he looked at the situation around him and asked with concern, what's the matter? How could this happen? Mr. Zilli, are you injured? Lee Minutes smiled. Do I look like a wounded person? The wounded person is there. He pointed to Wanksy Dao on the ground. Mr. Zilli. But Mr. Zilli at the entrance of Guo Zijian. When the girl heard Lee Minutes' name, she asked. It was him. Zushan said. So you are Mr. Zilli. I like your poems. I have read every one of your poems, and I will memorize them. In particular, some of the songs were written quite poignantly and deeply touching. Those poems need life experience to write. I always thought you were a 40 or 50-year-old man, but I didn't expect you to be so young. The girl said, her eyes flashing quickly. She looks like her little girl. In general, those poems are just random creations. Everyone fell down. This is a very casual poem, which can be regarded as a masterpiece of the ages. There were many scholars in the crowd, and when they heard it was Mr. Zilli, They leaned over. Mr. Zilly, can you sell one of my poems, even one poem? I'll give you it. I wanted to. I want one too. And me too. The scene was plunged into chaos. The girl also hesitated. Lee Minutes didn't know that he was so popular, but he had promised others that he would not sell poetry until the night mines came down. So he said, I'm sorry everyone, I've sealed the pen. I don't sell poetry anymore. Sealed? So fast? How old is he? He just closed the pen like that. What a loss in the history of literature. Mr. Zilly has this achievement. Even if he seals the pen, the poem can be published as a book for future generations to study. Someone else said so. Is the pen closed? That's a pity. I wanted to ask for a poem. It seems that this wish cannot be fulfilled. The girl said so. It can be seen that she is very disappointed. These people were chatting and chatting. No one cared about Wanksy and another middle-aged man. Dad, it's that guy who made me douse my head with dog pee. He insulted me. It turned out that the middle-aged man was Wang Yang. Bold, really bold. Wang Yang shouted. At the same time, stay away from Wanksy, because the smell of urine is too strong. You look good, young master. Wang Yang got up. Did you do it? When Zushan saw Wang Yang, he got up. He went to Lee Minutes and said, Mr. Zilly, this is Wang Yang, the owner of the store. Oh, sure enough, the son is like his father. Boy, you are very courageous. You dare to attack my child. The crowd fell silent because someone discovered where Wang Yang was. This guy probably did a lot of bad things, and when people saw him, they didn't dare to speak. On the other hand, Lee Minutes looked very stubborn. He has never been afraid of things, and Wanksy's own troubles have caused him to learn. He is not as good as others. Wang Yang, right? Ask what your children have done. I'm teaching the children for you. And he took the initiative to challenge me, but I didn't expect Wanksy to last less than one round in my hands. It's really bad. Lee Minutes shouted. Zushan listened on the side, and the whole person was sluggish. Lee Minutes' force is good. To actually beat this dude to the ground, I couldn't help but admire him. One more point. It's your fault you hit my child. Wang Yang is not reasonable at all. Annoying everyone, people began to crusade against him. Say what kind of father, what kind of children there are. But these words seemed to have no effect on Wang Yang and his son. He didn't feel it at all. Wanksy didn't have any regrets. Aren't you going to listen to what he has done? My son is just making a fuss. Are you making such a fuss? Small trouble. He actually ruined the good family women in broad daylight. If I hadn't appeared in time, the innocence of this girl's family would have been lost. The girl's eyes were all red, and she almost lost her innocence just now. If it wasn't for Lee Minutes, I would have. Can't even think about it. At the same time, Lee Minutes' words also resonated with people. Doing this kind of thing in broad daylight, won't you smear the name of your ancestors? The ancestors of the Wang family did not expect to give birth to such a broken thing as Wanksy. Fortunately, Mr. Zilly appeared. Otherwise, what would happen to the girl's family? Is the Wang family amazing? In Chainan, you have to abide by the laws of the Tang dynasty. How can you allow him to be so presumptuous? People crusade against the father and son duo. Everyone, you are talking with me? Someone pointed at the 10 big men, and a few of you, with hands and feet. Why would you help a wicked person? Your parents gave birth to you in vain. It made the 10 big men feel a little ashamed. Wang Yang was a little furious. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. That's not your lesson. There are national laws and family rules, so don't meddle in your own business. Wang Yang seemed to protect Wanksy. Hey! What a nest of snakes and mice. What did you say? What did I say? Don't you understand? In terms of toughness, I'm afraid no one can match Lee Minutes. Today's Lee Minutes has refreshed Zrengui's cognition. It also made Zushan understand that the previous Lee Minutes didn't want to do anything, not that he didn't have force. Otherwise, how can you kill these people? Now he thought that these people were all defeated by Lee Minutes. Come on. Kill this guy. If you die, you will be responsible. Wang Yang was moved to kill. But the people here are not vegetarians. They just gathered around. Wang Yang, you dare to try it? If you dare to do it, we will keep you from going back. Before Lee Minutes could make a move, these people were helping themselves. It's a wonderful feeling. He was even touched. Does this win the hearts of the people? Facing the strength of the opponent, people stood together. But even if it hurts them personally, so what? You will also get a lawsuit, especially to deal with these noble families. They must be killed by other means. Letting them go into a corner is the biggest punishment for them. So, he took it to heart. Everyone, don't worry, Wang Yang and I have something to say. What? He actually had something to say to Wang Yang. People quieted down because they wanted to hear what Lee Minutes had to say. Chapter 48 Transactions. Wang Yang, do you dare to chat with me in the house? Lee Minutes said suddenly. Wang Yang looked at him, not knowing what to do. Are you going to fight him? What do you want to do? Dad, don't listen to him, he's teasing you. This kid is very devilish, Wang Xi said on the side. This stuff is still really annoying. Wang Yang hesitated. However, Lee Minutes still had a solution. Lee Minutes said, what? Don't you dare. The steward of the dignified royal family is so timid as a mouse. Are you afraid that I will eat you? As soon as he said this, some people said, the Wang family will not only bully the poor, but dare not to those who are stronger than themselves. And Mr. Zilli is only too young to scare you like this. You are all shit. This statement directly caused everyone to laugh. About 100 people were laughing at Wang Yang and others. This makes him angry. Let's go inside and talk. I see what you have to say. After finishing, he went in angrily. Wang Xi stayed depressed. The smell of urine on him made people shun him. As for the people, they are even more curious. What does Mr. Zilli want to do? Xrengai, Zushan and the girl were even more puzzled. What kind of medicine does Lee Minutes sell? Xrengai, you are guarding here and protecting that girl. Zushan, you assist Xrengai. Yes. Lee Minutes followed and entered the house. This room is deep and big, and the chatter inside will not be known to the outsiders. When the two of them got there, Lee Minutes closed the door. The sound of the door made Wang Yang a little scared. Although he is huge, Lee Minutes doesn't seem to be a person to be messed with. What do you want to do? Say something. Let your fart go. Don't fix these things. Lee Minutes smiled and walked towards Wang Yang. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you again. I let you in because I want to do business with you. Business? What business? In the eyes of businessmen, only business is the most important thing. So when Lee Minutes mentioned business, Wang Yang's eyes lit up. But his eyes became disdainful. After all, what kind of money can this young man in front of him do business with himself? I'm going to take over this row of storefronts from you. Huh? It's just you? It's just a few poems you sell? Are you rich? Huh? Obviously look down on people. I have no money. Lee Minutes told the truth. HMPH, you still want to take my storefront without money? Who do you think you are? Is it the king of heaven? It's impossible for him to come. Wang Yang's mouth is very poisonous. But the more this happened, the more interesting Lee Minutes felt. Because such a person is not worthy of sympathy. The more you look down on yourself, the more interesting it is. Because the pit is more fun. Although I have no money, I have something that you will definitely be interested in. Lee Minutes said softly. What? Wang Chu was puzzled. What else could interest him, except for money? There seemed to be not many things that could interest him. A glass ball appeared in Lee Minutes' hand. This glass is very beautiful. It's like there are patterns inside, very three-dimensional. The light penetrated from the window and shone on the glass ball, and the light reflected a colorful light. Very beautiful. This thing is simply a treasure. Wang Yang wanted to reach for it. Lee Minutes took it back directly, but he didn't get it. How do you feel about this thing? As far as Lee Minutes knew, this Wang Yang likes to collect things very much. Obviously, his glass ball piqued his interest. Liu Li. High quality Liu Li. Lee Minutes smiled. Don't say yes. Don't say number. Look at the current situation. Today's glass is still one of those rare things. But Lee Minutes thought about it, and built a factory in the future. This kind of glass can be exported or sold domestically. When production comes up, They don't have that much value. And what he wants to do is to trade these things that have no value in the future for the storefront. As for how much to change, it depends on how big Wang Yang's heart is. At the end of the day, these things are of little value. How do you want to change it? Exchange all my storefronts with such a small glass? Although its value is high, it is not as high as that. Wang Yang asked. How is it possible? No matter what I do, I can't let your Wang family lose money. At least it's not a reciprocal transaction. When Wang Yang heard this, he laughed. I forgot that my son was bullied by Li Minutes just now. Sure enough, I'm here to do business. Tell me, how do you want to change it? The colored glaze in my hand is only the smallest. I feel there are bigger ones. There are 100 pieces in total. How about I exchange these 100 pieces of colored glaze for your entire row of storefronts? Li Minutes said something, but Wang Yang hesitated. He was gauging whether everything was agreeable. Li Minutes didn't give him much time to think about it. He said directly, of course, if you don't want to, then forget it. The Kui family and Lu family also want Liu Lai. They also have storefronts. I'm the same as them. When he said this, Wang Yang said directly, okay, the deal. But I have to see if there are 100 pieces as you said. In fact, Li Minutes didn't tell him that these 100 pieces were basically scraps. Some of them are still blown out by themselves, and the shape and color are not very good. But no matter what, it is good enough for the curious Tang dynasty people. Is it any good to lie to you? Li Minutes asked back. The old man Wang Yang was still very shrewd, and of course he couldn't lack Li Minutes' last words. I'm going to prepare the receipt. When will you deliver that thing? Wang Yang is really worried, for fear that Li Minutes would regret it. It felt like he made a profit, but in fact, it was Li Minutes who made a lot of money. Give them 100 pieces of waste. But they think they have earned it. Okay, wait a minute. I'll go out and let Zushan go back and get it. It won't take too long, and you need to prepare the title deed or something. Of course, I, Wang Yang, have never been vague about doing business. Very good. Li Minutes then went out. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at him. No one knew what was going on inside. Looking at Li Minutes' appearance, it seemed that nothing was wrong, and Wang Yang came out second. There is nothing wrong with the whole person. So what were they doing in there? People are puzzled. I asked, Mr. Zilli, do you need me? Master, how are you? The girl also asked what they were doing when they went in. Li Minutes just smiled and didn't say much. At the same time, Wang Xi came up. Father, the child has suffered a lot of grievances. This boy must beat him. Avenge the child. Li Minutes smiled, thinking that this guy was going to suffer. Sure enough, Wang Yang raised his hand. People stared at his hand. What did he want to do? Chapter 14 snapped. A heavy slap hit him. Everyone was surprised, because this slap hit Wang Xi's face heavily. Wang Yang's slap made his hands numb, and there was a smell of urine. Immediately nauseated, everyone was shocked. Just now, Wang Yang was still talking for his son, and he had to beat Li Minutes, which seemed a little weird now. This is how the same thing? Did Wang Yang take the wrong medicine? Why beat your own child? Or what Li Minutes said to him? People were curious about what was said to make Wang Yang change his mind. He even beat his own son. The girl was even more shocked. In her heart, Li Minutes was really brave and resourceful. Judging from his performance alone, he is definitely the Prince Charming in his heart. Father, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Wang Xi was beaten. Is this still his father? Why go in and come out like a different person? I've almost got you into trouble with my business. How can I not beat you? Go back and teach you a good lesson. Wang Yang said. People are even more puzzled. What's going on here? What business? More frustrating things are still to come. Wang Yang approached Li Minutes. Mr. Zilli, the dog is ignorant, and I hope you can Heihan. Come here and apologize to Mr. Zilli. Father, come here soon. Do you want me to call someone? Wang Xi had no choice but to come over. Very reluctantly, he said, Mr. Zilli, I was offended a lot just now. He didn't know why his father was like this. You shouldn't apologize to me. But to her, Lee Minutes pointed at the girl and said, Wanxi is unwilling. But there is no way. Had to go to where the girl was. This passed. Let the woman face me. Because he is too stinky. My Wanxi is deeply sorry for what happened just now, and I hope you can forgive me. It could be felt that Wanxi was very reluctant, and at the same time he was holding his hand tightly, feeling that he was about to kill. But the girl was by Xrengui's side. How dare he? The strength of Xrengui just now was obvious to all. Come on, go. I don't want to see you. The girl showed a look of disgust. Lee Minutes saw this. Okay. Just go back and teach it well. It's not a big deal. In the future, let him be more careful. Wang Yang stepped forward, nodding and bowing. Yes, yes, definitely. How is this? Is this still in charge of the Wang family? Why are you so down on Lee Minutes? People are puzzled. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Xrengui and Zushan exchanged glances. Could it be that Lee Minutes revealed his identity? But it's impossible. The 5 surnames and 7 Wang will not give you face just because you are the prince. They even dared to slap Li Shimin on the table. And they still care if you are the prince, not to mention the exiled prince. They don't understand anymore. It wasn't until they chatted that they understood what was going on. Wang Yang said again, when will that thing be delivered? Naturally it will be delivered. Lee Minutes turned and said, Zushan, go back and bring the 100 items from the store here. Zushan understood as soon as he heard it. It is 100 pieces of works that have been completed before. Yes. He'll go right now. Now he finally understood something. Oh, I see. Lee Minutes wanted to exchange these 100 items for an entire row of storefronts, and the residence at the back. His heart is so big. At the same time, he also admires him very much. And he can actually handle Wang Yang. At this point, he is much stronger than Li Shimin. Then, Zushan left here. As for Wang Yang, he whispered a few words with his subordinates. They went to prepare 1 or 2. Mr. Zilli, why don't you have a couple of drinks at the restaurant I open? I'll set a banquet for you. Lee Minutes glanced at the girl beside him. They are still just a relationship between buyers and sellers. Not so familiar yet. No. I'm just sitting here. I taught Wanxi a lesson just now. It seems that the girl should have no major problems, right? Big guy, it's nothing. You all go away. Then Lee Minutes said again, Mr. Zilli, be careful. Let's go first. Yeah, be careful. Thank you. Thank you all for today. I'm fine. Mr. Zilli is very polite. The crowd dispersed, waited for a while. Zushan appeared with 100 pieces of colored glass. All the glasses in the box. He asked Xrengui to hold the box and put it in front of Wang Yang. Wang Yang stretched it out and looked at it with a satisfied expression on his face. Just start counting. 1, 2, 3. And all this was discovered by Wanxi. He seemed to understand something. It was these things. In his view, these things are very valuable. He understood everything immediately. The reason why he was beaten was because of these treasures. What about the title deed? Of course ready. Take a look at it. Wang Yang was also ready. Lee Minutes looked at it. This thing is genuine. Well, it is like this. Yes. Then this piece of storefront is mine. That's right. It's all yours here. These glazes are mine too. Wang Yang said excitedly. Lee Minutes looked at a place in the back, which was very large. In the future, his business empire will start from Dongxi. Very good. We are happy to work together. Happy cooperation. There will be such things in the future, don't forget me. That's natural. Wanxi looked at the box of colored glass. Father. Wanxi screamed out. Wang Yang picked up the box. Go back and talk. You bastard. Yes, Mr. Zilli, our transaction is over. I still have one more step ahead. This guy got his stuff and left here right away. It looked very rushed. As for Wanxi, he was behind him. He didn't forget to turn his head and make an obliteration gesture towards Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes had no choice but to sigh again. This stuff really doesn't take long. That's all. Don't provoke him in the future. If he provokes himself again, he's welcome. It's over. The girl is fine too. Girl, you. Don't wait for Lee Minutes to finish speaking. But a dozen people rushed out from the side, surrounded them. The head is a middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks. which looks very annoying. Lee Minutes had never hated a person so much, but he did feel sick to his stomach. As soon as the man came, he shouted, "Miss, we are here to protect you." "Are these three bad guys?" Lee Minutes, Xrengai and Zushan. It turns out that this girl is really a child of a wealthy family. These people came just in time. "What were you doing just now?" "Just come out after you've dealt with it yourself." "Or have you been watching from the side just now, waiting for Wang Yang to leave them before coming out?" But these are not important. What is important is who is this woman. Chapter 50. The little girl Kong Jingting. Lee Minutes looked at these people. They should be servants. Generally only large families have so many household members. It can be seen that the background of this girl must be not bad. As for the big family, Lee Minutes didn't want to pay attention. After all, it has nothing to do with him. He will not join in the fun because the other party is a big family. But some blind people don't think so. "Miss, are these people being rude to you?" "What's wrong with your clothes?" "What have these beasts done to you?" "Do you know who this is?" "This is the granddaughter of Master Kong." "That is the big red man next to His Majesty, the Crown Prince and Master." "You are finished. How dare you be so rude?" "Come, detain them and send them to office." Lee Minutes smiled wryly. This woman turned out to be Kong Yingda's granddaughter. This is interesting. I heard Kong Yingda say before that he has a good-looking granddaughter. I always wanted to introduce myself. When I saw you today, it was really nice. Zushan came over and said, "Mr. Zilli, don't pay attention to these people. Your kindness is not rewarded, but it's really a nest of snakes and rats." Xrengai was even more upset after hearing this. The hot temper came directly. "What are you talking about? Mr. Zilli saved your young lady, but you are taking revenge for your kindness. Believe it or not, I hacked you to death with a knife." "You dare?" As soon as Butler Yang moved, all the servants immediately came over. "It feels like it's going to be dry." Xrengai took out the Tang and had to kill the man named Yang. Lee Minutes just watched. He wanted to see what the girl said. The girl shouted, "You bastard, Steward Yang, when I was bullied just now, you ran away." "What do you mean? How dare you slander my savior?" "If you don't want to do it, just say it. I will let my grandfather let you go." This situation shocked both Xrengai and Zushan on the side. This woman is also very hot-tempered. It was soft just now, but now it has become very strong. She said that Butler Yang couldn't say a word. They seemed to understand something. This housekeeper Yang ran away by himself when his young lady was in danger. Then I went to find some people. Wait until it's safe to come out. People who are so greedy for life and fear of death and irresponsible make people angry. "Miss, didn't I go back to find someone? Don't you think my figure can't beat them?" "Bastard, you are running away. As long as you resist, you won't let me be bullied." The girl continued, choked a little. "I almost destroyed my innocence. There is only a trace. How will you live in the future?" Butler Yang was speechless. It turns out that something like this happened. Then this butler really can't do it. "How can you leave your master outside and run away?" "Don't say more, shut up for me." Then the girl changed her expression, turning softer, because she leaned towards Lee Minutes. "Young master, the servants are ignorant and rude. Didn't scare you?" "Scared? That is impossible." No. Some people just don't open their eyes. Just teach them a lesson." Lee Minutes said softly. There is something in his words. Someone listened and understood what to do. "Yes, the son is right. I will teach you a lesson." The girl turned her head. Sullen face. "Steward Yang, you slap your mouth 10 times. If Mr. Zilli is not satisfied, then another punishment." "Okay." Unexpectedly, she was still very aggressive. But then again, whoever suffers this kind of grievance will not be able to bear it. Find someone to vent. It just so happened that Butler Yang came, and she didn't do her job well, which almost made her suffer a great humiliation. "How can you not teach?" "Miss, I am conscientious and conscientious in the Kong family, and the master does not dare to let me." "Don't fight, right? Then I'll go back and tell Grandpa. Get out of Chainan City immediately." "I was wrong, miss." "Huh? Fight or not?" "If not, he'll ask someone to help." Do you need me? Xrengai stood up. But Liang shivered with fright. You must know that Xrengui's figure is very large. If he is beaten, can he still live? I'll fight myself. I'll do it myself. But Liang softened, and although he was reluctant, he still clapped his mouth. Snapped. This time it was too light, and there was no strength. But he still cried out, "Oops!" again. Xrengai couldn't stand it any longer and walked over directly. Swish your hand and snap it. It was his framed accusation, and the girl was in deep danger. This kind of person is really hateful. 10 times his mouth was quickly finished, and the guy's face turned red. At the same time, there was hatred in his eyes. As for the girl and Li Minutes again, young master, little girl Kong Jingting, it's time to salute. As soon as she saw Li Minutes, she turned into a little woman. Very gentle, not as fierce as before. It turned out that the woman's name was Kong Jingting, and the name was pleasant, just like her. Li Minutes nodded lightly. Master, in order to repay your life-saving grace, why not come to my house? Let my grandfather treat you well. By the way, let him reward you. I don't dare to say anything else. Just say it's money. There must be something. Kong Jingting said so. It can be felt that the eyes of these family members are straight. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. You must know that there are not many people who can enter the Confucius family. If Li Minutes went, wouldn't he have gained a lot of benefits? But Li Minutes didn't want to. Why go to his house? Might as well set it up here. Looking at the storefronts here, a row is very majestic. There is a residence in the back and a large yard. This site is simply like the existence of a modern community. He will live here from now on. As for that restaurant, he didn't want to live there anymore. After all, it wasn't his own territory. Sir, how is it? Kong Jingting saw that Li Minutes did not speak, and then asked again. She also didn't know that when his grandfather saw Li Minutes, his expression must be shocked. Before Li Minutes could reply, but Liang suddenly said, "Miss, the master is on his way." We informed him. It means that there is no need to go back. Kong Yingda will be here soon. This is interesting. When Kong Yingda saw him, he didn't know what his expression would be. Kong Jingting said, "You guys are." "Forget it. Come here." Again she said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I wanted you to come to my house, but it seems that I can't. In a while, I will ask Grandpa to thank you well." "It doesn't matter. I'm not doing it for money. I'm just doing my part." Young master is really noble. The little girl admires it. From this woman's eyes, Li Minutes could feel a feeling of affection in her heart. What woman does not like a brave man? And this man is very talented. Several people chatted for a while, and sure enough, there was a group of people waiting to come here in the distance.